Chapter 181, Shu Juju's affection, Emperor Shu Jiawei's countermeasure. Then are we just going to let them slander him? Even actually hand Yuang over? Shu Juju asked urgently. She was absolutely unwilling to accept this outcome. Hand him over? Absolutely impossible. Emperor Shu Jiawei denied flatly, a monarch's decisiveness flashing in his eyes. Dai Yuang is not only key to balancing the Dai family, but his own talent and value far exceed imagination. Furthermore, if we compromise with Shrek this time, where would the dignity of my star Luo royal family be? Wouldn't we become Shrek's puppets in the future? He stopped his pace and pondered. Now that Elder Mew is dead, Shrek's absolute deterrence has declined. Zhanzi is strong, but I don't believe they would truly dare to completely fall out with my star Luo Empire over a groundless accusation. They are testing our bottom line. Then how should we respond now? Shu Juju asked. Delay. Emperor Shu Jiawei said. Reply to Shrek, saying that Dai Yuang's current whereabouts are unknown and the Empire is searching with all its might. Once he is found, we will certainly investigate his actions thoroughly. If he is indeed an evil soul master, the Star Luo Empire will never condone it, but how he is handled must also follow the laws of the Empire. In short, use every excuse to buy time. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. At the same time, send more people to secretly find Yuang's whereabouts. If he's alive, I want to see the person. If he's dead, I want to see the remains. If something has truly happened to Dai Yuang, the Emperor's voice became incredibly cold, then I will settle this account with Shrek sooner or later. Shu Juju nodded heavily. This was exactly the result she wanted. Just as she was about to arrange it immediately, an imperial guard hurried in to report, Your Majesty, Your Highness, Ice Sky titled Douluo has returned. There is a matter of extreme urgency that must be reported to Your Highness in person. Mr. Lingya. Shu Juju's eyes suddenly lit up. He's back. Summon him quickly. No, I will go to receive him myself. She instantly realized that Lingya's return likely brought key news regarding Dai Yuang. This might be the most important link to breaking the current deadlock. Emperor Shu Jiawei also felt refreshed. Go quickly, I will wait for news here. Shu Juju immediately lifted her skirt and hurried out of the imperial study, her heart filled with anxiety and expectation. She almost ran out of the palace and saw Lingya from a distance, travel-worn yet still standing straight. She didn't even care about her princessly decorum and stepped forward quickly, her voice trembling slightly with urgency. Ice Sky titled Douluo. Where is Yuang? How is he? Where is he? Is he injured? She asked in a rapid-fire manner, her beautiful eyes filled with undisguised anxiety and worry. The concern deep in her gaze was truly moving. Seeing her lose her composure like this, Lingya's heart stirred slightly. This princess's concern for his young lord seemed to have long since exceeded the scope of political allies. She had clearly fallen in love without realizing it herself. He quickly bowed respectfully and soothed her. Please rest assured, Your Highness, Yuang is perfectly fine and not injured. He explained according to the story Dai Yuang had previously instructed. It's just that Shrek Academy's misunderstanding is now deep, branding him an evil soul master. The wanted poster will likely spread throughout the continent soon. Yuang knows this matter is sensitive and does not wish to implicate the Empire. Therefore, he has temporarily found a secret location to cultivate diligently. Once the trouble blows over, or after he finds a way to prove his innocence, he will return. Hearing that Dai Yuang was safe and sound, Shu Juju's heart, which had been hanging for 100 days, finally dropped heavily, and she let out a long sigh of relief, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. Only then did she realize her loss of composure just now. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she recovered some of her princessly dignity, but her tone was still urgent. It's good that he's okay, it's good that he's okay. Lingya took out a sealed letter from his robe and presented it with both hands. Your Highness, this is a letter Yuang insisted I hand to you personally. Shu Juju immediately took the letter and opened it carefully. On the paper was Dai Yuang's familiar and slightly unruly handwriting. The letter did not describe the dangers too much. Instead, it was full of comfort, longing, and concern for her. Tenderness seeped through the lines, and at the end, he made a solemn promise. Within 3 months, he would definitely return. Looking at this letter, Shujuju only felt her nose tingle slightly, her heart both sweet and sour. She carefully put the letter away, keeping it close to her person, before saying to Lingya, "Ice Sky titled Douluo, you've worked hard on this journey. Quickly follow me inside to meet my imperial brother and explain the situation in detail." Inside the imperial study, Emperor Shu Jiawei had already been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Lingya, he immediately asked for the details. Lingya recounted the prepared story eloquently, reporting to Your Majesty, "It was like this. Yuang and I were originally in the Star Do Great Forest looking for a suitable sixth spirit ring for him. By a stroke of luck, we encountered an extremely rare and powerful 100,000-year tiger-type spirit beast. Yuang was full of youthful vigor and, certain that this beast was extremely compatible with his spirit, insisted on absorbing its spirit ring beyond his level. He described a process of difficult tracking for 2 months, tragic combat, and Dai Yuang relying on amazing willpower to survive a near-death experience and finally successfully absorb it, which made Emperor Shu Jiawei and Shu Juju's hearts leap. After successful absorption, Yuang's spirit power rose to level 64, and Lingya's tone grew heavier, his evil shadow demonic tiger martial soul, perhaps due to the stimulation of that 100,000-year tiger-type spirit beast's bloodline, underwent an amazing second awakening, evolving into the even more powerful abyssal demon tiger. Spirit evolution. Abyssal demon tiger. Emperor Shu Jiawei and Shu Juju exclaimed at the same time, their eyes filled with unbelievable shock. Absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring for the sixth ring was already inconceivable, but it actually triggered a positive spirit evolution. What a heaven-defying opportunity and talent. Amidst her excitement, Shu Juju was even more terrified in hindsight, her palms sweating coldly. He was too bold. How could he take such a risk? If something had happened, then Lingya continued, the evolved abyssal demon tiger spirit possesses power far beyond before, but its origin aura has also become deeper and more overbearing. In the words of Dean Yan Shaoj, it is a boundless evil qi. Therefore, a huge misunderstanding arose, leading him to be identified as an evil soul master, followed by the subsequent conflict. He changed the subject and said with certainty, "But I guarantee with my life that Yuang is absolutely not an evil soul master. That is merely the appearance of power not yet fully controlled after the spirit's evolution. Yuang is currently in seclusion. He has absolute confidence that within 2 or 3 months, he will be able to completely control this power. At that time, his aura will be restrained, completely different from the violent and chaotic aura of an evil soul master, and the light attribute will also find it difficult to suppress him." After hearing this, Emperor Shu Jiawei's eyes flashed brilliantly. He keenly grasped the key point. "Ice Sky titled Douluo, are you certain Yuang only needs 2 or 3 months to completely control that so-called evil qi?" "Absolutely certain," Lingya answered firmly. "This is what I saw with my own eyes. Yuang already has a method of control, and progress is extremely fast." "Good. Excellent." Emperor Shu Jiawei clapped his hands suddenly, a politician's shrewd smile appearing on his face. "If that's the case, this time we might not only resolve the crisis but also turn it around and make Shrek suffer in silence." He immediately ordered Shu Juju. Juju immediately replied to Shrek Academy officially in the name of the Empire. His voice became steady and powerful. "Say that after various investigations by the Empire, Dai Yuang's current whereabouts are indeed unknown, but my Star Luo Empire has sent additional personnel to search with all our might. Within 3 months, we will surely find him. Ask them to send personnel of sufficient weight to my Star Luo Imperial City in person in 3 months. At that time, I will give them, and the whole world, a clear explanation." Confidence gleamed in Emperor Shu Jiawei's eyes. "If Dai Yuang is indeed an evil soul master and the evidence is conclusive, my Star Luo Empire will never condone it and will certainly execute him to uphold the national law. But if he has been wronged," his tone suddenly became forceful, "then my Star Luo Empire will never let our own citizens be slandered without reason, and we will certainly demand justice from Shrek Academy." This move was not only to buy time but also to lure the enemy into a trap, and even more so, to checkmate Shrek in front of the people of the world. Chapter 182 The Zhu Family's Ideas Dai Yuang Fishing. The official announcement released by the Star Luo royal family quickly spread throughout the world, like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, the ripples rapidly spreading to the upper echelons of the entire continent. The succession struggle within the Dai family was no longer a secret. The names Dai Yuang and Dai Yuang might have limited weight on their own, but what they were fighting for, control of the Western Army Group, was enough to make any faction take notice. This was no ordinary army of 500,000. It was the sharpest spear and the sturdiest shield of the Star Luo Empire. Its core combat strength included a Spirit Master Legion of tens of thousands of well-trained soldiers with tacit coordination, as well as an elite Soul Engineer Legion created by the Star Luo Empire with all its resources. The excellence of its equipment and the ferocity of its combat power were far beyond that of any other legion in the Star Luo Empire. Its status in Star Luo was equivalent to that of the Hand of the Nation to the Sun Moon Empire. Precisely because of this, the Dai family and the Zhu family, who were attached to them, were so frantically trying to keep it. Once this sharp sword was completely taken back by the royal family, the Dai family would never be able to recreate the glory of their ancestors and could only remain subjects for generations, and the status of the Zhu family would plummet, falling from an empress family to ordinary nobles, which was something they absolutely could not accept. At this moment, deep within the Zhu family mansion, clan leader Zhu Shu looked at the intelligence in her hands regarding the Star Luo royal family announcement and the accusations from Shrek. In those eyes, similar to those of her sister Zhu Man, a cold and sharp light flickered. Dai Yuang, whereabouts unknown, evil soul master. Her slender fingers tapped the tabletop gently, and the corner of her mouth curled into a dangerous arc. Shrek really chose the perfect time to pin this label on him. A bold and tempting plan quickly took shape in her mind. Lingya has returned to Star Luo City, and that old hag Nebula Douluo has also returned after searching the Star Do Great Forest to no avail. At this moment, Dai Yuang should have no titled Douluo-level guardians by his side. Clan leader Zhu Shu analyzed calmly, this is his most vulnerable moment. Slaying an evil soul master is a great cause respected by all spirit masters in the world. Her gaze became fierce. As long as I can find him before the royal family and execute him in the name of eradicating an evil soul master, then even if the Star Luo royal family knows the truth, they will have to swallow their teeth and keep quiet, and they might even have to thank me for removing a scourge for the empire. Dai Waban's vengeance can also be avenged, and there will be no more obstacles on Yuang's path. Thinking of this, clan leader Zhu Shu could no longer suppress the murderous intent and impulse in her heart. She decided to take action personally, using all of the Zhu family's intelligence networks and connections to find Dai Yuang's hiding place before the royal family and deal him a fatal blow. Meanwhile, inside the Star Luo Imperial Palace, Shu Juju dismissed her attendants and stood alone by the window, looking out in the direction where Dai Yuang might be, her beautiful eyes filled with longing and worry. How she wished she could immediately have Lingya take her to find him. To see for herself that he was safe and sound, and to stay by his side. But she could not. As a princess of the empire, her political instincts told her that countless eyes were staring at her right now. Dai Yuang was infatuated with the Star Luo princess Shu Juju. This was a fact known to the entire continent. With Dai Yuang's whereabouts a mystery, she, the woman he loved most, was undoubtedly the best clue and breakthrough point in the eyes of everyone trying to find him. Any unusual move on her part could bring a fatal disaster upon Dai Yuang. The Zhu family, Shrek, and even other factions that might covet the Western Army Group or want to stir up trouble would not let any clues slip by. Yuang, you need 3 months. Shu Juju gripped the letter Dai Yuang had written to her tightly, her fingertips turning slightly white from the force. I will definitely win these 3 months for you. I will never let anyone disturb you. She forcibly suppressed the impulse and longing in her heart, her gaze becoming firm and calm once again. Her most important task now was not to go find him, but to create a safe external environment for him, stabilize the situation, and confuse all potential enemies. On the hillside, the deep and majestic evil energy around Dai Yuang was receding back into his body like a tide, and the dark golden 7-pointed star divine mark on his forehead slowly faded away. Under the operation of the golden adamant evil warding body cultivation technique, his control over his own power was increasing day by day. Just as the legends of the mythical fierce beast race characterized them, the mythical fierce beast race was an extremely domineering race, even their detached power and blood could not disobey their will. This cultivation technique related to the mythical fierce beast also allowed Dai Yuang to gradually acquire the same traits. Those evil energies were also part of his power, so naturally, they obeyed his commands. They could erupt when he wanted them to, and they could be retracted when he wanted them to. In fact, he didn't need 3 months at all, fast, 1 month, slow, 2 months, and he would definitely get it done. He just wanted to spend more time with Bai Wanning, and besides that, he was fishing, attracting some guys to take the opportunity to eliminate them. He had already sent Nana outside to scout for information, and sure enough, many people were looking for him at this time. Mainly 3 factions: the Star Luo Empire, Shrek, and the Dai family and Zhu family. The 3 parties were not united, basically, they were all searching on their own. Nana appeared behind Dai Yuang. "Young Lord, clan leader Zhu Shu has taken action personally." Dai Yuang slowly opened his eyes, a cold smile flashing in his molten gold tiger eyes. As expected, she must already know the news that Lingya and Nebula Douluo are not by my side. With such a good opportunity, how could she miss it? He had long wanted to get rid of this woman. Of the 2 Zhu sisters, Zhu Man was seriously ill and not a cause for concern. As long as he eliminated clan leader Zhu Shu, who was stronger in the backbone of the Zhu family, the entire Hell Civet family would lose its threat, and the direct line of the Dai family would lose its most important support. After all, the meaning of this family's existence was to assist the White Tiger Dai family and perform the martial soul fusion skill Hell White Tiger together with the people of the Dai family. Currently, there were only these 2 sisters in the Zhu family who could perform this move with Dai Hao. It was just a pity that clan leader Zhu Shu was permanently stationed in Star Luo City. With tight security, it was too difficult to assassinate an agility attack system Spirit Douluo silently. Now that she had delivered herself to his doorstep, it was a God-given opportunity. "Where is she now?" Dai Yuang asked. Nana reported, "According to your instructions, I deliberately leaked some processed clues to her. She is about 100 miles away from this village. But she is not stupid, she didn't intend to take all the credit or take risks. She also shared the clues I deliberately gave her with the Shrek side. Currently, she and the Shrek search team are roughly in the same area, but they are not traveling together." Dai Yuang raised an eyebrow. "She is smarter than I thought. She even knows how to drive a tiger to eat a wolf, or rather, she wants us and Shrek to fight, so she can reap the benefits as the fisherman." Nana nodded and continued to state her judgment and suggestion. "Young Lord, in my opinion, if you want to ensure you kill her and protect the hiding place of the lady and the young lord from being exposed, you might need to take a little risk." Dai Yuang showed an interested expression. "Nana, tell me, let's see if it matches my thoughts." "I believe you need to appear in front of her personally and then immediately flee in a panic. Once the distance is closed, in order not to let you, this cooked duck, fly away, she will definitely not have time to notify the nearby Shrek personnel and can only pursue you alone. And if we continue to release clues slowly like this, it is very likely that the Shrek people will also be led to the vicinity of this village, and then the fact that the lady and the young lord are still alive will also be discovered." Nana's analysis was calm and objective. Clan leader Zhu Shu's caution actually forced Dai Yuang to adopt a more active and riskier strategy. Dai Yuang stood up, patted the dust off his clothes, his eyes showing no fear, but instead, the excitement of hunting before the prey appeared. "Risk and reward coexist. Since that's the case, then we will immediately." Just then, Dai Luoli's crisp and energetic shout came from below the hillside. "Brother, come eat lunch. Mother made super fragrant grilled fish. Come back quickly." The voice was full of pure joy and the desire to share. As a type of feline animal, the tiger spirit had a natural preference for fish delicacies. And Bai Wanning's cooking skills, after Dai Yuang's verification over these few months, had definitely reached the realm of a titled chef, to the point that even someone like him, who didn't care about food, was often tempted. The action plan Dai Yuang was about to say paused slightly. He turned to look at the Warm courtyard smoking with cooking fumes below the hillside, and the tempting charred fragrance of grilled fish seemed to have already wafted into the air. The coldness and murderous intent on his face instantly dissipated, and he laughed. "Let's go, Nana. Let's go eat first. Everyone who kills often knows that you have the strength to kill only after you are full." Nana watched her young lord's instant change of face and couldn't help but smile, respectfully responding, "Yes, young lord." Chapter 183, Prey and Hunter. The afternoon sun was perfect. Dai Yuang stood at the village entrance, preparing to act. He turned and gave a slight nod to Nana behind him. The girl in black understood and slipped into the tree shadows, melting away like a shadow under the sun, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Sometimes, the most effective plan is often the most direct one. So he decided to simply appear openly before clan leader Zhu Shu, have a chance encounter with her, and then run away immediately. Yuang straightened his robes, took strides, and headed toward the small town. Before long, he arrived at the town market. At this moment, on the town streets, clan leader Zhu Shu was weaving through the crowd with two spirit saint experts trained by the Zhu family. Her gaze scanned every corner as sharply as a hawk, and the unique pressure of a spirit Douluo expert radiated from her body, causing passers-by to instinctively give way. According to intelligence reports, someone saw Dai Yuang in this vicinity, clan leader Zhu Shu said coldly to the two spirit saints behind her. "Search carefully. Do not miss any clues." Clan leader Zhu Shu guessed that Dai Yuang must normally live in the mountains and forests, but every so often, he had to come out to purchase daily necessities, which was why he had been seen appearing in this area. Sure enough, her luck was very good. She hadn't been searching for long when her gaze suddenly fixed on a stall not far away. A familiar figure was purchasing a large amount of daily necessities. It was Dai Yuang, whom they had been searching for many days. Clan leader Zhu Shu's pupils constricted suddenly, and a surge of wild joy welled up in her heart. The moment their eyes met, Dai Yuang displayed a perfectly timed expression of panic. He abruptly dropped the items in his hands, turned, and bolted toward the outside of the town. "Pursue him!" Clan leader Zhu Shu shouted sharply. The three of them immediately turned into three streaks of light and gave chase. Just as Dai Yuang had expected, under these circumstances, clan leader Zhu Shu had absolutely no time to pass the intelligence to the people of Shrek. She couldn't let the cooked duck fly away just to pass on intelligence. That would be putting the cart before the horse. The temptation of capturing and killing Dai Yuang was simply too great, and she absolutely could not let this opportunity slip through her fingers. Furthermore, now that Lingya had returned to Star Luo City, she never imagined that there would be another titled Douluo protecting Dai Yuang. Dai Yuang's speed was extremely fast. In a few leaps, he had already rushed out of the town. Just as clan leader Zhu Shu was about to catch up, a pair of dazzling wings suddenly unfurled from his back. The left wing burned with scorching flames, while the right wing condensed with biting cold ice. Ice and fire merged perfectly on this pair of wings, refracting a dizzying, mesmerizing brilliance under the sun. An external spirit bone. Clan leader Zhu Shu gasped, an expression of disbelief flashing in her eyes. According to the intelligence she received from Shrek, Dai Yuang's sixth spirit ring was a 100,000-year spirit ring, so it was highly likely that he also possessed a 100,000-year spirit bone. A 100,000-year spirit bone plus a sustainably evolving external spirit bone. Her killing intent reached its peak at this moment. This youth's potential was simply too terrifying. If he were not eliminated today, he would surely become a great threat in the future. The three of them immediately mobilized their spirit power and took to the air. Although none of them possessed flight-type spirits, relying on the deep spirit power of a spirit Douluo and spirit saints, their speed was not inferior to Dai Yuang's in the slightest. As an agility attack system spirit Douluo, clan leader Zhu Shu was even faster than lightning, carving illusory afterimages in the air. The rushing wind whistled in his ears. Dai Yuang flapped his ice-fire wings, changing directions flexibly in the air. He could feel the powerful aura behind him getting closer and closer. Clan leader Zhu Shu's killing intent pressed against his back like a physical force. In less than half a cup of tea's time, clan leader Zhu Shu had already caught up to the front of Dai Yuang, forming a pincer movement with the other two spirit saints. The three of them hovered in midair, their spirit power fluctuations stirring up visible ripples in the air. Dai Yuang, let's see where you can run now. Clan leader Zhu Shu sneered, a look of certainty flashing in her eyes. Today is your death date. I will use your blood to pay tribute to Hua Bin's spirit in heaven. Her heart was filled with excitement. Killing Dai Yuang would not only avenge Dai Huabin and ensure Dai Yuang inherited the dukedom, but it was also possible to obtain the 100,000-year spirit bone on his body. One must know that she had been stuck at rank 89 spirit Douluo for many years and had been unable to achieve a breakthrough. Ordinary spirit bones were of very limited help to her at this point, but if it were a 100,000-year spirit bone, there would be a great chance it could help her complete the final step and become a true titled Douluo. Dai Yuang hovered in midair, his ice fire wings flapping slowly. The panicked expression on his face had long since vanished, replaced by an unfathomable calmness. Is clan leader Zhu Shu so confident that you can keep me here? His voice was unexpectedly steady. Clan leader Zhu Shu was stunned, then burst into laughter. You dare to bluff when death is at your doorstep. You are merely a spirit emperor. Even if you have a 100,000-year spirit ring and an external spirit bone, can you really defeat the three of us joining forces? The 8 spirit rings around her body lit up in sequence, the optimal configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black rings highlighted her formidable strength. The other 2 spirit saints also released their spirits simultaneously. The powerful spirit power fluctuations intertwined in the air to form an invisible, massive web, completely sealing off all of Dai Yuang's retreat routes. Sunlight filtered through the radiance of the spirit rings, casting ever-changing light and shadows on everyone's faces. The distant town had already shrunk into a blurry outline. Surrounded by the open sky and wilderness, it was the perfect place for murder and looting. Dai Yuang's gaze swept over the 3 people standing in battle formation, and he suddenly smiled slightly. Since that's the case, then let Elder Zhu Shu see why Shrek would identify me as an evil soul master. Before his words had even faded, the spirit rings on his body suddenly lit up, 3 purple, 2 black, and 1 red. This beyond reason spirit ring configuration made clan leader Zhu Shu's pupils shrink violently. Especially that bright red 100,000-year spirit ring, the pressure it emitted even caused the 2 spirit saint experts to instinctively retreat half a step. The phantom of the abyssal demon tiger appeared behind Dai Yuang, even larger and more ferocious than the previous evil shadow demonic tiger. Dark purple patterns covered the tiger's body, and its pupils were like 2 bottomless black holes, as if they could swallow all light. A dense, evil aura permeated the area, causing the surrounding temperature to seem to drop by several degrees. Compared to the abyssal demon tiger, the nether aura of the hell civet was like comparing stars to the bright moon. Clan leader Zhu Shu suppressed the unease in her heart and said sternly, "So you have indeed fallen into an evil soul master. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven and eliminate you." She launched the attack first. Her 7th spirit ring flashed, and her martial soul true body activated. A giant phantom of the hell civet merged with her, her speed instantly skyrocketing. Her sharp claws brought forth streaks of cold light, aiming directly for Dai Yuang's throat. Just at this critical moment, a dark shadow appeared silently behind clan leader Zhu Shu. Nana's figure emerged from the void realm like a ghost, her short sword thrusting straight at clan leader Zhu Shu's back. The timing of this strike was grasped to perfection. It was exactly when clan leader Zhu Shu was attacking with all her might and her defense had a gap. It was a pity, however, that Nana did not yet know how to restrain her killing intent when attacking. No matter how exquisite her attack was, it was discovered by her opponent before it was launched, so there was no possibility of it succeeding perfectly. Clan leader Zhu Shu was, after all, a veteran of many battles. At the last moment, she forcefully twisted her body and avoided the vital area. The short sword grazed her ribs, bringing out a spray of blood. She cried out in pain and backhanded a claw toward the sudden attacker. Nana retreated immediately after the strike, vanishing again as if she had melted into the shadows. Her voice drifted through the air, ganging up on someone and then bullying the younger generation. "Clan leader of the Zhu family, you certainly have great prestige." Seizing this opportunity, Dai Yuang flapped his wings, and the power of ice and fire erupted simultaneously. His left wing waved out a sky full of fire rain, and his right wing shot out countless ice cones, attacking the other two spirit saints at the same time. Although it was not enough to severely injure them, it successfully blocked their support route. Clan leader Zhu Shu clutched her wound, her face livid. I didn't expect there to be another accomplice. Very good, I'll take care of you both today, she said through gritted teeth, her 8th spirit ring beginning to flash with dazzling light. She was clearly about to use her strongest killing move. Dai Yuang, however, suddenly retracted his offensive, his ice fire wings flapping slowly as he hovered in midair. He watched the furious clan leader Zhu Shu and suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. Clan leader Zhu Shu, do you know? Sometimes, the prey often mistakenly believes that they are the hunter. This sentence made clan leader Zhu Shu's heart tremble, and she felt a faint sense of unease. She suddenly realized that this chance encounter was perhaps too coincidental, and Dai Yuang's behavior was far too calm. But the arrow was on the bowstring and had to be fired. A deadly feud had been formed today, and she absolutely could not let the other party leave. Playing God and acting like a ghost. Clan leader Zhu Shu suppressed the unease in her heart, and her 8th spirit ability erupted completely. Nether space breaking kill. Her figure instantly split into 9, attacking Dai Yuang simultaneously from different directions. This was her strongest strike. She had once used this move to kill a spirit Douluo of the same rank as herself. Chapter 184, Abyssal Demon Tiger vs. Mountain Shaking Vajra. Because Nana's spirit was peculiar and hidden in the shadows, clan leader Zhu Shu simply used her strongest spirit ability to attack Dai Yuang directly. This was attacking where the enemy had no choice but to defend. This move was indeed effective. Facing this overwhelming offensive, Nana, who was hidden in the shadows, had to reveal her form to protect Yuang. A smug smile had just curled the corner of clan leader Zhu Shu's mouth, but it froze completely the next moment. Nana's spirit power erupted, and 9 dark spirit shadows split from her body, accurately meeting clan leader Zhu Shu's 9 clones. At the same time, 9 spirit rings rose from beneath Nana's feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. That striking blood-red color caused clan leader Zhu Shu's pupils to constrict sharply. Titled Douluo. How is this possible? Clan leader Zhu Shu exclaimed, her face full of disbelief. Such a young titled Douluo, and she has 100,000-year spirit ring. Dai Yuang, what kind of monster have you recruited? Dai Yuang spread his ice and fire wings and stood proudly in the air, a cold arc curling at the corner of his lips. I said, do not mistake the identities of the hunter and the prey. His voice was calm but carried a heart-palpitating chill. Now, the roles of attacker and defender have reversed. I am the butcher, and you are the meat. Nana, leave none alive. Understood. Nana's voice was as cold as iron. Her 7th spirit ring and 9th spirit ring shone simultaneously. 7th spirit ability, Ghost True Body. 9th spirit ability, Illusion Domain. In an instant, Nana's figure became illusory and ethereal, as if she had merged into the void realm. With her as the center, a huge dark domain rapidly expanded, shrouding the entire sky. Inside the domain, light distorted, and strange whispers echoed in the air, unsettling the mind. Clan leader Zhu Shu was horrified to find that the circulation of her spirit power had become sluggish, and even her speed was significantly suppressed. Hu Ling, Hu Jia. Clan leader Zhu Shu made a prompt decision and shouted sharply, I will hold off this titled Douluo, you two join forces to kill Dai Yuang. She knew well that there was no retreat today, only a fight to the death. Her 7th spirit ring lit up. 7th spirit ability, Hell Civet True Body. The phantom of the Hell Civet merged with clan leader Zhu Shu. Her figure became more agile and nimble, and a dark light surged on her sharp claws as she violently collided with Nana's Ghost True Body. Although her spirit ring configuration and spirit power rank were at a disadvantage, she had one advantage. Her spirit power was all cultivated bit by herself. Compared to someone like Nana who took shortcuts, she was much more proficient in the use of spirit power. Moreover, she was a veteran of many battles, and her combat experience crushed Nana. This novice, so Nana was actually unable to quickly resolve the fight. Dai Yuang knew that Nana would eventually win, but it would take some time. Meanwhile, the two spirit saints brought by clan leader Zhu Shu also released their respective spirits. Hu Ling transformed into a long-armed spirit monkey, his arms swelling, his fist wind fierce. Hu Jia transformed into a stone-armored ape, his body covered in hard stone armor, with astonishing defensive power. Both of their spirit rings were the standard configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, with spirit power around rank 72. These 2 spirits only belong to mid to high-level beast spirits. This configuration was far from being a match for Dai Yuang. Even if they had their martial soul true body, the power of their activated true body was far inferior to the amplification of several of Dai Yuang's abyssal demon tiger spirit abilities. If fighting alone, Dai Yuang could completely crush either one of them by relying on his 100,000-year spirit ring and the might of his abyssal demon tiger spirit. But just then, an unexpected change occurred. Hu Ling and Hu Jia stood back to back, and their spirit power actually began to merge strangely. The phantoms of the long-armed spirit monkey and the stone-armored ape overlapped and fused in the air, bursting with blinding light. When the light dissipated, a behemoth appeared before Dai Yuang. It was a giant gorilla standing 15 meters tall, combining the sturdiness of an ape and the agility of a monkey. Its body was covered in granite-like stone shells, yet its joints maintained astonishing flexibility. Its arms were extremely long, muscles knotted like the roots of old trees, and its fists were as large as hammers, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Its face was ferocious with fangs exposed, full of a primitive and violent sense of power. This was the Hu brothers' martial soul fusion skill, mountain-shaking Vajra. In this state, their strength skyrocketed, enough to rival a peak spirit saint or even an entry-level spirit Douluo. A trace of surprise finally flashed in Dai Yuang's eyes, which immediately turned into burning battle intent. A bit interesting. The phantom of the abyssal demon tiger roared at the sky behind him, its dark purple markings gleaming with an evil luster in the sunlight. Then let it be you who become the first sacrifice for my abyssal demon tiger. The sky seemed to be torn into 2 completely different worlds. On one side were the afterimages left by Nana and clan leader Zhu Shu clashing at high speed. The collision between the ghost and the hell civet sparked blinding spirit power. On the other side was a brutal collision of pure strength against strength. Every clash made the air hum in pain. Dai Yuang hovered in midair, his ice and fire wings flapping steadily. The tyrant tiger soul refining saber in his left hand gleamed with a chilling cold light, while his right arm had completely transformed into the ferocious abyssal ice prison tiger claw. A terrifying form materialized from 100,000-year spirit bone. The sharp claws were entwined with an aura of extreme cold and darkness, as if they could tear through the void realm. Facing the mountain-shaking Vajra, Dai Yuang's figure appeared so small, but his aura did not fall behind in the slightest. Roar! The mountain-shaking Vajra let out a deafening roar, and its giant fist smashed down with the destructive force of a Vajra. The might of this punch caused the air to condense into a wall of pressure as if it were solid. Dai Yuang's eyes narrowed. He swung the tyrant tiger soul-refining saber in his left hand against the wind, fully releasing the power of the 8th-rank spirit tool, and a sharp blade light several feet long burst from the edge. At the same time, the abyssal claw on his right hand met the giant fist head-on. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted in the air, and a shockwave of spirit power spread wildly from the point of collision, pressing the trees below down to the ground. Dai Yuang's figure was sent flying back dozens of meters by this punch. He had to flap his ice and fire wings rapidly to stabilize himself, and his left hand holding the saber felt slightly numb. Such strong power. Dai Yuang was secretly shocked. After all, it was a martial soul fusion skill of 2 spirit saints. In terms of pure strength, it had completely reached the level of a spirit Douluo and could not be underestimated. The mountain-shaking Vajra did not let up after gaining the advantage. Its long arms suddenly reached out like 2 giant pythons, using its long arm grappling ability in an attempt to grab Dai Yuang. The speed was completely inconsistent with its bulky size and arrived almost instantaneously. Dai Yuang's wings flapped rapidly behind his back, tracing a weird arc in the air, barely avoiding this fatal grab. But the strong wind brought by the long arms still scraped his cheeks, causing a stinging pain. I cannot clash with strength. Dai Yuang's thoughts turned rapidly, and his tactics changed immediately. He began to use the mobility of his ice and fire wings to weave flexibly through the air. The tyrant tiger soul-refining saber and the abyssal claws waited for opportunities like vipers, specifically attacking the relatively weak points of the mountain-shaking Vajra, such as its joints and eyes. Chapter 185, Dai Yuang, the Super Stat Monster. Clang, clang, clang. The ear-piercing sound of collisions rang out incessantly. The tyrant tiger soul-refining saber struck the stone skin armor, sending dazzling sparks flying, but it could only leave slash marks of varying depths. The tearing effect of the abyssal demon tiger claws was powerful, and the ability to break through defenses to the limit could instantly tear through the mountain-shaking Vajra's hide, causing it to let out bursts of painful cries. However, the two spirit saints opposite him also possessed extensive combat experience. Knowing that defense seemed useless against Dai Yuang, they shifted to fighting offensively, even attempting to trade injuries for injuries. Dai Yuang fought while retreating. Although he appeared to be at a disadvantage, he never showed any signs of defeat. Every block and every dodge was incredibly precise, as if he were dancing on the tip of a blade, dangerous yet elegant. On the other side, clan leader Zhu Shu grew more and more alarmed as the battle progressed. She did not know how long she could hold off Nana. She could tell that Nana was currently unable to defeat her quickly, purely because of a lack of combat experience. She could now clearly feel that Nana was rapidly adapting to her combat rhythm. The greenness in those cold eyes was fading quickly, replaced by the composure and decisiveness of a powerhouse. The illusion domain continuously eroded her mind, forcing her to divert a portion of her spirit power to resist this mental erosion. Hu Ling, Hu Jia. Quick battle, quick decision. Clan leader Zhu Shu shouted anxiously, a hint of imperceptible panic already creeping into her voice. If they could not defeat Dai Yuang, once she could no longer withstand Nana's offensive, everything would be over. As if responding to her call, the mountain-shaking Vajra suddenly pounded its chest heavily with both fists. A thick, earthy yellow light surged over its stone skin armor, clearly indicating it was about to launch a more powerful attack. At this very moment, Dai Yuang suddenly laughed loudly. Ha ha, a quick battle, is it? Fine, clan leader Zhu Shu, I will grant your wish. I have played enough, next, I will finish you all off completely. Before the words had even faded, 3 spirit rings flashed in succession. First spirit ability, demonic tiger body. Third spirit ability, Shadow Surge. Fifth spirit ability, Battle Demon Awakening. With the triple amplification stacked, Dai Yuang's overall attributes increased by 300% in one breath. At this moment, Dai Yuang's overall attributes were 4 times his normal state. His figure suddenly expanded, his muscles bulged, dark purple patterns spread across the surface of his skin, and his eyes turned completely crimson. Surging power rushed through his body, causing him to involuntarily let out a long howl that shook the surroundings. But this was not enough. Suddenly, a red and blue intertwined medicinal pill appeared in Dai Yuang's hand, which he swallowed without hesitation. It was the ice-fire body tempering pill he had prepared long ago. When a food system spirit is used as a twin spirits, its greatest advantage is avoiding the drawback where many twin spirits cannot be used simultaneously. He could completely manufacture the necessary medicinal pill beforehand and then consume it while in the abyssal demon tiger state. The medicinal pill melted as soon as it entered his stomach. Although the amplification from this pill was only 2-fold, its stacking was completely different from the amplification stacking of the abyssal demon tiger ability. An incredibly violent energy exploded instantly, creating a strange resonance with the triple amplification within his body. This was not simple addition, but multiplication based on the maximum value. Boom, a red and blue energy vortex erupted around Dai Yuang. 2 diametrically opposed forces, ice and fire, miraculously blended together, forming a brand new and terrifying energy form. His aura climbed steadily, as if there were no end to it. 8 times the attributes of his normal state. At this moment, Dai Yuang felt as if he could crush the earth beneath his feet. Up until now, in history, even the strongest amplification ability or the strongest martial soul true body had never achieved such a massive amplification. And this was just the starting point for Dai Yuang. His path of maximum stats had only just begun. Roar, the abyssal demon tiger's roar was no longer a phantom image but had condensed into a tangible sound wave that spread in all directions like a tsunami. The mountain-shaking Vajra, bearing the brunt of it, was forced back repeatedly by the power of this roar, and fine cracks appeared on its stone skin armor. Even clan leader Zhu Shu, who was fighting in the distance, faltered, nearly being shaken out of her martial soul true body state. She looked toward Dai Yuang's direction in horror, her eyes filled with unbelievable fear. What kind of power is this? How could a spirit emperor be this strong? She felt that if she were facing Dai Yuang right now, she would only have a chance of winning if she used speed to fight a guerrilla war. If she were to fight him head-on, it was highly likely that she, a spirit Douluo, would be torn apart by the current Dai Yuang. Yet the mountain-shaking Vajra happened to be a type that fought head-on. This martial soul fusion skill had strong offense and defense, but it was also very cumbersome, and speed was its weakness. And her worries soon became reality. Dai Yuang moved. There were no fancy techniques, no complex changes in moves, just a simple straight punch. But wherever this punch passed, space seemed to be shattering. The fist condensed extreme darkness and ice cold, with red and blue energy vortices swirling around the outside. The mountain-shaking Vajra instinctively crossed its arms to block, its stone skin armor shining brightly as it pushed its defense to the limit. Crack! The sound of shattering clearly reached everyone's ears. That stone skin armor, which had extremely high physical defense, was as fragile as paper under Dai Yuang's fist, instantly falling apart. The momentum of the punch did not diminish, directly shattering the mountain-shaking Vajra's crossed arms before slamming heavily into its chest. Huff! The mountain-shaking Vajra's massive body was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. What it spat out was no longer energy but bright red blood. This was a sign that the actual bodies of Hu Ling and Hu Jia were damaged. Dai Yuang did not give his opponent any chance to breathe. With a flap of his ice and fire wings, his figure chased after the flying mountain-shaking Vajra like a phantom, attacking with both hands. His left hand, holding the tyrant tiger soul-refining saber, slashed down with a shrill blade light, adding wounds deep enough to see bone onto the already shattered stone armor. His right hand, the abyssal demon tiger claws, tore frantically, each swipe taking away large chunks of rock and flesh. It was a completely one-sided crushing victory. In speed, strength, and defense, Dai Yuang was completely superior to the martial soul fusion skill. Clan leader Zhu Shu watched with eyes splitting from anger, wanting to rescue them but being held back tightly by Nana. The illusion domain was fully activated, and countless specters surged forth like a tide, leaving her unable to even attend to herself. The game is over. Dai Yuang's cold voice was like a death sentence. The sixth spirit ring suddenly lit up, and for the first time on this battlefield, a 100,000-year spirit ability displayed its terrifying power. Sixth spirit ability, Ice Prison Shackles. Countless chains condensed from extreme darkness and an ice-cold hell appeared out of thin air, instantly binding the mountain-shaking Vajra's limbs and neck. These chains ignored physical defense, directly imprisoning the soul and physical body, while frantically draining the opponent's spirit power and body temperature. The mountain-shaking Vajra let out a painful wail, its struggles proving futile as its massive body was firmly locked in midair. Immediately following this, Dai Yuang's second 100,000-year spirit ability arrived. Sixth spirit ability, Abyssal Demon Shadow Kill. His figure suddenly split, and several demonic shadows containing extreme darkness and ice-cold attacked the imprisoned mountain-shaking Vajra from different angles simultaneously. These demonic shadows not only caused terrifying physical tearing but also carry the dual effects of soul tearing and ice hell freezing, which could be called an absolute kill. In the horrified eyes of his opponents, the mountain-shaking Vajra's massive body suddenly stiffened, and then countless dark purple rays of light burst forth from within. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, this powerful martial soul fusion skill completely disintegrated, turning into points of light that dissipated into the air. The figures of Hu Ling and Hu Jia reappeared, but they were now two mangled corpses, falling straight down from high altitude and slamming heavily onto the ground, devoid of any life. The sky fell silent for a moment, leaving only Dai Yuang hovering in place, the energy around his body slowly receding, his crimson eyes scanning the only remaining enemy coldly. Clan leader Zhu Shu was now ashen-faced, her heart and courage frozen with fear. Chapter 186, Nana slays clan leader Zhu Shu. The battle in the sky had already been decided. On one side, the broken corpses of the Hu brothers silently recounted the brutal outcome of the power struggle just moments ago. On the other, the scales of battle were tipping irreversibly. It was difficult for clan leader Zhu Shu to defeat Nana one-on-one, and if Dai Yuang joined the battlefield, she would have absolutely no chance of winning. Now, her only possibility was to rely on her speed to tear open a gap in the pincer attack of the two and escape. But Dai Yuang would not give her this opportunity. He did not rashly join the battlefield. First, it was to let Nana fight clan leader Zhu Shu one-on-one to gain some combat experience. Second, it was to observe clan leader Zhu Shu's movements from the outside. As the saying goes, the bystander sees more than the player. If he entered the battlefield, and the two could not cooperate tacitly, it would conversely be easy for clan leader Zhu Shu to find a flaw and escape. But from the outside, he could clearly see every move clan leader Zhu Shu made, preventing her from escaping. Cold sweat seeped from clan leader Zhu Shu's forehead. She could clearly feel that cold gaze. Dai Yuang was like a dormant leopard, circling the perimeter unhurriedly. Each flap of his ice and fire wings stirred up heart-stopping ripples of energy. He had not joined the battle, yet it made her feel more suffocated than if he had. He had blocked all her possible escape routes, his calm posture seemingly saying, "You are already a turtle in a jar." Her heartbeat grew faster and faster, fear winding around her like vines. Must escape. This was the only thought in her mind. Nether Gale. Clan leader Zhu Shu let out a sharp cry. A light flashed on her right leg, and her speed surged again. Her figure almost turned into a stream of light that was difficult to capture, attempting to rely on the extreme speed of an agility attack system Spirit Douluo to forcibly break through Nana's entanglement. Dai Yuang's eyes lit up. The move clan leader Zhu Shu just used was not a spirit ability, but a spirit bone skill. It seemed she had a decent right leg bone. However, after this period of adaptation, Nana's originally slightly inexperienced eyes had settled, becoming calm and profound. Facing clan leader Zhu Shu's suddenly increased speed, she did not panic. First spirit ability, speed increase. Second spirit ability, phantom. Nana's figure also became illusory and ethereal. As her speed surged, two clones almost identical to her main body suddenly appeared, blocking in front of clan leader Zhu Shu in a triangular formation. Clan leader Zhu Shu waved her sharp claws wildly, instantly tearing apart the two clones, but this momentary obstruction was already enough. Nana's true body appeared like a ghost on clan leader Zhu Shu's flank, the level 5 spirit tool crimson flame blade in her hand slashing horizontally with intense heat. Clan leader Zhu Shu hurriedly twisted her body to block. Her dark cat claws collided with the crimson blade, sparks flying. The 500-degree high temperature made her feel a burning pain in her claw tips. Damn it! Clan leader Zhu Shu cursed angrily, using the force to spring back in the opposite direction, attempting to break out from another direction. But as soon as her figure moved, a cyan short blade appeared silently on her path of retreat. Light spirit blade, wind split. Nana's cold voice rang out. Another level 5 spirit tool, the light spirit blade, slashed out 6 incredibly sharp wind blades that appeared out of thin air, weaving into a net of death that sealed off clan leader Zhu Shu's retreat. Nana was a control-type soul engineer. Although she could not craft spirit tools, she was quite good at controlling them. However, having reached the titled Douluo level, using level 5 or 6 spirit tools simply could not fully bear her spirit power. She had forgotten to ask Lingya to craft some better ones for her. Clan leader Zhu Shu forcibly twisted her body, barely avoiding the cutting wind blades in an extremely disheveled posture. Her clothes were torn in several places by the fierce wind blades. Just as she stabilized her figure, Nana's 5th spirit ring lit up. 5th spirit ability, Ghost Shriek. An invisible but highly penetrating soul screech rushed straight into clan leader Zhu Shu's mind. Clan leader Zhu Shu felt as if her head was about to explode, her spirit power circulation was instantly disordered, and her body froze for an instant. In that split second, Nana's 8th spirit ability followed. 8th spirit ability, Soul Threads. Countless invisible and intangible soul threads burst from Nana's fingertips, precisely wrapping around clan leader Zhu Shu's limbs and torso. These threads ignored physical defenses and connected directly to the soul. Clan leader Zhu Shu immediately felt her body become incredibly heavy, as if sinking into a quagmire, and her speed dropped sharply. Get lost. Clan leader Zhu Shu was both shocked and angry, her spirit power erupting wildly in an attempt to break these strange threads. The majestic spirit power of a spirit Douluo did indeed have some effect, making the soul threads creak, but she could not break free completely for a moment. Martial soul true body. Nana's martial soul true body turned into a huge dark shadow 3 meters tall. In her shadow form, her aura became incredibly profound and terrifying, and the effects of all spirit abilities were greatly enhanced. The soul threads, which were already difficult to break free from, immediately became tougher and wrapped even tighter. Alarm bells rang in clan leader Zhu Shu's heart, the shadow of death completely enveloped her. She let out a sharp cry, risking the danger of spirit power backlash, and forcibly burned her spirit power. 6th spirit ability, nether burning. Dark flames rose from her body surface, barely breaking some of the soul threads. She rushed to the side regardless of everything. At this moment, she dared not choose the direction of Dai Yuang. However, Nana's speed was faster. In her ghost true body state, she blocked in front of clan leader Zhu Shu like teleportation. The blink sword in her hand, though only 5 inches long, exuded a heart-stopping destructive power. 9th spirit ability, illusion domain. Nana activated her domain again. A distorted force field suddenly expanded with Nana at the center, completely enveloping the entire airspace. The light within the domain became bizarre and grotesque, and strange, inexplicable whispers sounded directly in the depths of clan leader Zhu Shu's soul, crazily eroding her will and interfering with her judgment. Her mental force perception was compressed to the limit, and her spirit power circulation became unprecedentedly sluggish. Clan leader Zhu Shu felt like a moth that had fallen into a spider web. The more she struggled, the tighter it wrapped. She waved her sharp claws crazily, dark claw shadows tearing towards the domain, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, only causing the domain to ripple slightly. Nana hovered in the center of the domain, her huge true body like a queen controlling everything. She spotted a flaw in clan leader Zhu Shu, and the blink sword in her hand turned into an almost invisible white line. PFF'd. The short sword precisely pierced clan leader Zhu Shu's right shoulder, the violent destructive power instantly tearing her scapula, and her entire right arm immediately hung down powerlessly. Ah! Clan leader Zhu Shu let out a shrill scream, the intense pain causing her movements to freeze. Nana did not give her any chance to breathe, her 6th spirit ring shining. 6th spirit ability, soul liberation. The residual soul power in the surrounding environment was instantly triggered, turning into a condensed soul impact that slammed heavily onto clan leader Zhu Shu's chest. Huff! Clan leader Zhu Shu spat out a large mouthful of blood, her body falling from the sky like a kite with a broken string, slamming heavily onto the ground below and kicking up a cloud of dust. She struggled to get up, only to find that her spirit power had been completely dispersed. Her whole body's bones felt like they were falling apart in intense pain, and she could no longer muster any strength. Facing Nana, who was becoming increasingly proficient in mastering her own power, she was defeated completely. Footsteps slowly approached. Dai Yuang descended from the sky, stood in front of clan leader Zhu Shu, and looked down condescendingly at this once arrogant clan chief of the Zhu family. Cough, cough. Clan leader Zhu Shu raised her head with difficulty, blood constantly overflowing from the corners of her mouth. Dai Yuang, you cannot kill me, the Zhu family will not let you go. There was no expression on Dai Yuang's face, only cold killing intent. A mere Zhu family. I will go find them soon. Desperate fear finally appeared in clan leader Zhu Shu's eyes. No, please, you cannot kill me. I am currently the only one who can use the Hell White Tiger with Hao. If you kill me, the power of the Duke's mansion will be greatly reduced. What does that have to do with me? Dai Yuang interrupted her coldly. Your only value is death. He slowly raised his right hand, the abyssal ice prison tiger claws gathering heart-stopping power of darkness and cold. Go to hell and say hello to Dai Waban for me, and tell him I will soon let his mother go down to accompany him. The sharp claws fell, and blood splattered. Clan leader Zhu Shu's pleading came to an abrupt end, and the luster in her eyes faded completely. Dai Yuang shook the blood off his claws, his expression cold as ice. Nana stood quietly behind him, her martial soul true body already dispelled. Nana, you fought a bit slowly. A titled Douluo with 100,000-year spirit ring should be able to kill a spirit Douluo instantly, but you fought her at least 20 times. You even finished the battle later than I did. The power of the martial soul fusion skill of my opponents, those two spirit saints, was almost at the spirit Douluo level, said Dai Yuang. Being a titled Douluo and fighting slower than a spirit emperor when dealing with a spirit Douluo really shouldn't be the case. Even though Dai Yuang had many cheats and was different from an average spirit emperor, after all, there was a difference of 3 whole levels, and Nana also possessed 100,000-year spirit ring. Nana lowered her head in shame and said, "Yes, young lord, it is Nana's incompetence. She had the strength but, because she lacked combat experience at the titled Douluo level, she simply could not fully utilize it. It doesn't matter. You went directly from a spirit king to a titled Douluo, unlike other powerhouses who grow step by step, you are just a novice at the titled Douluo level. Combat experience can be accumulated slowly. Now, let's loot the bodies first." Dai Yuang said indifferently. Clan leader Zhu Shu was, after all, the clan chief of the Zhu family. She must have many good things on her, and the spirit bone she just used was also their war trophy. Chapter 187. Looting, 2 spirit bones and a pile of love letters. Yes. Nana nodded and stepped forward, crouching down to carefully examine every part of clan leader Zhu Shu's body. Soon, she unclasped a simple, antique-style silver-gray necklace from clan leader Zhu Shu's neck. The pendant was a perfectly cut dark gemstone with faint fluctuations of spirit power rippling through it. It was precisely a precious storage spirit tool. What was even more surprising was that, following clan leader Zhu Shu's death, 2 soft yet powerfully energetic halos slowly emerged and condensed from her corpse. One was streamlined and blue-black, exuding an aura of agility and swiftness. The other was much larger, as dark as the deepest night, as if it could swallow all surrounding light. "Young lord, it's 2 spirit bones." Nana's voice carried a hint of imperceptible excitement. "A right leg bone and a right arm bone." A trace of surprise finally flashed in Dai Yuang's eyes. He took 2 steps forward, his gaze sweeping over the 2 floating spirit bones. "During my time at the Duke's mansion and the Princess mansion, I heard of these 2 spirit bones. They are both legacy spirit bones of the Zhu family. The right leg bone is called the Ghost Gale right leg bone. Clan leader Zhu Shu just demonstrated its skill, which is speed enhancement. This bone has an age of approximately 30 to 40,000 years, ensuring ultimate personal mobility and explosive power. That right arm bone is named the Ghost Shadow Phantom Screen right arm bone, and its age is as high as 60,000 years, providing powerful crowd control capabilities. It is said that activating the spirit bone's power instantly unfolds a massive hemispherical dark domain centered on oneself, covering a vast area. This domain can swallow light and sound, rendering the interior pitch black and silent, greatly shielding visual and auditory perception. I didn't expect these 2 spirit bones to drop together today. It is truly an unexpected joy." He recalled the ghostly speed clan leader Zhu Shu displayed during the fight, which was clearly thanks to that 30,000-plus-year-old Ghost Gale right leg bone. As for that 60,000-year-old Ghost Shadow Phantom Screen right arm bone, a meaningful smile curled at the corners of Dai Yuang's mouth. She was clever enough not to use this right arm bone's skill even until her death, Dai Yuang said indifferently. Unfolding a dark domain in front of your ghost martial soul would be no different than building the most suitable stage for slaughter for you. Your ghostly dominion skull allows you to merge with the darkness, which would be enough for you to be like a fish in water within her domain. She would only have died faster. Upon hearing this, Nana immediately understood the crux of the matter, and her gaze toward the Ghost Shadow Phantom Screen right arm bone became even more fervent. If she could possess these 3 spirit bones simultaneously, the speed-enhancing Gale leg bone, the Phantom Screen right arm bone that creates an environment of absolute darkness and enhances her own abilities, and the Dominion skull that allows her to perfectly merge with and dominate the darkness. The combination of the 3 could evolve her into a top-tier Shadow King capable of creating night, dominating the battlefield, and coming and going without a trace, becoming the sharpest and most unpredictable shadow blade in the young lord's hands. Nana. Dai Yuang's voice interrupted her train of thought. She immediately knelt on one knee, bowed her head, and respectfully said, "Your subordinate is here. These 2 spirit bones are yours." Dai Yuang's tone was unquestionable. "After we return, absorb and fuse them as soon as possible. I need you to become stronger faster. Next time, if you encounter such a peak spirit Douluo, failing to finish within 3 moves is still a failing grade, solving it in 3 moves is barely passing. 2 moves earns you a good rating, only a 1-move instant kill can be called decent." Nana looked up abruptly, her eyes filled with excitement. "Thank you, young lord. Nana will never disappoint you next time." Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. She received the 2 spirit bones teeming with immense energy with both hands. Feeling the powerful energy contained within, she felt a warm current surge through her entire body. She knew deeply that by absorbing these spirit bones, she would be enhancing the young lord's overall strength. The sharper her blade, the more thorns she could cut away for the young lord. "Get up." Dai Yuang raised his hand in a gesture to help her up. "This place is not suitable for a long stay. The commotion just now was not small, and I fear it will attract unnecessary trouble." The 2 acted quickly. Dai Yuang condensed ice in his palm using the power of Snow Empress's spirit ring, completely freezing clan leader Zhu Shu's head and corpse. Then, with a gentle vibration, the corpse turned into ice crystals that filled the sky and dissipated without a trace. The head was stored away after being frozen by Dai Yuang. Nana dealt with the remains of Hu Ling and Hu Jia, using her dark spirit power to corrode and dissolve them, leaving no trace behind. After finishing all this, Dai Yuang scanned the messy battlefield. Confirming that no clues were left behind, he nodded slightly to Nana. 2 figures shot into the sky and quickly disappeared. Not long after, a light rain began to fall from the sky. Amidst the gradually intensifying curtain of rain, the water washed over the earth, as if to wash away all the bloodshed and slaughter that had just occurred, leaving behind only the accumulation of power and the undercurrents of the future. The 2 returned to the small mountain village. It was isolated from the world, and generally, no one would come looking here. The place Ling Ya chose was truly quite good. The figures of Dai Yuang and Nana landed quietly in the courtyard, without disturbing anyone. From inside the house came the steady, rhythmic breathing of his mother, Bai Wanning, who was clearly still taking her afternoon nap. As for his younger brother, Dai Luoli, he must have gone out to be the king of the children again. Ever since he received the melee spirit tool 9-ring blade from Nana and learned sword techniques from Dai Yuang, his favorite thing to do now was to practice his blade techniques in front of the other children in the village. "Nana, you should absorb the spirit bones first," Dai Yuang said. "Yes." Nana responded respectfully. She immediately walked to the side, sat cross-legged, and carefully placed the 2 shimmering spirit bones on her knees. Closing her eyes and focusing her mind, she began to guide her spirit power to fuse with them. An aura of darkness and agility gradually enveloped her. Dai Yuang walked to the old locust tree in the corner of the courtyard and sat casually on a thick tree root. He took out the silver-gray storage necklace he had obtained from clan leader Zhu Shu and probed it slightly with his spirit power. Sure enough, as he had expected, the private collection of a clan chief could not compare in richness to that 9th-rank soul engineer who had traveled across the continent and accumulated vast wealth. The space inside the necklace appeared quite impoverished. Apart from a gold coin card of unknown limit, there was a large pile of papers with no idea what was written on them. Dai Yuang frowned slightly and took out all the papers. They felt soft to the touch, as if they had been frequently stroked by someone. He unfolded a few of them and scanned them. His expression instantly became somewhat colorful, a mix of speechlessness, disgust, and a trace of absurdity. Love letters. They were all love letters. The dense handwriting poured out clan leader Zhu Shu's lingering, unrequited, and resentful feelings for the white tiger. Duke, Dai Hao. Between the lines were filled with explicit love, humble begging, and crazy jealousy, and there were even several places where the ink was blurred by tear stains. Another super love brain. Dai Yuang couldn't help but curse under his breath, his fingers gripping the letter paper tightening slightly. Couldn't she have left something useful before dying? Is this worthless emotional trash kept as a collection intended to be passed down to future generations as a cautionary tale? PFF'd. In his mental sea, Snow Empress's light laughter came through clearly, carrying undisguised mockery. Yuang, it seems your nominal father's charm is far beyond your reach. According to my rough count, this is already the fourth woman to be driven mad by him. Tisk tisk, this charm is truly breathtaking. I don't understand, but I am greatly shocked, Dai Yuang responded expressionlessly, suppressing the urge to burn these waste papers to ashes. He patiently began to quickly flip through this thick, complete collection of love letters. He was naturally not interested in the love letters written by clan leader Zhu Shu. But he was cautious by nature, perhaps he could obtain some intelligence from them. This was not gossip, absolutely not. Snow Empress, however, was reading with great interest in his mental sea, even commenting on the writing style and emotional expression, while Dai Yuang acted as if he didn't hear anything. However, it seemed not everything inside was trash. Towards the end, there seemed to be some useful intelligence. Chapter 188, 3 months later, Return to Star Luo. Hard work pays off. When Dai Yuang endured the discomfort and finished flipping through most of the mental trash, his fingertips finally felt a different texture. A piece of paper with a slightly different texture and ink than the other letters caught his eye. The content above was no longer mournful, lingering poetry or venting, but dense information such as names, spirits, spirit power ranks, and current garrison locations, arranged with extreme clarity. This was precisely the list of forces secretly cultivated by the Zhu family that clan leader Zhu Shu had secretly recalled and arranged for Dai Yuang to use in her capacity as clan chief. Just like the Hu Ling and Hu Jia brothers, the Zhu family had 10,000 years of heritage, and even though they were no longer the Star Luo Empress's family, they still secretly recruited many experts. This list was a core part of that. The corners of Dai Yuang's mouth finally curled into a cold and genuine arc, and his fingertips tapped lightly on that list. Hey, good stuff, he whispered to himself, cold light flickering in his eyes. With this, I can follow the map to find the horse, and pull out the gift the Zhu family left for Dai Yuang by the roots in one go. I don't know how much time passed, but the spirit power fluctuating around Nana gradually calmed down. She slowly opened her eyes, the dark light in her pupils becoming stronger, and her aura becoming more restrained and profound, as if she had merged with the surrounding shadows. She stood up, stretched her limbs, and felt the lightness and strength brought by the new spirit bone. Young lord, the spirit bone has been absorbed. She walked in front of Dai Yuang and reported respectfully. Regrettably, due to the locking effect of the yin-yang reversal fate lotus seed pill, the spirit power increase brought by the 2 high-quality spirit bones was minimal, and her rank did not have a breakthrough. But the true value of a spirit bone lay in the tempering of the entire body's attributes and the powerful spirit bone skills. Her combat ability had already leapt up a level. Dai Yuang raised his head and handed the crucial list in his hand over to her. Nana, I have a task for you. His voice was steady and calm. Not now, when I need your help, you will visit them one by one according to this list. His tone was understated, but Nana instantly understood the bloody meaning contained in the word, visit. She took the list with both hands, her eyes sweeping over the names one by one, as if looking at a death register. She did not hesitate in the slightest, with only absolute loyalty and a desire to execute in her eyes. Yes, young lord. Nana will definitely not fail the mission. Several days passed. Life in the small mountain village was like a pool of still water, flowing by without a ripple. The trace of bloody scent brought by the execution of clan leader Zhu Shu had long been washed away by the mountain breeze, the scent of damp earth after rain, and his mother's cooking smoke, as if that short killing was just a small stone thrown into the center of the lake. After the ripples dissipated, the lake surface remained as smooth as a mirror. Dai Yuang's state of mind was also like the water in this mountain pool, calm and transparent. He knew that the news of the disappearance of the Zhu family's clan chief would inevitably stir up an undercurrent within Star Luo City. The Zhu family might be in chaos, and Dai Yuang would be even more thrown off balance. As for Shrexian Shaoj, with a little speculation, it would not be difficult to lock the suspicion onto him. But so what? He did not care about this at all. Firstly, the current Zhu family was no longer the Zhu family that had ruled the empire with the Dai family 10,000 years ago. Their power had declined, and they were not a heavyweight piece on the continent's chessboard at all, unable to stir up any real waves. Secondly, reason was on his side. It was clan leader Zhu Shu who had personally brought people thousands of miles to hunt him down, and he was merely defending himself. In the Douluo continent, strength is supreme, and the law of the jungle is a rule carved into the bones. If you have the intent to kill, you must be prepared to be killed in return. Even if Dai Hao came in person, he could not pick out a single fault in him, although Dai Yuang had promised him not to actively cause trouble, but now it was the Zhu family who broke the promise first, and he was just defending himself. In these 3 months, he had lived a regular and fulfilling life. Every day he polished his spirit power, tempered his saber techniques, and more importantly, completely refined and restrained the majestic and evil aura of the abyssal demon tiger, making it perfectly integrated. Now, as he stood there, he was like an ordinary, handsome young man, his aura gentle and peaceful, with no trace of the previous malignant aura and evilness. He had absolute confidence that even if Yan Shaoj were standing in front of him right now, he would absolutely not be able to sense any abnormalities. On this day, the weather was clear and the breeze was gentle. Dai Yuang felt it was time. He walked into the room and said gently to his mother, Bai Wanning, who was mending clothes, "Mother, I am ready to return to Star Luo City today." The needle and thread in Bai Wanning's hand paused slightly, and she raised her head. Although there was deep reluctance in her eyes, there was no intention to stop him. She was already satisfied that her son could take the time to accompany her for these 3 months, not to mention that her younger son was also here to keep her company. She had watched with her own eyes as Yuang became increasingly steady and powerful, and her heart was filled only with gratification and pride. She knew deeply that an eagle must eventually soar in the sky, and Yuang's world was far more than this small mountain village. As a mother, she could not become a stumbling block for her son. Okay. She put down the needle and thread, nodding repeatedly, her tone gentle, "Mother will go and pack your luggage. Be careful out there." She did not nag too much, all her care and worry were condensed into that loving gaze. She stood up briskly and tidied up Dai Yuang's belongings. Although they were just a few ordinary clothes, they were folded neatly, as if all her care had been sewn into them. She also called back Dai Luoli, who was teaching his little friends basic saber techniques on the open space at the entrance of the village. The young boy's face fell immediately upon hearing that his brother was leaving, filled with reluctance, but he still obediently followed along. The mother and her 2 sons walked slowly to the entrance of the village. Bai Wanning carefully straightened Dai Yuang's collar, which was not messy, while Dai Luoli tilted his head up, trying hard to look strong. "Brother, go ahead without worry. I'm here at home, and I will protect Mother well." Dai Yuang smiled, nodded, and looked at his mother again, saying solemnly, "Take care of yourselves. When I finish dealing with things outside, I will pick you up to a better place." Water shimmered in Bai Wanning's eyes, but she just smiled and nodded, urging, "Go quickly, don't miss the time. Don't worry about us." Dai Yuang said no more, took a deep look at his mother and brother, turned around, and left with Nana in long strides. His back was as straight as a pine tree, and he soon disappeared at the end of the mountain road. Bai Wanning stood in the same place, looking at the direction her son had left, and did not move for a long time. Dai Luoli held his mother's hand tightly and comforted her in a low voice, "Mother, brother will be fine." Bai Wanning responded softly, her voice ethereal, "He is just going to fulfill his dream." The mountain breeze blew, bringing the scent from afar, and the quiet little mountain village remained quiet, but the wheel of fate for some people had already begun to turn slowly again. Chapter 189, Seeing Shu Juju Again. The silhouette of Star Luo Empire's city gradually became clear on the horizon, like a crouching giant beast, silent and majestic. Nearly 200 days had passed since Dai Yuang last left this place. But even after being away for so long, he didn't seem to have anything to miss about this place. In this city, there was no person or thing that he held in his heart, including Shu Juju. Regarding Shu Juju, he had never truly felt any attraction. It was completely different from his feelings for Snow Empress. Dai Yuang viewed her purely as a tool for utilization. In his eyes, she was no different in essence from the other people or things in this city. She was merely a chip of varying value, a node waiting to be utilized. The infatuation of his predecessor, which burned itself out and humbled itself into the dust, was to him an incomprehensible waste of emotion. Perhaps it was precisely because his predecessor had loved so tragically and gained nothing that he had become the complete opposite of his predecessor. As much as his predecessor loved Shu Juju, he was that indifferent. No hate, and no love. If there was anything within this massive city, forged in iron, blood, and political maneuvering, that could cause a ripple in his frozen lake of a heart and generate a desire called wanting to obtain, it was only that supreme imperial throne, which symbolized power over the entire world. This was not just because Dai Yuang himself had ambition, but also because he was preparing for the Sin God trial. Although currently the Sin God trial had only presented the trial of the God of Sloth, many things could be prepared for in advance. Among them, like the god of greed who hungered for everything, or the god of pride who looked down upon all living beings, their trials might very well require him to obtain everything in the world and look down upon all living beings to complete. Since that was the case, he would take the first step. This could be considered a form of anticipating the questions. Even if he guessed wrong, it didn't matter. In any case, he already had some interest in obtaining the entire world. This stemmed from his own desire for power, wanting to experience the thrill of being an emperor. In a shadowy corner 100 jong away from the city gate, the air fluctuated slightly, rippling like water, and Nana's presence completely dissolved into the noisy crowd and the background fluctuations of spirit power. For now, she could only continue to be the power behind Dai Yuang. And on the surface, there were naturally figures of sufficient weight to welcome his return. Ling Ya's figure appeared on time in the shadows of the city gate passageway. He was still wearing that slightly plain gray robe, but the faint, cold aura around him made the crowds entering and leaving subconsciously keep their distance, their eyes filled with awe. Seeing Dai Yuang's figure, he stepped forward 2 paces and bowed respectfully. "Young lord, you have returned. Your Majesty and the princess are waiting in the palace." His voice was steady, revealing little emotion, but deep in his eyes, there was a trace of imperceptible relief. Dai Yuang's safe return meant that many plans could continue to move forward. Dai Yuang replied indifferently, his tone calm and waveless, as if he had just gone out for a stroll rather than having been away for over half a year. "Let's go." The two walked one after the other through the towering city gate. The city guards had clearly received instructions long ago and did not stop or inspect them. Instead, they silently saluted and cleared the way. They walked straight through several wide main streets, crossed the heavily guarded inner city walls, and finally arrived at the Imperial City, the core of the Star Luo Empire's power. Inside the Great Hall, it was magnificent and resplendent, with a high and spacious dome. Emperor Shu Jiawei sat upright on the red gold throne, dressed in casual attire, his head lowered as he reviewed the mountain of memorials, his expression focused and calm, as if everything was under his control. And below the imperial steps, the eldest princess Shu Juju, dressed in luxurious palace attire, appeared somewhat restless. She appeared to be sitting dignifiedly to the side, but her slender fingertips were unconsciously stroking the intricate embroidery on her cuffs repeatedly. Her intelligent, clear, and beautiful eyes drifted toward the entrance of the great hall from time to time, and every sound of footsteps outside the hall made her eyelashes tremble slightly. That usual composure and grace were now replaced by a burning anxiety and anticipation that could not be completely concealed. Juju. Emperor Shu Jiawei did not look up, his gaze remaining on the memorials, but his voice rang out steadily, clearly reaching Shu Juju's ears. An incense stick of time ago, the attendant reported that Dai Yuang had safely entered the city and was on his way to the palace, accompanied by Ice Sky titled Douluo Lingya. Calculating the time, he should be arriving soon. Why must you be so restless? Shu Juju stiffened slightly, quickly reining in her exposed emotions. She picked up the teacup beside her and took a light sip to hide her momentary panic, her voice striving to maintain calm. "Imperial brother, you jest. I am not restless, I am only pondering matters regarding Shrek." Dai Yuang's trip is of great significance. It concerns whether he can clear his name, and it also concerns our country's subsequent negotiations with Shrek. I am simply worried that if he fails to completely resolve that spirit hidden danger and is still caught by Shrek and deemed an evil soul master, wouldn't all our previous investment and planning be for naught? We cannot lose this crucial chess piece. Her defense, by the end, faintly carried a trace of imperceptible lack of confidence. Oh, is that all? Emperor Shu Jiawei finally lifted his eyes from the memorials, his gaze as deep as a pool, carrying a hint of all-knowing playfulness as it landed on his sister's slightly reddened earlobes. Shu Juju felt somewhat uncomfortable under this gaze and subconsciously avoided eye contact, raising her voice slightly as if that would make her more convinced, of course. Otherwise, what did you think it was, Imperial brother? Upon hearing this, Emperor Shu Jiawei stopped pressing the issue to avoid embarrassing his sister. How could he not see that his sister was purely being stubborn and acting tsundere? Just at this moment, the clear and high-pitched announcement of the attendant outside the hall rang out. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I sky-titled Douluo Lingya, accompanied by young Master Dai Yuang, request an audience outside the hall. Quickly, summon them. Shu Juju blurted out almost instantly, the eagerness in her tone even making her pause in surprise herself. She immediately took a deep breath, sat upright again, and resumed her princess-like demeanor, but those eyes, tightly fixed on the hall door, betrayed her true emotions. Steady and clear footsteps approached from afar. The figures of Dai Yuang and Lingya appeared at the entrance of the great hall, backlit, their silhouettes distinct. Lingya stopped at the entrance, while Dai Yuang stepped into the great hall alone. He first faced the throne and, following aristocratic etiquette, bowed slightly with impeccable form. Dai Yuang pays respects to Your Majesty. Subsequently, he turned around, his gaze precisely capturing Shu Juju to the side. That gaze changed subtly in an instant. The previous calm and indifference were replaced by a deep, focused fervor, as if she were the only person left in his world. Your Highness, it has been a long time. Since we parted nearly 200 days and nights ago, there has not been a moment I have not thought of you. If these words had been spoken by the Dai Yuang of the past, it would only have made people feel he was humble and ridiculous. But coming from the current him, with his composed aura and confident, restrained demeanor, they carried a strange charm that struck straight at the heart. Chapter 190, The Transformation of Yuang. Shu Juju's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. She almost subconsciously met Dai Yuang's gaze. The questions that had been circling in her mind, ready to be asked regarding the current purification level of his spirit, suddenly felt so redundant and pale at this moment. Some things do not require lengthy explanations, one can glimpse the truth in the changes to his aura and state. She had intended to confirm whether he had truly succeeded in taming that terrifying abyssal demon tiger spirit, but at this moment, the answer was clearly written all over him. The young man before her stood as straight as a pine, his demeanor as calm as a mountain. There was no longer a trace of cold, evil, or malevolent chi about him. Instead, he possessed a clarity like clouds parting to reveal the sun, and a confidence radiating from within. Compared to when he left, not only had the difficulties not worn down his edges, but they had added a layer of unfathomable charm and a charisma that was truly captivating. If that abyssal demon tiger were truly the root of evil, violence, and the corruption of heart nature, it would be impossible for him to be so upright and brilliant, as if all that power had been completely mastered and turned to his own use. All her doubts vanished in an instant, and the longing she had forcibly suppressed for nearly half a year could no longer be contained. Shu Juju parted her vermilion lips slightly, and the name she called out carried a gentleness, sentiment, and a hint of imperceptible choked emotion that she herself had not expected. Yuang. These two short words contained too many emotions. Just as Dai Yuang had become almost the exact opposite extreme of his former self, was not Shu Juju's attitude toward these two versions of Dai Yuang also worlds apart? Before, it was annoyance at his infatuation and disdain for his incompetence. Now, it was appreciation for his strength, admiration for his wisdom, and a growing affection and care that had sprouted without her realizing it. Ahem. Emperor Shu Jiawei on the throne gave two timely light coughs. The sound was not loud, but it successfully interrupted the ambiguous atmosphere quietly permeating the great hall. also reminding his sister to be mindful of her royal status and the occasion. He turned his gaze to Dai Yuang, his expression returning to the dignity and prudence of an emperor. Yuang, it is good that you have returned safely. Since you have returned, the previous accusations from Shrek Academy require a clear explanation. This matter concerns your innocence and the reputation of the empire, it must be investigated. Let me personally examine it. Dai Yuang's expression was calm as he nodded. Yuang understands. Please, your majesty, examine it. With a slight shift of his thoughts, he no longer suppressed the surging power within him. In an instant, a profound, majestic, and pure aura permeated from his body, instantly filling the entire hall, even making the light within the hall seem to dim slightly. A massive phantom of a demonic tiger solidified behind him. The demonic tiger's physique was lithe and fluid, with dark purple patterns flowing across its body like living creatures. In its tiger eyes, there was no madness or slaughter, but rather an endless, settled majesty and power. The pressure emitted by the quality of his spirit already surpassed that of the Star Luo royal family's proud, direct line spirit, the Star Crown. Immediately following, 6 spirit rings rose sequentially from beneath his feet, their gorgeous brilliance shocking the heart: purple, 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 black, black, red. The 3,000-year purple spirit rings that exceeded the optimal configuration were already shocking, but the blood-red spirit ring floating at the very bottom, emitting a heart-palpitating, surging energy, was even more startling. Although they had long known about this from Ling Ya's report, the dual impact on their vision and soul from seeing it with their own eyes and feeling it personally still caused shock to uncontrollably surge in the eyes of Emperor Shu Jiawei and Shu Juju. Having a 10,000-year level ring at the 6th ring, in the history of spirit masters, only the sea god Tang San, who achieved godhood back then, had likely ever accomplished this. One must know that even someone as strong as the dragon god Douluo Elder Mu and the body Douluo sect master Dubusi only reached the 10,000-year level starting from their 7th ring. Emperor Shu Jiawei took a deep breath, suppressing the waves in his heart, and waved his hand. 2 spirit saints with the light attribute, who had been waiting on the side dressed in white robes, stepped forward. Their expressions were solemn, and their bodies emitted a soft and pure light spirit power. Like searchlights, they carefully enveloped Dai Yuang and the majestic phantom of the abyssal demon tiger behind him. The power of light is most sensitive to darkness and evil, not a single trace of filth could escape its detection. The pure light spirit power flowed like mercury through Dai Yuang's meridians, probing the spirit origin, and even touching his soul aura. The process lasted about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. The expressions of the 2 light spirit masters changed from initial caution to surprise, and finally to complete conviction. They retracted their spirit power, exchanged a look, and immediately turned to the throne, bowing with utmost respect. Report to your majesty. After our careful investigation, young Master Yuang's spirit is indeed of the evil attribute, and its power level is vast and boundless, rare in this world. However, his aura is pure and condensed, his foundation is stable, and the power of light flows through it without any stagnation or conflict. Furthermore, there is no trace of evil or violent qi attached to it. Although it has an evil attribute, it is absolutely not an evil soul master. After hearing this, Emperor Shu Jiawei finally revealed a truly relaxed and satisfied smile. He looked at Dai Yuang and praised him without hesitation. Good. 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 Yuang, you truly did not disappoint me. To be able to master such a spirit to this level of proficiency, you are truly a heaven-sent genius. He immediately turned solemn, turning to the chief eunuch standing beside him. His tone was heavy and powerful, carrying the decisiveness of an empire's dominator. Immediately send someone to the Shrek Academy residence in Star Luo City to inform them that Dai Yuang has been found. 3 days from now, I will set up a royal trial in the palace hall, waiting for the people from Shrek to come and judge. The emperor's voice was not loud, yet it echoed clearly in the vast hall. Each word carried a metallic texture, containing both firmness and a faint trace of mockery. Do they not want to judge? Then let them come and judge clearly. If Yuang is indeed an evil soul master, and the evidence is solid, our Star Luo Empire will never shield or tolerate him, we will let them handle it according to the Continental Convention. Emperor Shu Jiawei's gaze swept across the outside of the hall, becoming sharp. But if not, even if they are the #1 academy on the continent, they must not think they can casually slander and trample upon the innocence and dignity of the Star Luo Empire's ducal heir candidate without any proof. The discussion with Emperor Shu Jiawei came to an end, and the heavy atmosphere in the hall eased slightly. Emperor Shu Jiawei gave the two of them a meaningful look, then excused himself, citing busy government affairs, and left the hall, leaving the space to them. Shu Juju took a deep breath and walked up to Dai Yuang. The emotions in her clear eyes were complex. There was concern, determination, and a hint of persistence. Yuang, she spoke, her voice softer than usual, yet carrying an undeniable force. For these next few days, do not return to your previous residence. Just stay at my princess mansion, lest some ill-intentioned people try to play tricks on you again. Chapter 191, Invitation to Cohabitate. Dai Yuang was slightly taken aback, his face showing just the right amount of surprise and hesitation. Your Highness, this is likely inappropriate. If I were to move into the princess mansion, it would damage your reputation. We are currently at the center of a storm, with countless eyes watching. I cannot. Fool. Before he could finish, Shu Juju interrupted him with a hint of anger, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of red due to her agitation. At this point, do you really think I still care about such ethereal things as a reputation for purity? She stepped closer, staring at him with burning intensity, as if wanting to look into the depths of his soul. Do you have any idea what kind of situation you are in right now? Shrek Academy is eyeing you like a tiger. The remnants of the Hell Civet clan may not have given up, and who knows how many people in the city want to take this opportunity to strike at you, whether to recruit you or destroy you. Being out on your own is just giving them the chance. Her tone was urgent and sincere, carrying obvious worry. Only in my princess mansion, protected by layers of royal guards and with His Excellency Bingkong and His Excellency Xingyan guarding the fort, is it the safest place. Dai Yuang watched the genuine anxiety in her eyes and fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options. However, Shu Juju's next words were even more direct, almost tearing away any pretense of reserve. What's more, her voice lowered, yet became even clearer, as long as you can completely prove your innocence at the imperial trial in 3 days and wash away the stigma of being an evil soul master. With your current talent, a 16-year-old spirit emperor, a 100,000-year spirit ring, and an awakened super spirit, you will become the most dazzling genius on the entire continent, bar none. Her eyes flashed with the light of wisdom and ambition, as if she had already seen that scene. By then, whether it is the Empire's royal family or various other factions, everyone will view you as someone they must win over. Defeating that half-crippled Dai Yuang, taking control of the White Tiger Duke's mansion, and commanding the Western Army Group will be a certainty for you, a matter without any suspense. Speaking up to this point, she paused, her cheeks flushed like rosy clouds, yet her gaze met Dai Yuang's boldly and firmly. Her voice carried a hint of shyness. By then, when you have reached such heights, if you still wish to marry me, within this Star Luo Empire, no one will oppose it, nor will anyone have the qualifications to oppose it. Her words were like a thunderclap, echoing in the great hall. This was not a probe, not a hint, but almost a blatant declaration and promise. Since all of this is almost a foregone conclusion, Shu Juju's voice gradually returned to calmness, yet carried a sense of frankness, and I have long since clarified my own heart and am willing to marry you as my wife. Then, what does a little insignificant criticism matter for letting you move into my mansion a few days early? This princess has entrusted everything to you, you must cherish this opportunity and do not disappoint this princess. After she finished speaking, she slightly lifted her chin, the pride and courage belonging to the princess of Star Luo displayed to the fullest at this moment. She was no longer just a woman caught in love, but a politician who dared to place heavy bets on her own future and the person she valued. Dai Yuang looked at her. The woman before him was indeed beautiful, intelligent, and possessed great courage. If he didn't know deeply that the essence of this relationship began with mutual utilization, even now, Shu Juju's genuine feelings still contained more than 30% of the arrogance of a superior and utilization. Otherwise, he might truly have been moved by her courage at this moment. His face appropriately showed shock and being moved, as well as a complex expression of being flattered, as if he were struck speechless by this huge surprise and trust. He remained silent for a few seconds, eventually taking a deep breath, his gaze becoming incomparably soft and firm as he stared at Shu Juju. Juju. For the first time, he omitted the honorific, Your Highness, his voice low and full of emotion. I don't know what to say. This sentiment and protection of yours, I, Dai Yuang, will keep in my heart. He nodded slightly, having made his decision. Very well, I will follow your lead. I will be troubling you for these few days. Seeing Dai Yuang agree, a bright and brilliant smile finally bloomed on Shu Juju's face, a genuine joy and relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Her eyes shimmering with moisture, she said softly, What trouble is there? My place is your place. At this moment, under the brilliant light and shadows of the great hall, Shu Juju's absolutely rational calculation of benefits seemed to finally have a trace of genuine emotion mixed in, even though the other end of this emotion still only held utilization for her. But at least on the surface, everything was developing in the direction Shu Juju hoped for. Shortly after, the announcement issued by the Luo royal family spread to various factions once again. Among them, the most shocked and the fastest to react were naturally the directly related Shrek Academy, as well as the White Tiger Duke's Mansion and the Hell Civet Zoo family within the Luo Empire. Shrek Academy, see God's Pavilion. When Yan Shaoj received the news, he was discussing academy affairs with his wife, Vice Dean Kai Meyer. When he heard that, Dai Yuang has returned to Luo and will accept an imperial trial at the palace in 3 days, his brows instantly furrowed. He dares to come back. And with such fanfare, Yan Shaojia's voice carried a hint of coldness and disbelief. He had originally thought that Dai Yuang would remain in hiding, or perhaps had even completely fallen and entered the ranks of evil soul masters. Vice Dean Kai Meyer was relatively calmer. She pondered, since he dares to return, and the Luo royal family is willing to endorse him, even using the term, imperial trial, I fear he truly has the confidence to handle our questioning. Otherwise, that old fox Emperor Shu Jiawei would never take such a clear-cut stand. Yan Shaoj snorted coldly. No matter what confidence he has, the nature of a spirit cannot be faked. The evil chi I sensed that day was as vast as the sea, it was definitely not an illusion. Since he dares to appear, I will go there personally and, in front of the Luo monarch and his subjects, tear off his mask. Vice Dean Kai Meyer nodded. I will go with you. This matter concerns the Academy's reputation and whether such a dangerous evil soul master is truly hiding, so there is no room for error. We must treat it cautiously, we need to uncover the truth, but we cannot be too aggressive, lest we completely sour our relationship with the Luo royal family. Her mind was more meticulous, considering the impact on the diplomatic level. Soon, the news that Shrek Academy Principal Yan Shaoj and Vice Dean Kai Meyer were departing together for Luo City spread like wildfire, drawing the attention of all parties. Mingdu Mountain Range, Western Army Group Command Tent. Dai Hao was studying the border defense map when an urgent letter delivered by his personal guard made him stand up abruptly, his expression shifting uncertainly. Yuang has returned. 3 days later, imperial trial at the Luo Imperial Palace. He muttered to himself, a trace of complexity passing over his determined face. Regarding this son, his feelings were extremely contradictory. He hated his ruthless methods, personally killing his brother Dai Waban and being at odds with the main lineage, yet he could not ignore the astonishing talent and strength he had displayed. After all, it was his own bloodline. Shrek Academy's accusation was no small matter. If Dai Yuang were truly confirmed to be an evil soul master, he would certainly die without a burial place, and the only heir to the Duke's mansion would be Yuang. Pass the order. This Duke is returning to Luo City immediately. Dai Hao did not hesitate at all, giving the order in a deep voice. Regardless of the outcome, he had to be there in person. This was the responsibility of a father and the head of a family. Chapter 192, The Day of the Trial. Luo Imperial Palace, inside the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Duchess Zhu Man lay on her sickbed, gaunt and pale as paper, her violent coughing fits seemingly threatening to cough out her very heart and lungs. But when her trusted maid tremblingly finished reporting the news from the imperial palace and the movements of Shrek and Dai Hao, she suddenly struggled to sit up, a terrifying light erupting in her clouded eyes. Dai Yuang, has returned. Her voice was hoarse and shrill, carrying bone-deep hatred and a trace of imperceptible fear. Then what about my sister? Where has my sister gone? Clan leader Zhu Shu had been missing for nearly 3 months, with no news whatsoever. She was neither seen alive nor dead. Deep down, Duchess Zuman had long been consumed by an ominous premonition, but she refused to believe, or perhaps dared not believe, that her sister, a peak agility attack system spirit Douluo, could have fallen into the hands of a mere spirit emperor brat. Even if she could not kill him, with her sister's speed and strength, escaping unscathed should have been effortless. However, now that Dai Yuang had returned safely and caused such a huge commotion, yet her sister remained missing, this cruel contrast was like a cold awl, ruthlessly piercing her last shred of hope. No, impossible. My sister must have been delayed by something, or gone elsewhere. Duchess Zuman breathed heavily, trying to convince herself, but her trembling fingers betrayed the panic in her heart. Suddenly, she grabbed the maid's arm, her withered fingers pressing so hard they almost dug into the other's flesh, her eyes flashing with a near-maniacal obsession. Give me the medicine to forcibly restore my spirit, and help me up. I must go to that trial. I want to ask that little bastard Dai Yuang in person. I want him to look into my eyes and tell me, where exactly is my sister? Her voice was shrill and paranoid, filled with the final madness of despair. Despite her heavy illness, she suddenly burst with astonishing strength, struggling to get out of bed. She needed to know the truth, even if it was a truth she could not bear. Dai Yuang's return was not just a trial to her, but an opportunity to force an answer, and even if it cost her her last breath, she would go. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Star Luo Imperial Palace Main Hall. The atmosphere of the morning court today was far heavier and more solemn than usual. The civil and military officials stood on both sides, silent, everyone's gaze involuntarily turning toward the few individuals with special seating. Emperor Shu Jiawei sat high upon the dragon throne, the crown tassels hanging down, unable to hide the deep and unfathomable light in his eyes. The eldest princess Shu Juju stood quietly at his side, dressed in magnificent and solemn palace attire, her beautiful face showing little emotion, save for the slightly pursed lips that betrayed a trace of imperceptible tension. On the left side of the hall, Shrek Academy Dean Yan Shaoj and Vice Dean Kai Meyer were seated calmly. Yan Shaoj looked calm, his fingertips tapping unconsciously on the armrest. Vice Dean Kai Meyer's gaze was sharp as a hawk, silently surveying everything in the hall. Her spirit, the evil-breaking dragon spirit spear, made her more sensitive to evil auras than ordinary people, but she frowned slightly at this moment, because since stepping into this hall, she had not sensed the evil aura her husband had spoken of. On the right side of the hall, White Tiger Duke Dai Hao sat upright, his tiger-like eyes opening and closing with piercing light, his aura imposing, though a layer of gloom hung between his brows that could not be dispelled. Beside him, Duchess Zuman looked completely like someone on the verge of death, wrapped in thick fur robes, her face so pale it lacked a trace of blood, save for her eyes, which burned with resentment, anxiety, and a final, frantic expectation, staring fixedly at the entrance of the hall, her withered fingers almost gripping through the armrest. Your Majesty, Yan Shaoj broke the silence first, his voice steady. The time has come, please have Dai Yuang enter the hall. Let us have a conclusion to this right or wrong today. Emperor Shu Jiawei nodded slightly, his gaze turning to the side of the hall. Your Highness Ling Ya, please. Ling Ya, who was standing to the side, said nothing. His figure swayed slightly, and he disappeared from his spot like a ghost. Just a moment later, steady footsteps sounded from outside the hall. Ling Ya stepped in first, and following closely behind him was the protagonist of the day, Dai Yuang. He wore a well-fitted black martial outfit today. He did not deliberately show off his aura, yet he possessed a steady and towering composure. He walked calmly to the front of the imperial steps, bowed, and said in a clear voice, Dai Yuang pays respects to your Majesty and pays respects to your Highness. In an instant, all eyes were focused on him. Yan Xiaoju's pupils shrank suddenly, and for the first time, a look of incredulous surprise appeared on his face. The Dai Yuang before him was completely different from the one he had seen outside Maple Leaf City that day. At that time, he was filled with evil energy, like an evil ghost crawling out of the abyss. Now, his aura was restrained, his brilliance contained, and one could not sense half a point of evil filth on his body, only pure and powerful dark spirit power fluctuations, deep but not uncomfortable. Vice Dean Kai Meyer also frowned, looking at her husband in confusion. Her evil-breaking dragon spirit spear had no reaction. This was definitely not something an evil soul master could disguise at such a close range. Emperor Shu Jiawei took in the reactions of everyone below, feeling slightly reassured, and said in a deep voice, Dai Yuang, Dean Yan of Shrek Academy has identified your spirit as having undergone evil evolution, claiming you have fallen into an evil soul master and are endangering the continent. We have summoned you here today to clarify this matter. You need not fear. If you are innocent, the Empire will be your backing, and no one can harm you in the slightest. Dai Yuang raised his head calmly, his gaze sweeping over Yan Xiaoj, and he said loudly, Your Majesty, I am definitely not an evil soul master. My spirit, the abyssal demon tiger, is indeed of evil and dark attributes, but cultivate does not require harming others, and it has never affected my clear mind. I strictly adhere to the bottom line of a spirit master, so where does this talk of an evil soul master come from? Nonsense. Yan Xiaoj stood up abruptly, his tone carrying the irritation of being questioned. Dai Yuang, that day your evil energy was awe-inspiring, your evil qi filled the wild, how could it be fake? You must have used some secret method to cover it up. As the Dean of Shrek, would I slander you out of thin air? Dean Yan, please calm down. Dai Yuang was neither servile nor overbearing. Although the evil energy on me was deep that day, it was not its origin, rather, it was because I had just absorbed a 100,000-year spirit ring beyond my rank. This spirit ring originated from an ancient spirit beast called the Abyssal Ice Prison Tiger. Shrek Academy's collection of books is vast, surely there is a record of this spirit beast. Ling Ya, who helped me hunt the spirit beast at that time, can also testify for me. Abyssal Ice Prison Tiger. Vice Dean Kai Meyer pondered for a moment, a look of sudden realization flashing in her eyes. I have indeed seen relevant records in the Academy's ancient books. This tiger is an ultimate evil attribute spirit beast, and its evil aura is second only to the legendary dark demonic evil god tiger that carries the evil god legacy. If it is truly at the 100,000-year level, the evil energy contained in its spirit ring and spirit bone failing to be completely refined in the early stage of absorption and attaching to the body surface, causing the illusion of evil energy soaring to the sky, is indeed explainable. Chapter 193, Dai Yuang's Request and the Liability Waiver. Ling Ya stepped forward at the opportune moment, his voice cold. Your Majesty, Princess, I can testify. I participated in the hunting of the 100,000-year Abyssal Ice Prison Tiger from start to finish, and I helped Yuang complete the kill. When he absorbed the spirit ring, his own spirit power was pure, with no evil qi born within. All abnormal auras came from the residual spirit ring. Now that 3 months have passed, judging by his state, he should have completely refined and mastered that residual evil qi. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhu Man's shrill voice rang out abruptly. She struggled to stand up, but fell back into her chair due to weakness. She could only hiss, how could Dean Yan's radiant phoenix spirit perception be wrong? He must have hidden the evil qi. We must conduct a thorough examination. Inject the purest radiant spirit power into his body, the evil power will surely reveal its true form when stimulated. Hearing this, Yan Xiaoju's eyes flashed. He felt this method was feasible and said in a deep voice, correct. Your Majesty, for the sake of fairness and to completely dispel doubts, I suggest that I personally take action to probe his meridians and spirit core with radiant spirit power. If he is innocent, he will naturally be unharmed. If he is harboring filth within his body, he will have nowhere to hide. Emperor Shu Jiawei looked at Dai Yuang. Yuang, what do you think? Dai Yuang smiled proudly. The innocent need not fear, and Yuang is willing to accept any examination. However, he changed the subject, his gaze sharp as he looked at Yan Xiaoj. I, Dai Yuang, am not someone who can be manipulated at will. Outside Maple Leaf City, Dean Yan tried to take my life without asking about right or wrong. If it weren't for Senior Ling Ya, I would have died an unjust death. Today, because of your words, my reputation has been damaged, and I have suffered the humiliation of this public trial. If after the examination, it is proven that I am not an evil soul master, may I ask your majesty, how will Dean Yan and Shrek Academy compensate me? You can't just let an innocent person like me suffer all of this for nothing, right? That makes sense. Shu Juju immediately chimed in, her voice clear and resonant. Her gaze turned to Yan Xiaoj and his wife. Dean Yan, Dean Kai, the examination can proceed. But if the results prove Yuang's innocence, how will these two grievances, one instance of an unprovoked assassination attempt and one instance of framing, be resolved by Shrek? You can't just brush it off with a light misunderstanding. The heir to the Duke's mansion of my Star Luo Empire cannot be humiliated so lightly. Yan Xiaoj looked at the tacitly understanding imperial siblings, and that trace of doubt in his heart rose again. Why were they so confident? Could it be that Dai Yuang truly had no issues? Or was this just a bluff, an attempt to force him to back down? No, he had absolute confidence in his own perception. The evil qi that day was definitely not just simple residual spirit beast energy. It must have been hidden using some kind of secret technique. Thinking of this, Yan Xiaoj suppressed his doubts and said decisively, fine. If it is proven that I am wrong, Shrek will never shirk its responsibility. What compensation do you want? Yuang, what do you say? Shu Juju looked at Dai Yuang. After all, he was the aggrieved party this time. Dai Yuang seemed to have a plan already and said calmly, my request is not harsh. If I am innocent, please have Shrek Academy publicly vindicate me and clear my name. As for compensation, Dai Yuang had just wanted to ask for an exorbitant price, demanding a top-tier spirit bone of 70 or 80,000 years, or even a 100,000-year spirit bone directly. Although this was a bit unrealistic, one could always bargain, business is all about asking for the sky and settling for the earth. However, suddenly, a faint light flashed on his forehead, and a vision of the future appeared before him. He seemed to be standing in front of two giant dragons, confronting them. This must be the power of destiny combined with the power of the original sin divine seal reminding him of something. The entire vision lasted less than 3 seconds, but it immediately made Yuang change his mind. This is. Dai Yuang was shocked and immediately changed his words. I want the secret technique spirit bone with the highest age currently in Shrek Academy, plus a promise, in the future, if I come into conflict with Shrek Academy for any reason, as long as I have not harmed the lives of Shrek students, Shrek shall not pursue my responsibility for any reason. Just fulfilling these two conditions will wipe the slate clean of past grievances. This request stunned everyone in the hall. Public vindication was a matter of course, but the two subsequent requests were different. The spirit bone was easy to understand, although they didn't know why he specifically requested a secret technique spirit bone. The spirit abilities of secret technique spirit bones were quite useful. They could all increase the upper limit of spirit power by a fixed percentage. The higher the age, the higher the percentage increase in spirit power. The Dai family's fighting style relied on comprehensively strengthening themselves to fight. The higher the upper limit of spirit power, the longer the strengthening duration. And the other one was clearly just a liability waiver, yet it seemed somewhat strange and broad. It was as if he was buying insurance in advance for some things that had not yet happened and might lead to a confrontation with Shrek in the future. Yan Xiaoj was also stunned for a moment, then thoughts raced through his mind. This sounded more like Dai Yuang still having old feelings for the academy and deliberately helping him find a way out. After all, future events were ethereal, and there was also the prerequisite of not harming students' lives. Perhaps deep down, this Dai Yuang was still leaning towards Shrek. After all, he was a Shrek graduate. Yan Xiaoj had brought up countless graduates and had never seen any who didn't love Shrek after leaving. He thought this Dai Yuang was the same. As for the spirit bone, who is a spirit master wouldn't like it? Secret technique spirit bones were indeed suitable for the Dai family, which he could understand. This thought only strengthened Yan Xiaojia's intention to save Dai Yuang. Dai Yuang had already shown the potential of a limit Douluo, and he still had feelings for Shrek. As long as he was brought back, the evil qi in his spirit cleared, and he was given some guidance, he would surely become one of the Sea God's pavilion elders loyal to Shrek in the future. This was undoubtedly a blessing for Shrek and a blessing for the continent. As long as he was loyal to Shrek, he could bring peace to the continent. Fine, I agree, Yan Shaoj said in a deep voice, looking at Dai Yuang with burning eyes. Now, can we proceed with the examination? Dai Yuang calmly stepped forward, walked in front of Yan Shaoj, and opened his arms. Dean Yan, then please proceed. Yan Shaoj took a deep breath, and his spirit power surged throughout his body. Accompanied by a clear phoenix cry, a brilliant and wholly radiant phoenix phantom unfolded behind him. Hot and pure radiant spirit power surged out like a tide, turning into a solid beam of light that completely enveloped Dai Yuang. His radiant attribute was much more powerful than the few people who had tested Dai Yuang a few days ago. Although it hadn't truly reached the ultimate light, it was infinitely close. These radiant powers surged into his body, enough to cause the most intense stimulation to any evil attribute. Yan Shaoj pushed his spirit power to the limit, carefully sensing every change within Dai Yuang's body. However, Dai Yuang stood still, his expression calm, he didn't even frown. Under the absolute control of the golden adamant evil warding body, the abyssal demon tiger spirit within him was as docile as a sheep. All power was perfectly integrated, with not a trace of evil aura leaking out, nor any sign of it being triggered into a rampage by the radiant power. This was once again utilizing the characteristics of the legendary mythical fierce beast race. Even blood that had left the body could not defy the will of the mythical fierce beast itself, let alone the energy within the body. Yan Shaojia's vast radiant spirit power circulated through his meridians, but apart from feeling Yuang's extremely pure spirit power foundation, he couldn't find even a trace of abnormality. Time passed bit by bit. Yan Shaojia's expression changed from initial gravity to astonishment, and finally turned into an unbelievable pallor. Fine beads of sweat even seeped out from his forehead. How is it possible? He really doesn't have a trace of evil qi. He muttered in disbelief, slowly withdrawing his spirit power, and the radiant phoenix phantom dissipated along with it. The look he gave Dai Yuang was filled with incomprehensible shock. Ha ha ha. Emperor Shu Jiawei's hearty laughter broke the silence of the great hall. I have already said that His Excellency Ling Ya can also testify, Yuang is definitely not an evil soul master. Dean Yan, do you still have any doubts now? Yan Shaojia's face turned from green to white, and finally turned into a long sigh. He bowed to Dai Yuang and the entire hall. Your Majesty, I was reckless. What I saw that day should indeed be as Yuang said, it should have been caused by the residual evil qi of the spirit ring. Yuang, this matter is the Dean's fault. Shrek will restore your reputation for you. Shrek will never go back on the two promises made to you. The big picture was set. For the sake of Shrek's reputation, he had to accept this result. He could not break his word in public. Chapter 194, The Trial Ends, Dai Yuang's sharp edge revealed. No, impossible, absolutely impossible. A shrill, utterly despairing scream tore through the hall, shattering the atmosphere that had just begun to ease. Zhu Man sprang up from her chair like a madwoman, collapsed to the ground, and then struggled to point at Dai Yuang, tears and snot streaming down her face. You aren't an evil soul master. How could a cold-blooded, heartless guy like you not be an evil soul master? Dai Yuang, I ask you, is my sister, clan leader Zhu Shu, in your hands? She has been missing ever since she went to track you down. Did you harm her? That's right, she is in my hands. You want her, I'll return her to you. Dai Yuang smiled coldly, looking at the raving Zhu Man without a ripple in his eyes. He flipped his wrist and took a round block of ice from his storage spirit tool. With a dull thud, it rolled onto the smooth, jade-like floor. In the center of the ice block was, shockingly, a female head with a terrified expression and wide-open eyes. It was the long-missing clan leader Zhu Shu. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Sister. Zhu Man let out a heart-wrenching wail. She scrambled over, picked up the head, and trembled violently. Her entire being seemed to have been drained of all spirit and vitality in an instant, leaving only endless despair and madness. She raised her head, her crimson eyes locking onto Dai Yuang. Dai Yuang, you killed my sister. You really are an evil soul master, otherwise, how could you be so ruthless? You're wrong. It is precisely because I am not an evil soul master that I had to kill her. Dai Yuang retorted, when this woman saw me, she immediately tried to kill me under the pretext that I was an evil soul master. If I had just let her kill me like that, wouldn't I have died without proof and be forced to bear the stigma of an evil soul master forever? With no other choice, I had to counter-kill her. Dai Hao also stood up abruptly, his tiger eyes wide, his chest heaving violently. Looking at clan leader Zhu Shu's head, he was both shocked and furious, his heart aching as if it were being torn apart. Clan leader Zhu Shu was not only his sister-in-law but also the key figure in the martial soul fusion skill between the Dai family and the Zhu family. Since Zhu Man had fallen ill, she was the only one left who could perform the Hell White Tiger with him. Her death was a huge blow to both families. Dai Yuang. Dai Hao's voice trembled with rage, and his terrifying spirit power pressure uncontrollably permeated the air. You actually dared, did you forget what you promised me? Duke. Dai Yuang met Dai Hao's gaze without flinching, his voice cold and clear. The premise of my promise to you not to stir up trouble was that the Zhu family also had to behave themselves. Yet, it was clan leader Zhu Shu who, without distinguishing right from wrong, tried to put me to death in the name of slaying an evil soul master first. Do you expect me to sit idly by and let her slaughter me just because of a promise? I killed her in self-defense, a legitimate counterattack. Now that I've returned her head to you, shouldn't you thank me? At least when you cremate or bury her, you'll have a head, so you won't just be burning some ashes of her clothes. What Yuang said is absolutely correct. Shu Juju immediately spoke up, her voice carrying imperial dignity. While clan leader Zhu Shu's devotion to the continent and her desire to eradicate evil are commendable, her actions were too reckless and extreme. She attempted to kill an empire noble without verification. Such behavior must never be encouraged. Fortunately, Yuang had sufficient strength to protect himself. Otherwise, if Yuang had died unjustly, our imperial family would have definitely held the Zhu family accountable. Now that clan leader Zhu Shu has paid the price for this, let this matter end. Here, considering her original intentions were not bad, allow her a grand burial. As for Yuang, he killed in self-defense and should be considered innocent. After speaking, she turned to look at Emperor Shu Jiawei. Imperial brother, is what I said correct? Emperor Shu Jiawei nodded immediately. What my imperial sister said is the only fair and reasonable conclusion. The emperor and his sister sang in harmony, instantly characterizing Dai Yuang's killing as reasonable self-defense, seizing the moral and legal high ground instead. No, this is wrong. Zhu Man suddenly raised her head, her blood-red eyes staring fixedly at Dai Yuang like a dying beast. You couldn't have done it. You were only a spirit emperor. My sister was a peak spirit Douluo. How could you have killed her? You must have used evil arts. You were an evil soul master. Facing Zhu Man's hysterical questioning, Dai Yuang suddenly laughed. That smile carried absolute confidence and a domineering air that looked down on everything. He walked forward step by step. With every step he took, his aura climbed a notch. That perfectly refined, extremely restrained spirit power was like a giant dragon awakening, erupting with a roar. Although his spirit power rank was still that of a spirit emperor, its quality and pressure made many of the experts present feel heart palpitations. It is true that I am only a spirit emperor, but so what? He walked toward Dai Hao and Zhu Man, his posture as straight as a spear, his gaze sweeping over Zhu Man like cold electricity before finally landing on the livid Dai Hao. His individual aura actually rivaled the combined pressure of Dai Hao and his wife, even faintly suppressing them. Just because I am Dai Yuang, a mere spirit Douluo, so what if I cut her down? Dai Yuang's voice was not loud, but it sounded like a thunderclap in everyone's ears, carrying irrefutable, absolute confidence and power. Her rank is higher than mine, but that just means she had 2 more spirit rings. But I have 100,000-year spirit ring, does she? I have 100,000-year spirit bone, does she? I have an 8th level melee spirit tool, the Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Saber, does she? My Abyssal Demon Tiger is already a super spirit, while her Hell Civet hasn't even touched the threshold of a top-tier spirit. With every word Dai Yuang said, he took a small step forward, and his aura grew stronger, forcing even Dai Hao to subconsciously narrow his eyes. With so many absolute advantages, it was just a matter of killing an agility attack system spirit Douluo who made a judgment error and was reckless and overconfident. Is there anything wrong with that? He paused, swept his gaze across the hall, and finally fixed it on Zhu Man's pale face, asking clearly, word by word, what is impossible about that? Do not assume that what you cannot do also applies to me. The domineering declaration, the impeccable logic, and the display of terrifying strength that crushed those of the same rank plunged the entire hall into a deathly silence. Shu Juju looked at that tall, straight figure who, with the status of a spirit emperor, domineeringly scolded a spirit Douluo. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with brilliance, as if stars were lighting up within them. As for Emperor Shu Jiawei, he was slightly thoughtful. He hadn't expected Dai Yuang to be strong enough to kill a spirit Douluo. Although Dai Yuang being stronger would help his plan, being too strong was not good. Could a honey trap really control such a character forever? An uncontrollable pawn, no matter how powerful, was still a threat. After all, he was an emperor, he thought deeper than Shu Juju. However, this concern of his had long been anticipated by Yuang. Yan Shaoj and Vice Dean Kai Meyer looked at each other, seeing deep shock and a trace of regret in each other's eyes. Perhaps they were truly wrong. Moreover, they might have personally pushed a peerless genius who would be enough to shock the continent in the future into the embrace of the empire. Dai Yuang's domineering and terrifying spirit made people subconsciously believe his words. Dai Hao looked at this son in front of him, his heart filled with mixed emotions, churning like a stormy sea. Anger, heartbreak, regret, and a trace of wonder and pity he didn't even want to admit himself were intertwined. He seemed to see a young tiger king who had already revealed the potential to hold up the sky. The sharpness of his claws and teeth, and the strength of his aura, were gradually beginning to surpass him, a prime, fierce tiger who had dominated one side for many years. That was a qualitative gap, an absolute crushing of potential. If only Yuang were the legitimate son. An uncontrollable thought flooded into Dai Hao's mind. If the White Tiger Duke's mansion could be handed over to him, with his talent, heart nature, and this world-dominating aura, he might truly be able to lead the Dai family to a glorious peak that even the ancestors had never imagined. This thought made his heart beat violently. It was just a pity that the current reality was that this son with unlimited potential had long been at odds with the direct lineage of the Dai and Zhu families. With deep estrangement, he was even stained with the blood of the direct lineage. The hatred between the two sides was already too deep to be resolved. Zhu Man's crying and cursing seemed to become distant, and Dai Hao just stared fixedly at Dai Yuang. He had spent his life in the military and considered himself an excellent judge of character, but he had never felt the ruthless tide of changing times rushing toward him as clearly as he did at this moment. And he, along with the direct lineage tradition he tried so hard to maintain, appeared so pale and weak in the face of this tide. Emperor Shu Jiawei took in Dai Hao's reaction, and the sneer in his heart grew deeper. This was the effect he wanted. In the end, he decided that he would help Dai Yuang this time, and later he would have his own ways to completely control Dai Yuang. So he spoke slowly, his voice carrying the final decision of an emperor, bringing the curtain down on this dramatic public trial. All right, now the truth is clear. Dai Yuang is innocent and acted in self-defense, which is understandable. The matter of clan leader Zhu Shu is settled here. As Juju said, give her a grand burial with the rites befitting a noble. Since the misunderstanding with Shrek Academy has been clarified, the promise should also be fulfilled. Today's matter ends here. The Emperor's golden word set the final verdict on everything. Yan Shaoj and Vice Dean Kai Meyer looked grim but had nothing to say, they could only accept this result in silence. Today, Shrek had lost quite a bit of face in this Star Luo Imperial Palace. Dai Hao took a deep breath, appearing to age a few years in an instant. He took a deep look at Dai Yuang, his expression indescribably complex, which finally turned into a silent sigh. He helped up the almost limp Zhu man, took Zhu Shu's head, and turned to walk out of the hall, his back appearing somewhat hunched. A public trial aimed at judging an evil soul master ended with the complete failure of the accusers and the absolute victory of the defendant. Dai Yuang not only cleared his name but also took this opportunity to show the entire upper echelons of the Star Luo Empire his terrifying talent, domineering strength, and unfathomable shrewdness and means. Shu Juju walked to Dai Yuang's side, brilliance swirling in her beautiful eyes, and whispered, "Yuang, let's go back." Dai Yuang nodded slightly and took one last look at the vast hall, his gaze calm and waveless, as if the earth-shattering confrontation just now was nothing more than an insignificant farce to him. He turned, walked side by side with Shu Juju, and calmly stepped out of the hall under the gaze of countless meaningful eyes. Sunlight spilled down, lengthening their shadows. A few days later, the hustle and bustle of Star Luo City and that thrilling public trial were still being talked about with great relish. During this time, Shrek's reputation dropped sharply. After all, framing one's own graduate never sounded good. Furthermore, some spread the rumor that Shrek's true purpose in doing this was to help Dai Yuang compete for the position of heir to the Duke's mansion, not to punish evil. Because Dai Yuang was pro-Shrek, while Dai Yuang was pro-imperial. This directly led to dissatisfaction from the major empires. No matter how powerful Shrek was, it could not interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. As for who spread the news, of course, it was Dai Yuang who had Nana spread it. Just like at the Sun Moon Royal Academy, Nana used soul threads to control many people, and then it spread from 10 to 100. Although this was just a small revenge for Dai Yuang, it actually laid a foundation for one of the subsequent Sin's divine trials. In fact, this trial was already related to the next 3 divine trials. For Dai Yuang, nothing was more important than completing the divine trials now. All his current layouts, seizing the Western Army Group, counter-attacking Shrek, obtaining secret spirit bones, were all for the sake of future divine trials. Dai Yuang was using his own brain and the power of destiny to predict the topics for the future divine trials. Shrek couldn't find the source of the rumors at all and could only swallow their bitterness. Under these circumstances, the compensation they gave Dai Yuang could not be handled casually. After Shrek's compensation of spirit bones arrived, it was actually a secret spirit bone with an effect reaching the 50,000-year level. Yuang was quite satisfied. After all, the method of forming secret spirit bones was not easy. To obtain this kind of spirit bone, relying solely on hunting spirit beasts didn't work. One needed to select a type of spirit beast, kill 100 of them within half an hour, and use a secret technique to trigger their spirit rings. There was a 1 in 10 chance of obtaining this kind of spirit bone. Moreover, the age of the obtained secret spirit bone was uncertain. After all, after killing 100 and triggering the secret technique, the secret spirit bone appeared randomly in one of the 100, and it was impossible for every hunted spirit beast to be a high-age spirit beast, right? In fact, more were 100-year or 1,000-year ones. This secret spirit bone had a greater possibility of being born from a low-age spirit beast, like the one who Yuhao obtained. A 50,000-year age was considered top tier among secret spirit bones. Everyone thought he wanted the secret spirit bone to absorb it and increase his spirit power limit, but in reality, he wanted it for another effect of the secret spirit bone, to prepare in advance for a future divine trial. Chapter 195, Preparing to Cultivate, the 2-Year Agreement. After the incident, Dai Yuang did not do as everyone expected, either returning to the Duke's mansion to stage a struggle for succession or moving into the Princess Mansion to enjoy tender affection. He still did not set foot in the White Tiger Duke's mansion, which symbolized the core of the Dai family's power. Killing clan leader Zhu Shu with his own hands had completely torn away the last shred of decency. Any remaining nominal warmth between him and his legal mother Zhu Man, his elder brother Dai Yuang, and even his father Dai Hao, had long since vanished, leaving only naked hatred and unbridgeable rifts. It was not that Dai Hao had not thought about using the authority of the family head to directly expel this rebellious and arrogant son from the family. Once expelled, Dai Yuang would completely lose his legitimate status as the heir to the dukedom. To the royal family, a chess piece that could not rightfully take over the Western Army Group would have its value greatly diminished. However, this thought only circled in his mind once before Dai Hao rejected it himself. First, the timing was wrong. 6 months ago, he had personally elevated Bai Wanning to the position of equal wife, removing Dai Yuang's status as an illegitimate son. Given that Dai Yuang was clearly in the right and had committed no other faults, expelling him without cause would only make the White Tiger Duke's mansion a laughingstock, damaging the Dai family's 10,000-year reputation and prestige. Emperor Xu Jiawei's words, clan leader Zhu Shu attacked Dai Yuang, Yuang could not just let her kill him, had already cemented the logic. Self-defense, not guilty. Second, and most importantly, the current Dai Yuang was not the useless simp from back then, he was already a young tiger king that no one could ignore. A 16-year-old spirit emperor with a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone, an awakened super spirit, and a terrifying track record of killing a peak spirit Douluo above his own rank. Such unprecedented talent and strength had long since transcended the scope of the family. Which faction would not want such a genius to pledge allegiance to them? Even if he were not the heir to the Dai family, he would still be a genius that every faction would flock to. If Dai Hao expelled him today, tomorrow Emperor Xu Jiawei would dare to invite him into the imperial palace with a smile. It was true that without the status of heir, his value would be discounted, but a top-tier chess piece remains top-tier even with a discount. Furthermore, the Xu family had countless ways to eliminate Dai Yuang, either openly or covertly, and then, using the excuse of him being the sole bloodline of the Dai family, forcibly shove Dai Yuang back to take over the duke's mansion. His expulsion today would not only be meaningless, but would also be self-mutilation, personally handing the family's future strongest combat power to his greatest political rival. Dai Hao would never do such a stupid thing. No matter how bad the current situation was, the blood flowing in Dai Yuang's veins was that of Dai Hao, and this bond of father and son could not be severed. Having the father-son relationship as a link was better than having none at all. His only, and final, hope now was that the ambition Dai Yuang had revealed to him that day was real. That ambition to control the duke's mansion, and even covet higher power, came from his own heart. As long as Dai Yuang's goal was power itself, rather than simply being infatuated with Xu Juju's beauty and becoming a puppet of the Xu family, then everything still had a chance of turning around. Dai Yuang was naturally not a fool to be used. Although he did not return to the duke's mansion, he did not move into the princess mansion either. Instead, during a moment of solitude with Xu Juju, he proposed a decision that surprised her. Juju, I need to leave Star Luo City and go somewhere else to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. His voice was calm but firm. Hearing this, Xu Juju's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Seclusion. Yuang, you just had a breakthrough not long ago, and your strength has greatly increased. Why do you suddenly want to go into seclusion again? In her view, this was the critical moment for him to consolidate his position and expand his influence. Dai Yuang gazed at her, his eyes deep, his tone carrying a sense of determination to risk everything for her. Everything is for you, for our future. He gently took her hand, his voice low and infectious. Didn't you say so? Only when I demonstrate enough value to be worthy of you can I openly marry you and bring you home. Dai Hao also said that whoever among Dai Yuang and me achieves the spirit Douluo realm first will be the sole heir to the duke's mansion. Therefore, he said with an ironclad tone, I must go into seclusion. I want to reach the spirit Douluo realm at the fastest speed. Only in this way can I stand by your side with dignity and ensure that no one in the entire Star Luo Empire dares to criticize our marriage again. I want to give you a future that no one can find fault with. These words, like a warm current, instantly struck the softest part of Xu Juju's heart. Looking at the man before her who had fought for her, cleared her name, and was now going to challenge the limits of cultivation for her, her eyes could not help but grow slightly warm. Yes, all his efforts and transformation over the past 2 years, weren't they all for her? From the simp, who was once ridiculed, to the proud son of heaven today who shone brightly and made the entire continent take notice, his source of motivation had always been her. Even though in her heart, the interests of the Star Luo royal family and the power of the Xu family would always come first, at this moment, Dai Yuang's figure had firmly occupied That important position second only to imperial power, and it was incredibly real and fiery. Yuang, she held his hand back, her voice tinged with a hint of choked emotion and being moved. Why be so anxious? I can wait, no matter how long, I am willing to wait. But I cannot wait. Dai Yuang shook his head, his eyes incomparably serious. 2 years, at most 2 years. Juju, wait for me for 2 years. 2 years later, I will definitely make the entire continent tremble at my name. His confidence was like a scorching sun, hot and dazzling. Shu Juju was deeply moved by this passion and promise. She no longer tried to dissuade him, but gazed at him affectionately and nodded heavily. Okay, I will wait for you, whether it's 2 years or longer, I will wait for you. Dai Yuang left Star Luo City alone once again, his figure resolute. Shu Juju stood on the city wall, watching his back disappear into the distance. Although there was reluctance in her heart, it was filled more with anticipation and sweetness. She pondered for a moment and waved her hand gently. 2 ghost-like figures quietly swept off the city wall and followed in the direction of Dai Yuang from afar. In the end, she was still worried. She at least needed to know where he went to cultivate, and she arranged for these 2 spirit saint-level guards to act as protectors for him in the dark, ensuring he was not disturbed. However, less than 10 miles after Dai Yuang left the city, the 2 experienced spirit saints following him suddenly felt everything go black before their eyes. It was as if they had instantly fallen into the deepest midnight, where they couldn't see their own fingers, couldn't feel a single sound or a breeze, and even their own perception of spirit power was compressed to the limit. They struggled like headless flies in this absolute darkness for about 10 seconds, and just as they were panicking, the darkness receded suddenly like a tide. The sunlight fell again, and the surrounding scenery remained the same, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. But ahead, the figure of Dai Yuang had already vanished without a trace, leaving no signs to follow. This was actually the new dark domain skill Nana had acquired. Dai Yuang's subsequent method of cultivation was somewhat special, and he did not want anyone following him, nor did he want to be disturbed. The 2 spirit saints looked at each other, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. They couldn't even understand what they had just encountered. Helpless, they had to bite the bullet and return to the palace to apologize to Shu Juju. After listening to their report, Shu Juju was stunned at first, then thoughtful, and finally, it turned into a soft sigh, but a hint of helpless yet knowing smile curled at the corners of her lips. Forget it, I don't blame you. It seems he really doesn't want anyone to disturb him. She waved the 2 away and walked to the window alone, looking at the distant horizon. Yuang, since that is the case, I will wait for you with peace of mind for 2 years. I only hope that after 2 years, you can truly return as promised and amaze the world. Chapter 196, Star Core Gem, The Choice Between Imperial Power and Love. Not long after bidding farewell to Dai Yuang, Shu Juju prepared to return to the princess mansion. Just then, someone from the palace arrived. Her imperial brother had urgently summoned her to the star-gazing terrace to discuss an important matter. The star-gazing terrace was a high point within the palace, usually the place where the emperor would cultivate his star-crowned martial soul. Since her imperial brother had summoned her, Shu Juju dared not delay. She immediately arrived at the star-gazing terrace, lifted her skirt, and slowly walked up the steps leading to it. Her imperial brother had summoned her late at night, and to the star-gazing terrace, a place only core members of the Star Luo royal family would set foot in. Her heart could not help but tighten slightly, and an inexplicable premonition lingered. 2 personal maids followed silently behind her, maintaining a perfect distance. Stepping onto the last white jade stair, the view of the star-gazing terrace suddenly opened up. The dome-like structure opened to the night sky, and the night wind became slightly stronger here, blowing against the hair at her temples and her thin palace gown. Her brother, Emperor Shu Jiawei of the Star Luo Empire, was not wearing his dragon robe, but only a black casual outfit, standing in the center of the platform with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the boundless starry sky. His back, under the vast starry field, appeared both aloof and heavy. Imperial brother. Shu Juju stopped, her voice sounding exceptionally clear on the empty high platform. Emperor Shu Jiawei did not turn around immediately, as if immersed in his own thoughts. After a moment of silence, he slowly turned around, his gaze landing on her face like a physical weight. It lacked the warmth of the usual imperial court, instead settling into a bottomless, cautious scrutiny that belonged to an emperor. Juju, you are here. He spoke, his voice steady yet carrying an inherent pressure. Do you know why I have summoned you at this moment? Juju lowered her head slightly. Your younger sister does not know. Please enlighten me, imperial brother. It is because of Dai Yuang. Emperor Shu Jiawei was straightforward, the name creating an invisible ripple in the silent night sky. He took 2 steps forward, the starlight illuminating half of his profile, his eyes sharp. Upon his return this time, his aura is profound, even I vaguely feel a trace of pressure. A 16-year-old spirit emperor, a 100,000-year spirit ring, a super spirit, killing a spirit Douluo while crossing ranks, imperial sister. His growth speed is too fast, faster than I expected, fast enough to be unsettling. He paused, letting the weight of his words press heavily upon Juju's heart. He is a sharp blade I have chosen for you and for the empire. His edge is peerless. If used well, he can cut through all the thorns on the path ahead for our Star Luo, expand our territory, and perhaps even recreate the glory of Star Luo when it dominated the continent 10,000 years ago. It is not impossible. Emperor Shu Jiawei's tone gradually rose, carrying a burning anticipation, but then quickly cooled down as he changed the subject. However, all sharp blades are double-edged. They can harm the enemy, but they can also devour their master. The way of imperial power fears nothing more than uncontrollable force. This child's heart nature is tenacious. He is certainly not someone who will stay under others for long. Now that his wings are not yet fully grown, he can still be won over. But if he eventually achieves the rank of titled Douluo, or even touches that realm of limits, what will the Star Luo royal family have to restrain him with by then? Just that infatuation he has for you. Emperor Shu Jiawei's gaze locked onto Juju's slightly pale face like a hawk. I recognize his love for you now, but human hearts are easily changed, Juju. Especially the hearts of the strong. Today he says over and over that he will marry no one but you and is willing to pledge loyalty to the empire, but what about in the future? When he truly possesses the power to overturn the order, who can guarantee he won't develop inappropriate thoughts? I cannot afford to gamble. The Shu family's empire cannot afford to gamble. Juju felt her chest tighten. Her imperial brother's words were like cold needles, piercing the hidden worries deep within her heart that she did not want to touch. She subconsciously wanted to defend Dai Yuang, wanting to say he was not that kind of person, but the rationality of the royal family and the education in power dynamics she had been exposed to since childhood made it impossible for her to easily utter such pale, powerless words. She could only ask softly, her voice carrying a tremor she herself had not noticed, then, what is Imperial Brother's intention? The Star Crown Covenant. Emperor Shu Jiawei enunciated each word clearly, as if each one weighed 1,000 jin. Juju suddenly looked up, the color draining from her face instantly, her eyes filled with shock and resistance. The Star Crown Covenant. Imperial Brother, this. The Star Crown Covenant was the deepest and most ancient secret embedded in the Star Crown martial soul, one of the most fundamental guarantees of the Star Luo Empire's Shu family imperial power. Not all successors could awaken it, only the most outstanding individuals in each generation, those truly recognized by the Star Crown, could touch this power. In this generation of the Shu family, only 2 people possessed this power, she and her brother. Her forehead felt faintly hot, that invisible crown seemed to be responding to this topic. The core of the Star Crown martial soul, called the Star Core Gem, was the symbol of imperial power within the spirit. Through an extremely sacred and arduous ritual, the holder could separate a wisp of the most original starlight and permanently brand it onto the spirit origin of another spirit master. The binding process required absolute willingness from both parties, or at least the appearance of it. It required the Star Crown holder to use their own vital blood and spirit power as a guide, pouring their heart and soul into the guidance to implant that starlight into the other person's body through the upper dantian, which was the center of the eyebrows. The other party had to completely release their spirit's defenses, accepting this gift from imperial power without reservation. Once the binding was successful, a corresponding tiny starlight would appear on the Star Core Gem, like binary stars in the night sky, pulling and connecting to each other. The benefits were obvious. The branded person's spirit quality would receive the power of the stars, their attributes might even undergo a beneficial mutation, they would gain powerful star affinity, automatically master a powerful starlight spirit ability, and their cultivation speed would increase by utilizing the omnipresent power of the stars. It was a gift of rebirth. However, hidden beneath the gift was absolute control and the status of a dominator. Through this connection of the origin, the star crown holder could, with a single thought, trigger the starlight within the other's spirit to burn violently, bringing soul-tearing pain, making life worse than death. If they went a step further, they could directly detonate that wisp of starlight, causing the one who broke the covenant to vanish completely like starlight, leaving not even a trace behind. From then on, life, death, honor, and disgrace would all be at the whim of the star crown owner. It was somewhat similar to Dai Yuang's yin-yang reversal fate lotus seed pill. This covenant was unique, the star heart origin was limited, and one could only covenant once in a lifetime. Choosing whom to covenant with was almost the most important decision in a star crown spirit master's life, concerning the foundation of the nation and themselves. Emperor Shu Jiawei's idea was good, but unfortunately, Dai Yuang's upper dantian at the center of his eyebrows was already quite crowded. The power of destiny bestowed upon him by the Emperor Auspicious Beast, the 7 deadly sins seal branded there by the 7 deadly sins, and in the future, a top-tier spirit core. Trying to control him through here might be a little difficult. Imperial brother. Shu Juju's voice carried a plea, this matter concerns the spirit origin, and even more so, life and dignity. Yuang is proud and haughty, how could he be willing to accept such shackles? This is tantamount to destroying all the affection and trust between us. Precisely because it is him, this covenant is even more necessary. Emperor Shu Jiawei interrupted her, his tone decisive, carrying an unquestionable imperial will. This is not a shackle, Juju, this is a guarantee, the empire's greatest investment and trust in him. It can help his spirit undergo another transformation, elevate his potential to a higher level, and make his cultivation path twice as effective with half the effort. As long as he never has a disloyal heart, the Star Crown Covenant will only be a ladder helping him reach the pinnacle, not a cage to bind him. He stepped closer, his gaze like a torch, as if wanting to see through all his younger sister's hesitation. Your heart belongs to him, I can see that. I am not asking you to destroy him, on the contrary, I want you to firmly hold the reins that will keep him standing by your side and on Star Luo's side forever. Imperial power is more important than personal feelings, this is the destiny you and I were born with. If he truly develops disloyal intentions in the future, what will you do then? Will you watch helplessly as he overturns my Shu family's empire, or will you regret it then, only to discover you have no means to restrain him? What I want is an absolutely controllable, peerless genius, not a hidden danger that could backlash. If a chess piece does not obey, then I would rather not have it. Shu Juju stumbled back a step, leaning against the cold jade railing, the chill instantly piercing through her thin clothing. She closed her eyes, Dai Yuang's figure flashing before her, his burning, sincere gaze, "You are the only one in this life," he said without reservation, and the persistence with which he desperately cultivated to be worthy of her. But immediately after, the education she had received since childhood, the phrase, "the Shu family's empire is more important than everything," roared in her ears again. On one side was the quietly growing affection and reluctance, and on the other was the cold, heavy responsibility and warning of imperial power. The two forces tore madly at her heart, almost making her suffocate. Emperor Shu Jiawei's voice sounded again, slowing down slightly, "Juju, think about it from another angle. If he is truly as you say, his feelings for you are stronger than gold, and he is loyal to the empire without doubt, then this Star Crown Covenant has only benefits and no harm for him. It will be the closest bond between you and him, stronger than any vow. Since he has long intended to be with you for a lifetime and never betray you, then accepting this gift to prove your complete trust in him, what is difficult about that? Isn't this killing two birds with one stone?" These words were like a magical wedge, precisely driven into the cracks in Shu Juju's heart. Yes, if he was sincere, if he had no disloyal intentions, then this covenant would indeed not harm him, but would instead help him become stronger. This twisted logic, amidst the entanglement of power politics and emotion, actually seemed to make some sense. She tried to convince herself with this argument, suppressing the waves of unease and guilt rising from the bottom of her heart. She slowly raised her head, looking at the vast starry sky, and then at her imperial brother with his deep, firm gaze. Struggle, pain, helplessness, and the last shred of lucky regarding that dim future finally blended in her eyes into a kind of resigned calm. Beneath that calm was an unspeakable sorrow. She heard her own voice, as light as a breeze, yet carrying the determination of 1,000 jinn burden finally settling. Imperial brother, your younger sister, understands. Chapter 197, A 2-Year Dream, A Breakthrough in Dreams. Dai Yuang had moved far away from Star Luo City. In truth, he hadn't sought out any special place for secluded cultivation. Right on the border of the Star Luo Empire, an ordinary, remote small town lay quietly nestled within the folds of the mountains. It was far from the turmoil of the Spirit Master's world, and even the air seemed a bit more stagnant than elsewhere. Only the occasional rising smoke from cooking fires and a few barks from dogs proved the passage of time. On the edge of the town, in an inconspicuous 2-story apartment, Dai Yuang's so-called secluded cultivation was preparing to take place in an extremely unusual form. Nana had arrived quietly several days in advance to set up this simple dwelling. The apartment only had 2 bedrooms, the furnishings were plain, and there were almost no superfluous items. One room belonged to Nana, and the other belonged to Dai Yuang, who was currently lying flat on a hard wooden bed. He was not sitting in meditation, nor was he tempering his spirit power, he was truly sleeping. The room was dimly lit, with only a sliver of the setting sun cutting through the cracks in the window, revealing the dust motes floating in the air. Dai Yuang's breathing was steady and long, his chest rising and falling rhythmically, his expression so serene that it seemed as if he had merely fallen into an afternoon nap, rather than embarking on a long-lasting cultivation. Snow Empress's illusory figure floated by the bedside, her peerless face bearing a trace of unconcealable doubt and curiosity. She looked at the youth on the bed who seemed completely unaware, and finally could not help but speak, her cold, clear voice sounding exceptionally distinct in the silent room. Yuang, are you sure this is really feasible? Cultivating in a dream, and sleeping for 2 years at that, this sounds more like a myth or legend. Dai Yuang's eyelashes fluttered slightly, he did not seem to have completely sunk into sleep. His voice carried a peculiar, ethereal quality, somewhere between wakefulness and dreaming. On my own, it would naturally be impossible. But with that special technique recorded in the golden adamant evil warding body, there is some hope. I will recite it for you to hear. He paused, then slowly chanted an obscure and abstruse incantation. Floating life in the void realm, 10,000 thoughts return to dust, reflecting shadows to capture the spirit. Mirage chi connects to the mysterious. Observing the great 1,000 worlds in slumber, binding the heart monkey upon waking. One demon swallows the universe, neither sleep nor heaven exists. Close eyes to draw in breath, leading the soul into the great void, pulling threads to weave connections, knitting emotions into a curtain of gauze. 7 emotions turn into candles to light the dark night, 6 desires become a shuttle to weave reincarnation. Mirror flowers and water moons are all by my hand, planting flowers in the void, they hang by themselves. Concentrating the spirit to knock on the purple mansion, wisdom eye breaks the wall of the heart. 100 kalpas of worldly ties all pass before the eyes, 3 lifetimes of karmic obstacles all turn to floating smoke. Waves in the sea of consciousness can scoop the moon, the spiritual platform is dust-free and sees the truth. Do not ask if floating life is true or false, planting the spiritual root deep within ignorance. The incantation was long, and the words seemed to contain a power that twisted reality and dreams, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Finally, there was a warning. Those who practice this method must take extreme emptiness and steadfast stillness as the foundation, taking the delusional thoughts of all living beings as firewood, and transforming the great 1,000 dream realms into a furnace. Remember, the spirit must not drown in the sea of desires, and the heart must not be lost in a cage of one's own weaving. If a single thought oversteps, one will fall forever into the endless dream demon. only by guarding the heart through 10,000 kalpas can one attain true, carefree, illusionary freedom. Snow Empress's brows furrowed even tighter, the confusion in her ice-blue eyes growing deeper. Strange. The aura of this technique is completely different from the extremely rigid and yang, domineering and awe-inspiring path of the golden adamant evil warding body you usually cultivate. This clearly involves dreams, illusions, and even the power to manipulate the mind. Does the mythical fierce beast race you mentioned possess such abilities? Dai Yuang's voice remained calm, carrying a hint of contemplation. No. The power of the mythical fierce beast is unmatchably rigid and fierce, breaking evil and revealing righteousness. It is indeed poles apart from this bewildering, dreamlike Tao. I am reminded of another legendary race, the demon charms. Could this cultivation technique have been created jointly by a great mythical fierce beast expert and a great demon charm expert? His thoughts drifted far away, recalling a certain xunji game from his vague memories of his past life, where the male and female protagonists seemed to have exactly this kind of identity. But this thought was fleeting, without any basis. If it truly were such an existence that brought him to this world, why would they go to such great lengths to tailor such a mind cultivation technique for him? What was the purpose? Could it just be for fun? Forget it. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it anymore. Snow Empress's nature was ultimately cold and clear, and she soon let it go. Those who can create such a heaven-defying technique have a realm far beyond what we can fathom. If they really wanted to harm you, they could turn you and me into dust with a snap of their fingers. Why go through such trouble? Since the technique is in hand, one try will tell. Then, sister, Snow Empress, good night. Dai Yuang said no more, slowly closing his eyes, and completely sinking his mind into that abstruse technique. The foundation of the golden adamant evil warding body began to circulate, but what it drove was not the usual domineering power, but the meaning of extreme emptiness and steadfast stillness described in the technique. His breathing became increasingly long and deep, his body muscles completely relaxed, but his spirit seemed to be guided, falling into an incomparably deep and vast, strange dimension, the great void dreamland. Deep meditation for ordinary spirit masters is extremely taxing on the mind and spirit. Often, after cultivating for a whole night, only a small amount of time can touch that efficient state of forgetting both oneself and the external world, while most of the time is just ordinary accumulation of spirit power. But Dai Yuang's current state could be called heaven-defying. He was not simply entering deep meditation, but was directly sinking his entire existence into an eternal state of deep meditation. For 12 hours a day, his soul and will were maintained in that most efficient state of realization, closest to the laws of the world, and the growth of spirit power and the absorption of the qi of the world were proceeding at an unimaginable speed. His body seemed to have turned into a huge vortex, silently absorbing the thin origin qi of the world surrounding him. As for the maintenance of his physical body, there was no need to worry at all. The fate reversal heavenly demon pill spirit in his Dantian Qi Si operated on its own, condensing an invisible pill containing pure life energy every day, which directly merged into his limbs and bones, nourishing his physical body. One pill was enough to replace all the food and nutrition needed for a day, ensuring that his body would not only not weaken during the 2-year-long slumber, but would instead be constantly tempered, maintaining it at its peak state. In the conventional sense, for an innate full spirit power spirit emperor to break through to the spirit saint realm, even with exceptional talent, it would take at least 6 or 7 years of hard work. And Dai Yuang, by cultivating in this way of a 2-year dream, a breakthrough in dreams, had an efficiency far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. He even felt that 2 years might be more than enough. He thought that this should be the way to complete the God of Sloth's trial. Outside the room, Nana pushed open the door silently. She saw the young lord still sleeping quietly, his expression peaceful, his breathing long, and a layer of extremely faint yet heart-palpitating energy fluctuations permeated around him, as if synchronized with the breathing of the entire world. She checked carefully, and after confirming there was no abnormality, a trace of absolute loyalty and protectiveness appeared in her eyes. She then silently retreated, gently closing the door, like the most vigilant shadow, guarding Dai Yuang's cultivation in his dream. The apartment returned to silence, and only Dai Yuang, in the depths of a dreamland unknown to anyone, was steadily advancing toward a stronger realm in a way that transcended common sense. The God of Sloth's trial had already begun. Chapter 198, Dream World, Getting Married with Snow Empress. Azure waves gently lapped against the fine, golden sand, the sound of the tide rhythmic and soothing, like nature's most tranquil lullaby. In the distance, an incredibly luxurious seaside villa stood by the sea, its white walls shining against the azure sea and sky, like a pearl embedded in the coastline. In this picturesque scenery, Dai Yuang and Snow Empress walked hand in hand, barefoot on the warm sand. The sea breeze blew, lifting Snow Empress's silver-white hair, which occasionally intertwined with Dai Yuang's ink-black locks. He stood tall and straight, his handsome brows carrying a sunny, bright smile, while she was unearthly beautiful, with skin like ice and bones like jade, as if she were a goddess who had stepped out of a fantasy. Yuang. Snow Empress tilted her head slightly, a trace of trance and confusion in her eyes. Weren't we supposed to be sleeping and cultivating in that small cottage? How did we suddenly end up here? Dai Yuang chuckled at this, gripping her hand tighter. If I said that we are indeed sleeping right now, would you believe me? He paused, his tone carrying a bit of incredible teasing. I didn't expect that cultivation technique to be so profound. Not only did I fall into a deep slumber, but it seems I accidentally dragged you into it as well. Go away. Snow Empress's ear tips turned slightly red, and she spat lightly. What do you mean dragged me into it, talking nonsense? But she immediately realized, her ice blue eyes widening slightly. Wait, are you saying that my consciousness was also affected by your cultivation technique and fell asleep too? Then what exactly is this place? A dream. Dai Yuang looked around at the boundless sea and clear sky, his voice calm yet carrying a strange penetrating power. I think our dreams have intertwined and resonated to form a unique, dream domain. Dream domain. Snow Empress repeated the unfamiliar term. Curiously, feeling the coolness of the seawater and the fineness of the sand beneath her feet, everything was unbelievably real. Simply put, it is a world constructed from dreams. Dai Yuang explained patiently, ordinary people have short sleep, and their dreams are fragmented, dissipating upon waking. Only special dreams with strong mental force and stable structures can form a so-called dream domain, a vivid and lasting space of consciousness. The creator of this domain is the domain master. The domain master's mental force determines the stability and duration of the dream domain. Will this affect your cultivation? Snow Empress was still most concerned about this matter. Don't worry. Dai Yuang shook his head with a smile. According to the records of the demon charm legacy, the consciousness of living beings can be divided into the pre-spirit realm and the original spirit realm. Ordinary dreams and even this dream domain are all in the shallow, pre-spirit realm. My core consciousness, the part that is operating the cultivation technique and absorbing spirit power, is still in the depths of the original spirit realm. So that's how it is, this cultivation technique is truly miraculous. Snow Empress exclaimed, unable to help taking a few steps forward, letting the clear seawater wash over her fair ankles. The cool touch was incredibly real. She suddenly understood the true meaning of the God of Sloth's trial, breaking through in a state of ultimate relaxation and joy. Wasn't this the ultimate, lying down to wn? Dai Yuang stepped forward and took her hand again. You can come to this beach anytime. See that villa? That will be our home in our dreams from now on. Come, let me take you to look around elsewhere first. This dream domain was constructed by the domain master's consciousness, and the foundation of Dai Yuang's dream was not the Douluo continent, but the world of his past life that he was most familiar with. The next moment, the surrounding scenery flowed like water ripples, bustling cities, dazzling food streets, neon-lit shopping malls, and amusement parks full of whimsical ideas. All kinds of novel things that Snow Empress had never seen before appeared before her eyes one after another. Dai Yuang took her to experience them one by one, watching her like an elf who had just stepped into the human world, her eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. Yuang, is this the world you once lived in? Snow Empress held a cup of sweet milk tea, looking at the bustling streets. It's much more interesting than the Douluo continent. That is natural. Dai Yuang nodded with a smile, a trace of complex nostalgia in his eyes. Suddenly, Snow Empress's gaze was drawn to a solemn yet warm building by the roadside. Most of the people entering and leaving were in pairs, some held small, bright red booklets, their faces beaming with joy, others held dark green booklets, their expressions indifferent as they parted ways. Yuang, what is that place? Snow Empress pointed at the building curiously. Dai Yuang looked over, his expression slightly startled. This, it seems to be a civil affairs bureau. In my world, it's the place specifically for handling marriage registration. Marriage registration. Snow Empress blinked, then smiled brightly, carrying a bit of the boldness and dash unique to the king of the far north. Yuang, it's a dream anyway, why don't we go and register too? In her mind, dreams were bizarre and everything was illusory. Using this to experience completely different customs was also an interesting thing. Dai Yuang was stunned at first, then laughed loudly. All right. Although it's a genuine daydream, if I could be a couple with Sister Snow Empress in a dream for a few years, it would be a wonderful fated encounter. The two walked in hand. The interior was bright and clean, with a solemn atmosphere. They saw a man in a crisp uniform with his back to them, organizing documents, his posture tall and his demeanor extraordinary. Hello, we would like to register. Dai Yuang said. The man turned his head at the sound, revealing an incomparably handsome face, his smile gentle and warm. All right, please have a seat, both of you. Dai Yuang was secretly surprised. He paused, wondering what on earth he was doing. It was his own dream, shouldn't he have set himself as the best-looking and most handsome man? How could a random marriage registrar look like this? Having such a person handle registrations here, wouldn't every couple that came be dazzled? Wasn't he afraid of breaking up every couple that came? May I ask your names? The man held a pen, his tone gentle. Dai Yuang, Snow Empress. The man recorded it quickly, then took out 2 bright red certificates and handed them to them. All right. Mr. Dai Yuang, Ms. Snow Empress. Congratulations to you both. May you stay together for 100 years and be united in heart forever. Dai Yuang took the certificates, feeling surprised. Wasn't this process a bit too fast? No household registration book, no ID card, no commemorative photo. The handsome man seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled. No need to be surprised. This is your dream world, and the rules are naturally determined by your own thoughts. If you think this matter should be simple, it naturally becomes simple. His gaze became deep and distant, his voice seeming to carry a peculiar rhythm. In the dream world, there are no restraints. You can transform into a kunpeng and soar through the 9 heavens, or be a fish diving deep into the azure sea. You can trace back time and reunite with the deceased. You can manifest obsessions and fulfill your wishes. Dreams are like nectar, temporarily healing the pain of reality and soothing the fatigue of the soul. Here, happiness seems within reach, without needing to pay a heavy price. However, a dream is ultimately a dream. Its joy is like morning dew. Once the dawn appears, it dissipates without a trace. If one indulges in the easily obtained perfection of a dream for too long, it is no different from drinking poison to quench thirst, only making reality increasingly pale and empty. A wise man views a dream as a window, not a door. Through this window, we can glimpse our true inner desires, perhaps love, freedom, or creation. These desires are not meant to lure us to stay in the dream forever, but to guide us back to reality and provide the direction for our hard work. Dai Yuang's heart shook violently. The person before him could never just be a phantom in a dream. His words insightfully grasped the essence and pointed directly to the key points. This was definitely not a simple NPC that his self-consciousness could fabricate. He was about to ask more, when he suddenly saw another staff member walk over hurriedly, looking troubled. Manager Bei, please go and take a look. There's a couple over there who just got married, and it was discovered they are long-lost biological siblings. The elders in their family are forcing them to divorce immediately, but the 2 of them refuse to do so no matter what. There is such a thing. Manager Bei heard this, raised an eyebrow, and glanced sideways at Dai Yuang, the corners of his lips curling into a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Hey, truly a kid born with an evil aura. Even the dreams he makes are wishing for lovers to eventually become siblings. Alas, a tragedy of human ethics. Enough, I will go handle it. You two, please feel free. Before the words had finished, Dai Yuang felt the scene before his eyes flicker slightly, and when he came to, he and Snow Empress were already standing side by side on the street outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, holding those two bright red marriage certificates in their hands. What was even stranger was that Snow Empress beside him seemed completely unaware of the recent anomaly, as if that episode had never happened. She flipped through the red booklets in her hands with great interest, then pulled his hand tightly, her eyes flashing with curiosity about the new world. "Let's go, Yuang. What are you dazing off for? There seem to be more fun places ahead." Dai Yuang looked back at the solemn building. By the window on the second floor, a blurry yet tall figure seemed to be standing, gazing in the direction they were leaving. Manager Bei shook his head gently, but his lips held an inscrutable smile. He is indeed good materials for this cultivation technique, to be able to calm his heart and enter meditation so quickly, and travel mentally through the pre-spirit realm. He has practiced the cultivation technique quite well. Chapter 199, Huo Yuhao's Thoughts, the Land Sisters Graduate. Time danced away in the dream, and Dai Yuang and the Snow Empress enjoyed a tranquility that transcended reality within the magnificent world woven by their thoughts. Dai Yuang later tried to find that Manager Bei again, but the result he got was that he had already resigned. This guy was indeed not an NPC in his dream, otherwise, how could he, the domain master, fail to find him? He must have left his dream. Moreover, Yuang finally recalled something. The voice of that Manager Bei was exactly the same as the person who sent him here through the scar of heaven. Perhaps he was the founder of the cultivation technique he was cultivating. The reason he appeared suddenly was to warn him to distinguish between dream and reality. Although the power of the dream was wonderful, it was also full of temptation. Was he afraid that he would sink into the world of dreams and be unable to extricate himself? He was underestimating him a bit. His, Dai Yuang's, heart was not that unsteady. Time in the dream was passing, and at the same time, the wheel of time in reality had never stopped turning. Sun Moon Empire, Ming City. Huo Yuhao had already spent more than half of his exchange study at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Having just finished a full year of intense studies, he received a 2-month vacation approved by the Academy. Just as he was pondering where to spend this leisure time, an unexpected figure traveled a long distance, arriving before him, dusty and tired. It was Wang Dong, who had also come on vacation from Shrek Academy. Wang Dong enthusiastically invited Huo Yuhao to visit and stay at her home, the mysterious Clear Sky sect. Huo Yuhao naturally accepted gladly. During their travel, the conversation inevitably touched upon that brother of his, Dai Yuang, who had already become famous far and wide but was also mired in controversy. From Wang Dong's narrative, which carried complex emotions, Huo Yuhao learned more details. Dai Yuang not only personally took action and assassinated Dai Waban, but now it was even said that the pillar of the Zhu family, the spirit Douluo level clan leader Zhu Shu, had also perished at his hands. For the sake of that princess of the Star Luo royal family, Ju, he seemed to have been completely reborn, becoming decisive in killing and ruthless in his methods. His name was already associated with words like fierce and cruel. What was even more alarming was that he had actually been personally identified as an evil soul master by Dinyan Xiaoj of Shrek Academy. Although the Star Luo royal family had tried their best to protect him and a public trial eventually ended without a definitive conclusion, proving his innocence, the matter had already spread widely, becoming a point of controversy that, although cleared, still left some people suspicious. According to Wang Dong, Dinyan Xiaoj actually still insisted on his initial judgment to this day, firmly believing that the evil power within Dai Yuang did not merely originate from the remnants of a spirit ring, but he just didn't know what method he had used to hide it perfectly, leaving no way to verify it. Hindered by Shrek's principle of neutrality in the face of the Star Luo royal family, the Academy could not do anything more. Wang Dong and many students of Shrek Academy naturally tended to believe their own dean. Partners like Xiao Xiao and Zhang Nanan, out of old friendship, even wrote letters trying to persuade Dai Yuang to return to Shrek Academy, earnestly expressing in the letters that no matter what difficulties he encountered, everyone was willing to face them with him and solve them together. However, these 2 letters, carrying concern and expectation, were never delivered to Dai Yuang. They were intercepted by people arranged by Juju while still on the way. This princess of the Star Luo Empire, carrying a hint of jealousy that she herself had not fully understood, as well as a strong possessiveness, destroyed the letters without hesitation. Her man's future and destiny should be controlled and accompanied by her. There was no need, nor should it be allowed, for other women to show concern or express excessive care. Especially after hearing that Dai Yuang had also been very good to these 2 girls when he was at Shrek Academy, Juju finally experienced what it felt like to be jealous for the first time. She did not know that the predecessor's kindness towards Xiao Xiao and Zhang Nanan was purely out of an investment mentality towards the protagonist group. The predecessor's infatuation had only ever been tied to her, Juju, alone. Huo Yuhao heard this news, his heart surging with waves. He had not expected that after leaving Shrek, the brother who was once regarded as a simp had actually done so many earth-shattering things. His greatest enemy, Dai Waban, had already died at his hands, and the massive Zhu family was also teetering under his strikes. However, this was not the way of revenge Huo Yuhao wanted. He longed to make the Duchess pay the price with his own hands, rather than borrowing someone else's. At the same time, a deep sense of worry spread in his heart. He still held some complex feelings and concern for this brother, especially after his adopted sister, Ma Xiaotao, had already fallen into becoming an evil soul master. He was even less willing to see Dai Yuang embark on that path of no return. He secretly made up his mind that after returning to the Douluo continent, he would definitely find Dai Yuang and try to bring him back to Shrek. Regardless of the motive behind that little bit of warmth in his youth, he wanted to try his best to pull him back, just to repay the kindness of his youth. Just as Huo Yuhao was worried about this matter, over at Shrek Academy, the Lan sisters, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, had finally both broken through the threshold of level 40. After hard cultivation, unexpectedly to some, they did not choose to try to enter the inner court, but instead directly applied for graduation from the outer court. They had long set their next goal in their hearts, to head to the mysterious and powerful body sect to seek the opportunity for the second awakening of their hair spirit. Their graduation application was far less troublesome than Dai Yuang's, because although their talent was passable, it was only passable. If not for possessing a martial soul fusion skill, they would not be particularly outstanding in Shrek, which was full of geniuses, and the hair spirit was indeed a relatively minor part among the body martial soul. The person in charge of the academy approved their graduation application after a simple inquiry. After the 2 sisters left Shrek, they went straight to the Heavenly Soul Empire. Just as they were standing on unfamiliar land, worrying and hesitating about how to find the hidden sect, the body sect, a noble person took the initiative to find them. It was none other than the princess of the Heavenly Soul Empire, Vina. A quiet and elegant tea house on the outskirts of the capital of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo sat uneasily. Facing the noble-tempered, gently smiling young girl before them, they appeared a bit nervous. They had just been respectfully invited here by someone claiming to be a royal attendant, and they never expected that the one who wanted to see them was actually the princess of the Heavenly Soul Empire. There is no need to be nervous. Vina personally poured flower tea for the 2 sisters, her voice soft, as if it could soothe people's hearts. My name is Vina. Did I scare you by suddenly inviting you here? Lan Luoluo, who had a slightly more outgoing personality, gathered the courage to ask, Your Highness, you were looking for us, is there something you need? They really couldn't figure out how they, such ordinary spirit ancestors, could attract the attention of an imperial princess. Vina smiled slightly, her gaze sweeping over the 2 sisters' almost identical beautiful hair, a hint of understanding in her eyes. I heard that 2 sisters with a hair spirit who are also skilled in a martial soul fusion skill recently graduated from Shrek Academy and have come to our Heavenly Soul Empire. If I'm not mistaken, your next goal is to find the body sect, right? Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo looked at each other in surprise upon hearing this. This decision of theirs was quite private. How did Her Highness the Princess know about it? Vina saw their confusion and said softly, No need to be surprised. Actually, I was entrusted by a friend to wait for you here and provide some help when you need it. Chapter 200 Main Sect. Friends. Lan Susu repeated softly, her mind racing as she thought through the people they knew, wondering who could possibly have a connection with the princess of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Friends. Lan Susu repeated softly, her mind racing as she thought through the people they knew, wondering who could possibly have a connection with the princess of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Yes. Vina nodded, a hint of something special in her smile. A friend you should be very familiar with. From the Star Luo Empire, with the surname Dai. Dai. The two sisters blurted out almost simultaneously, their faces filled with disbelief. Among the people they knew with the surname Dai who might know the princess, there was only one person. Is it, Big Brother Yuang? Lan Luoluo's voice trembled, subconsciously using the old form of address. It is indeed Dai Yuang. Vina confirmed. About 2 years ago, he and I had a brief meeting in the Star Do Great Forest. At that time, he predicted that you might seek the path of the body sect after graduation. He knew that the body sect's movements were elusive and difficult for ordinary people to find, so he specifically asked me to guide you if you came to the Heavenly Soul Empire. She paused, looking at the sisters' completely stunned expressions, and continued, he said at the time, those two girls have good talent and determination. If it is convenient for your highness, please look after them for me. Hearing these words, Lan Susu's nose suddenly stung, and her eyes turned red instantly. She hurriedly lowered her head, not wanting to lose her composure. Lan Luoluo's eyes were also red as she murmured, he actually remembered, and even arranged all this for us. Far from their homeland, just after graduation and feeling lost and helpless about the future, to suddenly learn that an old acquaintance who had long since become famous and seemed to live in a different world had quietly paved the way for them. So long ago, this feeling was indescribable. Lan Susu looked up, her voice choked with emotion. Your Highness, do you have any news of him recently? Is he doing well? They had also heard many rumors about Dai Yuang. Those reports were a mix of truth and falsehood, making them extremely worried. Vina sighed softly. I don't know much about his recent situation. I only heard from Princess Juju that he seems to have been in secluded cultivate, and the turmoil surrounding him in Star Luo City has temporarily subsided. He is a person with strong opinions and power, so you don't need to worry too much. She deftly avoided those sensitive rumors, her tone gentle and firm. She stood up and walked to the window. All right, let's not talk about the past for now. Since I promised him, whether out of commitment or because we are all one family of body spirits, I will help you. The body sect, I have already sent people to contact. If you are ready, I can send you there in the next few days. She turned back to look at the two sisters, her smile becoming bright again. How about it, two future high disciples of the body sect, are you willing to accept my arrangement? Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo looked at each other again, seeing both determination and gratitude in each other's eyes. They stood up and bowed solemnly to Vina. Thank you, Your Highness. The two added in their hearts, and thank you, Brother Yuang. Vina nodded with a smile. Immediately, she took them out of the city. The body sect was not in the city, but located in the mountains. As the Empire's guardian sect, the specific location of the body sect had always been a mystery to the outside world. Its reclusive state made it difficult for ordinary spirit masters to catch a glimpse of its true appearance. The area where the three of them walked was surrounded by cliffs and precipices. If an ordinary person walked here, a single moment of carelessness would likely lead to being smashed to pieces. Fortunately, the three of them possessed cultivate, so their movements were light. Moving through this treacherous terrain, while requiring caution, was not a difficult task. After traveling about 20 miles deep into the valley, they passed through a dark, dense forest that never saw the sun, tangled with vines. However, right at the end of this darkness, the scene suddenly opened up. Before them lay a huge valley surrounded by mountains, with murmuring streams and swirling spiritual qi inside, looking like a different world compared to the treacherous path they had just traversed. A magnificent and imposing giant mountain villa was situated here, blending miraculously with the surrounding natural landscape, yet standing out with its own unique style, appearing both ancient and glorious. In the center of the estate, an extremely tall pavilion rose from the ground, piercing the clouds with a magnificent aura that made one feel awestruck at the sight. Its shape was extremely peculiar. Viewed from afar, it looked like a giant sitting cross-legged in meditation, as steady as a mountain, bearing a striking resemblance to the body sect's emblem. Is that the body sect? Lan Luoluo couldn't help but exclaim, covering her mouth with her small hand. Vina looked in the direction of her gaze, her face wearing a mix of pride and awe as she nodded. That's right, that is the core and symbol of the body sect, the body pavilion. It has stood here for thousands of years, although not as long as Shrek's history. Every brick and every tile carries the immortal legacy of our sect and the will of countless powerhouses. Lan Susu looked at the pavilion, which seemed to flow with golden radiance in the sunlight, and the neatly planned, vibrant villa buildings around it, her eyes filled with disbelief. So amazing. Is this the body sect? So beautiful and magnificent, I thought. She stopped halfway through her sentence, seemingly feeling that her imagination was a bit rude, and quickly stopped. Vina couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. She turned her head to look at Lan Susu, her eyes filled with understanding. You thought the body sect must be an old castle hidden in the deep mountains and forests, gloomy, rough, and perhaps even a bit rustic, right? No, Your Highness, I definitely didn't mean that. Lan Susu's face instantly turned bright red, and she hurriedly waved her hands to explain, fearing she would cause a misunderstanding. Don't be nervous. Vina comforted her in a gentle tone. Many people have similar preconceived notions when they first arrive. But that is not the truth. Our sect gathers children with body martial souls from all over the world here to give them a better home, a place where they can grow up with peace of mind and unleash their potential. Since it is a home, we naturally try our best to make it comfortable and bright. Although the sect is currently in a semi-reclusive state, the sect master has always emphasized that our children should live in the sunlight, not in the shadows. So that's how it is. Lan Susu murmured, her impression of the overbearing body Douluo, sect master Dubusi, whom she had only met once, quietly changing. She hadn't expected that the seemingly rough and bold sect master had such a delicate and warm side. Semi-reclusive, that's just an expedient measure. A loud and overbearing voice sounded like a thunderclap from inside the villa gate. Sect master Dubusi, with a figure as burly as a god of war, strode out to greet them personally. His voice was like a booming bell. Back then, if it weren't for that old guy, dragon god Douluo Elder Mu, killing my brother and causing our sect to lose its top combat power, if my brother and I had joined forces, who in the world would dare to slight our body sect? Why would we need to hide our edge? He walked up to the three of them, his gaze like lightning, sweeping over Vina and finally fixing on Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. That highly oppressive scrutiny made the two girls subconsciously hold their breath, their palms sweating with nervousness. Are you the two little girls? Sect Master Dubusi's voice was still loud, but he seemed to have deliberately restrained some of his aura. The twin sisters from Shrek with hair spirits that Nana mentioned in her letter. You want to join my body sect? Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo hurriedly bowed respectfully, their voices trembling slightly from nervousness. Yes, Senior Sect Master. We two sisters beg for you to take us in. Ha ha ha. Sect Master Dubusi suddenly let out a hearty laugh, making the surrounding air hum. What are you afraid of? I came out personally to welcome you. You're already at the doorstep, why are you still so reserved? He waved his large hand, his tone becoming exceptionally solemn. Listen well, in my body sect, the first rule is that anyone who possesses a body martial soul, regardless of strength or body part, is family of my body sect. What's wrong with hair? Hair is also a part of the body, it is a legitimate body martial soul. Speaking of this, his rough face actually showed a hint of apology. Come to think of it, I should apologize to you two girls. Last time I went to Shrek, I only focused on that kid yuhao, and I didn't realize there were such good seedlings like you two. I almost missed out on my own people. It was my poor judgment, don't take it to heart. These words, especially the apologetic teasing at the end, left Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo completely stunned. In their imagination, a super Douluo, the sect master of one of the three major forces on the continent, should be majestic, unfathomable, and difficult to approach. But they never expected him to be so genuine, and even apologize to two insignificant spirit ancestors like them. For a moment, all their nervousness and fear dissipated a lot because of this boldness and straightforwardness. The two sisters felt nothing but overwhelmed by the favor. This sect master, who looked infinitely overbearing and had a fierce reputation, seemed not difficult to get along with. Chapter 201, 11 titled Douluo. Sect Master Dubusi brought the two sisters into the sect. They had truly stepped into the core hinterland of the body sect. In an instant, a scorching, boiling, and almost tangible battle intent rushed toward them like a tidal wave, carrying the clanging of metal against stone and the roaring of surging blood, assaulting the senses of Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. The view before them suddenly opened up, revealing a spectacular outdoor spirit fighting arena. The field was vast, paved with some unknown black mysterious stone. The stone was hard, yet it was marked with countless deep scratches and dents from years of violent strikes. In the arena, dozens of disciples of varying ages were fighting in pairs. The sounds of shouting, the explosions of colliding spirit power, and the dull thuds of bodies slamming into each other were constant. The fighting style here was completely different from what they had seen at Shrek Academy. There were no flashy spirit ability light effects, instead, there was more of the most primitive, direct physical confrontation and the ultimate application of the body martial soul. Lan Susu's pupils shrank slightly. She saw a seemingly frail youth whose arms had mutated into two pitch-black giant hammers. As he swung them, they created shrill whistling winds, and every strike made the ground tremble slightly. On the other side, a young girl's 10 fingers extended into half-foot-long crystalline sharp claws. As she moved, she left streaks of afterimages in the air, her offensive tricky and vicious, aiming straight for her opponent's joints and vital points. Further away, a middle-aged man's eyes shot out sharp rays of light. That light seemed capable of interfering with mental force, causing the movements of any opponent who made eye contact with him to become noticeably sluggish and stiff. Pay attention, this youth is named Wang Yangfeng. Sect Master Dubusi pointed casually with a thick finger, his voice booming like a bell. The two sisters looked over and saw a youth of about 17 or 18 years old locked in a fierce battle with a tall and sturdy opponent. The youth let out a low roar, and his right palm suddenly expanded, muscles bulging, his skin instantly transforming into a dull metallic color. He swung his palm, creating a sonic boom out of thin air. The violent air wave directly sent the tall and sturdy disciple staggering back more than 10 steps before he could barely steady himself, his face full of shock. His spirit is his palm, he just completed his bronze rank second awakening. His strength and hardness are decent. Sect Master Dubusi said in a flat tone, as if evaluating an ordinary weapon. That big fool opposite him, his spirit is his left ear. His hearing is very sharp, so he can predict some attack trajectories, but his offensive power is very average. When he runs into someone like this who uses raw force to overcome everything, he's helpless. Although it was a sparring match within the sect, every battle in the arena was extremely dangerous, almost like fighting for one's life. Lan Luoluo even saw one disciple turn their hand into a blade, stabbing straight at their opponent's throat, while another disciple delivered a swift knee strike, mercilessly slamming into the opponent's vital heart area. She watched with trepidation, subconsciously gripping her sister Lan Susu's sleeve tightly, her palm sweating. Scared, Sect Master Dubusi glanced at her and let out a thunderous laugh. Little girl, having soft bones won't do. The reason my body sect can stand tall on the continent is by relying on fighting to nurture fighting. Only in life or death battles can one stimulate their potential to the greatest extent and hone the strongest body martial soul. This is the true path of the strong. He changed the subject, his giant palm pointing to several slightly higher stone platforms at the edge of the arena. But don't really think I brought you here to die. See that? Those old guys aren't just for show. On each stone platform stood 1 or 2 figures, some standing with arms crossed, others sitting cross-legged. Their gazes were as sharp as hawks, tightly locking onto every battle circle below. Powerful mental force, like an invisible spider web, enveloped the entire spirit fighting arena. Every arena has at least one spirit Douluo level expert watching. If anyone truly loses control and uses a killing blow, they will naturally intervene to stop it. Another rule of the body sect is that you absolutely cannot kill each other. Lan Susu let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. This rule was good, otherwise, she would worry about being killed by her own people during training one day. She looked around and realized that in the entire massive spirit fighting arena, there were fewer than 100 disciples currently cultivating and sparring. Lan Luoluo could not suppress the doubt in her heart and asked in a low voice, "Sect Master, are the other senior brothers and senior sisters in the sect all out training or executing missions?" She found it hard to believe that a massive power capable of being ranked alongside Shrek Academy's Sea God's Pavilion and the Sun Moon Empire's Minged Hull would have so few core disciples. Sect Master Dubusi's smile faded slightly upon hearing this, replaced by a sense of helplessness. They are all here. The body martial soul is a gift from the heavens, 1 in 10,000. How could it be compared to those dime a dozen beast spirits and tool spirits? Are they something you can just find whenever you want? His voice suddenly rose. But, my body sect values quality over quantity. As long as one completes the second awakening, even if it's just the most ordinary black iron rank awakening, it is enough to elevate the essence of the spirit, making challenging those of a higher rank as easy as eating and drinking. If one can reach the bronze rank, their combat power will have a qualitative leap. His eyes suddenly erupted with terrifying brilliance, and his aura surged throughout his body. If one achieves the silver rank, his gaze swept over several disciples in the arena whose auras were exceptionally sharp. HMPH, within the same rank, unless one encounters those legendary divine rank spirits or ultimate attributes, otherwise, it is a complete and utter crushing victory. Without any suspense, the two sisters were deeply shaken, deeply infected by this boldness and confidence. Sect Master Dubusi said no more and led them across the edge of the spirit fighting arena, walking toward the most magnificent and peculiar giant building in the center of the valley. The building was gray-black all over, and its shape was not a traditional tower or palace, but rather looked more like a giant sitting cross-legged in cultivation. Stepping through the main gate, the interior was an extremely magnificent hall. Light shone down from specially made glazed windows high above, appearing solemn and majestic. In the hall, there were 11 ancient-looking, extraordinary mysterious iron giant thrones. Except for the sect master's seat at the head, every other seat was occupied by a person. These were the 11 titled Douluo of the body sect. Sect Master. Almost the moment they entered, these people immediately saluted Sect Master Dubusi. The pressure from so many titled Douluo, even if just naturally emitted, instantly made Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo's breathing stifled, their delicate bodies trembling slightly, as if they were under the immense pressure of the deep sea. This was the entire high-end combat power of the body sect, one of the top forces on the continent. A full 11 titled Douluo. Sect Master Dubusi laughed loudly, his voice shaking the roof tiles. Good, everyone is here. Come, little girls, get to know them. This is the capital with which our body sect runs rampant across the world. He called out their names one by one, his voice filled with undisguised pride. Jin Peng, rank 96, Golden Body Douluo, Deputy Sect Master of our sect. This old guy's golden body is indestructible, thick-skinned and fleshy. If he stood still and let a spirit guidance cannon blast him head on a few times, he'd probably only scratch his skin. An elderly man with a lean build, eyes as sharp as a hawk, and skin faintly glowing with a pale golden luster nodded slightly, acknowledging the greeting. Yunyi, rank 95, Divine Brain Douluo, second elder. The smartest head in the sect, she has never failed when plotting against others. This was a beautiful woman dressed in purple robes, wearing crystal lenses, with an intellectual and calm temperament. She pushed up her glasses and gave the two sisters a gentle smile. Wang Luohai, rank 94, Iron Palm Douluo. He has brute strength, one palm can split half a mountain peak, but his brain isn't very bright, so he's easily taken advantage of. A man with a bear-like build, hands more than twice the size of an ordinary person's, with thick knuckles and calloused skin, scratched his head embarrassedly upon hearing this and smiled honestly. Lu Si, rank 94, Divine Finger Douluo. First-class crowd control ability, sneaking up on people invisibly. A man dressed in snow white, with a handsome face but a somewhat effeminate temperament, was carefully wiping his long, fair fingers, which looked like works of art, with a silk handkerchief. Sect Master Dubusi introduced them one by one. Every titled Douluo had a distinct temperament, some domineering, some gloomy, some unrestrained, some reserved, but without exception, they all exuded the aura of profound and unfathomable experts. Every body martial soul here that could reach the titled Douluo level had completed at least a silver rank second awakening. At this moment, the two sisters finally realized the powerful strength of the body sect. Chapter 202, The Sisters' Cultivation Plan. There is a reason why I made you all acknowledge it clearly. Sect Master Dubusi finished his introduction, turned around, and patted the sisters on the shoulders with such force that they both stumbled. Our sect has few members, every disciple is a precious treasure. Therefore, the rule I, the old man, have set is that every titled Douluo must personally mentor disciples. Anyway, our body sect has few people. Excluding the spirit saints and spirit Douluos who have already achieved success, for the children who still need to cultivate, no one can have more than 5 under their name. Now, you two can look around and see who you want to choose as your master. At this moment, Princess Vina walked over quietly with a kind smile and said softly, "Two little sisters, why not follow my master, the divine brain Douluo? We all have spirits related to the head, perhaps there are more commonalities." And, she winked mischievously and lowered her voice, "I'll tell you secretly, my master is the smartest one in the sect, unlike the others who only grow muscles." Ahem. Sect Master Dubusi's old face turned red. He deliberately straightened his face and coughed twice. "Nana, I heard that, you know." Vina smiled, not afraid at all of Sect Master Dubusi's life chi. This sect master was very overbearing to outsiders but actually very tolerant toward his own people. Lan Susu, however, keenly grasped the key information in Vina's words and looked at her in surprise. "Your Highness, are you also a body martial soul user? But isn't your spirit the healing type Snow Lotus?" Vina smiled beautifully. A soft, bright pink radiance suddenly lit up between her brows. The outline of her brain beneath it became faintly visible, becoming crystal clear as if it were the most exquisite crystal artwork, emitting strange mental force fluctuations. "I have twin spirits. My first spirit is the Snow Lotus, and my second spirit is my brain." "Are you surprised? Twin spirits. And it's even a top-tier body martial soul like the brain." The sisters were dumbfounded. They originally thought Princess Shu Juju of the Star Luo Empire was a rare genius, but they hadn't expected Princess Vina of the Heavenly Soul Empire to have even more terrifying talent, hidden so deeply. Yunyi stepped forward gracefully at this moment. Her gaze behind the crystal lenses was deep and wise as she looked quietly at Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. "Then, are you willing to follow me to cultivate?" The two sisters recovered from their shock and looked at each other, both seeing the excitement and determination in the other's eyes. Being able to become a disciple of a super Douluo, and one who excelled in mental force and control, the divine brain Douluo, what a huge opportunity this was. They knelt down simultaneously without hesitation, their voices trembling slightly with excitement. "This disciple is willing. Greetings, Master." Seeing this, Sect Master Dubusi laughed heartily with satisfaction. "Good. Yunyi, this pair of sisters is handed over to you. Polish them well. Body martial souls capable of completing a martial soul fusion skill are rare, don't waste this uncut jade." He waved his large hand, turned around, and strode away. Yunyi then took Vina and the two newly accepted disciples to leave the main hall and head to the sect disciple living area. The stone rooms were built against the mountain, the interior furnishings were simple but sturdy and practical. Pushing open the window, outside was a sea of clouds surging and mist swirling, like a fairyland. Only at this moment, being in the quiet environment, could Lan Susu finally suppress no longer the most important question that had been accumulating in her heart for a long time. She raised her head, her voice filled with anticipation, and asked softly, "Master, Your Highness, do we have the opportunity to undergo the second awakening of our body martial soul in the future?" "Hee. I knew you would ask this sooner or later." Hearing this, Yunyi revealed a knowing smile on her face and gently pushed the crystal lenses on the bridge of her nose with her fingertips. For every spirit master who possesses a body martial soul, this is the ultimate transformation they dream of. Of course you can. The significance of the sect's existence is largely to help disciples complete this step, but... Her tone shifted, becoming serious. Timing is very important. You must wait until your spirit power reaches level 50 and you promote to Spirit King. Only when your body and mental force are strong enough can you withstand the impact and transformation brought by the second awakening. Spirit King. The pretty faces of the two sisters immediately fell, and a flash of disappointment crossed their bright eyes. They had just broken through to Spirit Ancestor, and their spirit power was stable at level 41. According to their past cultivation speed, even if everything went smoothly, they would probably need 4 or 5 years to reach the threshold of a Spirit King. They had intended to undergo the second awakening early and then go find Yuang to show off. Think it's too slow. Yunyi's gaze flickered slightly, as if she had seen through their thoughts. If you follow the meditation method you used to cultivate at Shrek, it is indeed slow. But now you have entered the body sect. Her tone carried powerful confidence. The sect's secret transmission, Secrets of the Body, was perfected through the painstaking efforts of countless ancestors and was created specifically to dig out the potential of the body. Coupled with the fact that your sister's spirits are of the same origin and you possess a rare martial soul fusion skill, your spirit power resonates with each other, and you assist each other in cultivation, the efficiency is far beyond that of ordinary people. 2 to 3 years, at most 3 years, is enough for you to break through the level 50. Threshold. 2 to 3 years. The gloom in the sisters' hearts was instantly dispelled by wild joy, and their eyes became bright again, as if they had already seen their reborn selves in 3 years, and seen that figure casting a look of surprise and approval toward them. Seeing this, Princess Venus suddenly leaned in, winked playfully, and lowered her voice with a laugh. So desperate to get stronger quickly, are you thinking of succeeding early so that that guy surnamed Dai from the Star Luo Empire will look at you with new eyes and praise you properly? You have a crush on him. The sisters' pretty faces turned bright red in a whoosh, like ripe apples. Lan Susu lowered her head, her voice as faint as a mosquito's, and her fingers subconsciously twisted the corner of her clothes. Brother Yuang, his heart only has Princess Shu Juju, how could we be worthy? Absurd. Before the words fell, Yunyi suddenly interrupted sternly. An invisible but majestic mental force pressure was suddenly released from her body and then instantly retracted, making the sisters' hearts tremble. Yunyi said, "What does the princess of the Star Luo Empire count for? There is no one in this world that a disciple of my body sect is not worthy of." Her gaze swept over the two terrified girls, and her tone suddenly became somewhat strange, even carrying a chilling implication. If you really are so infatuated with that boy from Star Luo, after you succeed in your second awakening, if it really doesn't work out, my divine brain spirit has a brainwashing spirit ability. One day, I will brainwash that boy to only like you sisters, and then I will send him to you. That will save you from being so lovesick. Hearing these shocking words, the two sisters looked at each other. Was it really as the continent rumored? Were the people of the body sect really all this overbearing? Vina looked at their stunned expressions and finally couldn't help but laugh out loud with a PFFT. This is the style of our body sect, you will get used to it slowly in the future. The two women nodded. In any case, the path of the body sect that Dai Yuang had arranged for them could be considered to be proceeding steadily. Chapter 203, Husband and Wife, Waking from a Dream, Breaking Through to Spirit Saint. In the dream world, inside the villa, dawn light filtered through the sheer curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows, scattering fine, golden rays across the spacious bedroom. The sea breeze, carrying the salty, damp scent and the cries of distant seagulls, gently stirred the gauze curtains. Dai Yuang opened his eyes, and the first thing that came into view was Snow Empress's peaceful sleeping face. A few strands of snow-white hair clung to her smooth cheeks, her long eyelashes cast a small shadow beneath her eyes, and the corners of her mouth still carried a faint, satisfied smile. The flow of time in the dream world was different from the outside. Although it hadn't reached the extent of the god realm, where 1 day in the sky equals 1 year in the mortal realm, when 2 years had passed in the outside world, at least 4 years had already passed here. In this dream domain that he dominated, yet which was incredibly real, they had already spent 4 full years together like the most ordinary husband and wife in the world. Working at sunrise and resting at sunset, they wove a daily life that belonged only to them in this luxurious villa facing the sea. He moved his body gently, afraid of waking her. But Snow Empress still let out a soft murmur and opened her ice-blue eyes. The confusion of waking up quickly faded, replaced by an extremely intimate tenderness. She naturally snuggled into his arms, her voice raspy from sleep. Morning. Morning, Shui. Dai Yuang lowered his head and pressed a kiss to her smooth forehead. Who could have imagined that Snow Empress, who had ruled the extreme Northland for hundreds of thousands of years and made all things submit to her, would be so pure in her emotions, even, one could say, cutely innocent, after shedding all her cold outer layers. Throughout the long years, no one dared to profane her majesty. The only one audacious enough to express his love to her, the Titan Snow Demon King, ended up with all his bones shattered and had to lie in recovery for 1,000 years. She had never tasted the flavor of love. And this was precisely what gave Dai Yuang, a guy who knew exactly how to pluck at heartstrings and was a total scumbag in his past life, the greatest opportunity. Years of living together in the dream, attentive companionship, and perfectly timed romance had long since completely melted this 10,000-year iceberg. However, once Snow Empress opened her heart and tasted the sweetness, the passion and initiative she displayed sometimes made even Dai Yuang secretly click his tongue in surprise. The assertiveness of the extreme Northland's ruler was vividly manifested in this aspect. For Dai Yuang, although they were deep in a dream, that ultimate enjoyment was no different from reality. As the two were preparing to get up, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. A little girl, about 3 or 4 years old and as exquisite as a carved jade figurine, rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked in with her little bare feet. She was wearing a fuzzy onesie with little bare ears, her silvery white hair was messy and sticking up, and her little face was fair with a rosy flush. She was a perfect, smaller, and even softer version of Snow Empress. "Mommy, Daddy," the little girl's voice was milky, filled with heavy sleepiness and a hint of grievance. "You were so noisy last night." Xiao Shui couldn't sleep, it sounded like there was thunder, and the bed was shaking. Ahem. Dai Yuang coughed violently to cover his embarrassment. Snow Empress's pretty face instantly flushed, the red spreading to her ears. She glared at Dai Yuang in shamed anger, her eyes conveying 1,000 charms, yet devoid of any intimidation. "It's all your daddy's fault." Like an untiring beast, she threw off the quilt and got out of bed, scooping the pouting Xiao Shui into her arms and gently patting her back to soothe her. "It's Mommy's fault for disturbing Xiao Shui. How about Mommy takes you to eat Haagen-Dazs to apologize today? You can eat as much as you want." "Really? Yay." Xiao Shui's eyes lit up instantly, all her grievances swept away. She hugged Snow Empress's neck and giggled, revealing 2 sharp little fangs, so cute that it made one's heart melt. This was their daughter. Back then, when Snow Empress wanted to experience a complete and real life, Dai Yuang used his authority as the dominator of the dream domain to extract a wisp of his own life origin and fuse it perfectly with Snow Empress's pure extreme cold spiritual qi. It gestated in Snow Empress's womb, and eventually, this unique little life, Xiao Shui, was born. Snow Empress doted on her to the extreme, almost to the point of granting her every wish. Even though she had raised Xiao Bai as a foster mother for over 200,000 years, the feeling of being a foster mother versus a biological mother was worlds apart. That palpitation of bloodline connection and soul resonance was something no other emotion could replace. Even though she knew deep down that Xiao Shui was just a creation of the dream, the emotion she poured into her was incredibly real, hot, and intense. Watching Snow Empress holding her daughter, her face overflowing with a happy and doting glow, patiently feeding her ice cream one small spoonful at a time, with the sunlight gilding them in a warm golden edge, the scene was as beautiful as the most exquisite oil painting. Dai Yuang sat beside them, his heart filled with peace and satisfaction. Such a life, cozy, warm, and without the disputes and schemes of the outside world, even for someone with such grand ambitions, sometimes made him think that drowning in it for a long time wouldn't be so bad. However, the words of the inscrutable manager Bei he met at the Civil Affairs Bureau always echoed clearly in his mind, like an alarm bell. A dream is, after all, a dream. It's Happiness is like morning dew, it vanishes without a trace once the sun comes out. If one lingers too long because they are greedy for the easily obtained happiness in a dream, it is like drinking poison to quench thirst, which will only make reality seem more pale and powerless in the end. No matter how real the dream domain was, it was ultimately not reality. They still had the divinity trials they had to complete, enemies in reality to face, and a long road to becoming a powerhouse to climb. He took a deep breath, his gaze becoming firm, and gently put his arm around Snow Empress's shoulder, whispering, "Shuiye." Snow Empress's feeding action paused slightly. She didn't turn back, just gave a soft, "Hem." She was so intelligent that she had already sensed something from the change in his tone. 4 years of living together day and night had made them as familiar with each other as they could possibly be. "It's about time." Dai Yuang's voice was very soft, but it carried an unquestionable decisiveness. "We should go back." Snow Empress's shoulders trembled imperceptibly. She certainly understood that the "go back" Dai Yuang spoke of wasn't returning to that seaside villa, but leaving this beautiful dream they had woven for 4 years and returning to the challenging reality world. She was silent for a moment, her gaze lingering for a long time on Xiao Shui's innocent face, her eyes full of reluctance and attachment, which finally turned into a soft sigh. Time passes so fast. It was so fast that it made her dazed, so fast that she wished this dream would never end. Just then, Xiao Shui, who was concentrating on her ice cream, suddenly looked up. Those large, ice-blue eyes that resembled Snow Empress's looked at them clearly. A gentle smile, unusually sensible and even somewhat beyond her age, appeared on her face. "Mommy and Daddy, you're leaving, right?" She tilted her little head, her voice still milky and cute, but she said words that made Snow Empress's heart tremble. "You don't have to worry about Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui knows, Xiao Shui is just a dream." "No." Snow Empress tightened her arms suddenly, hugging her daughter tightly. Her voice carried a hint of choking, and she said firmly, "Xiao Shui is not a dream. You are my daughter. Forever." Xiao Shui stretched out her little hand, stained with a bit of ice cream, and clumsily touched Snow Empress's face, her smile still brilliant. "Then can Xiao Shui see Mommy and Daddy again later? The real Mommy and Daddy?" Dai Yuang felt a pang of sorrow in his heart too. He reached out and gently rubbed his daughter's soft, silvery hair, making a promise, "Of course. Perhaps the next time we meet, it will be in the real world. Daddy promises you." Xiao Shui smiled happily and nodded heavily. Pinky promise." The sun set, stretching the shadows of the three of them out long. They walked hand in hand, returning for the last time to the seaside villa that held 4 years of warm memories. At the front door, Xiao Shui took the initiative to let go of their hands. She turned around, facing Dai Yuang and Snow Empress. Her small figure stood in the sunset glow, as if glowing. With the purest and most brilliant smile on her face, she waved her little hand vigorously, revealing those cute little fangs. "Mommy and Daddy, goodbye." After saying this, she didn't hesitate, turned around, and ran, pitter-patter, into the beautiful house without looking back. As her figure disappeared inside the door, it was as if it were a signal, everything around them began to blur. The azure sea, the golden beach, the exquisite villa, the bustling city in the distance, everything began to fade and dissipate like a pencil drawing being erased by an eraser, turning into bits of crystalline light particles and returning to nothingness. Snow Empress stared blankly at the house that was gradually disappearing, water swirling in her ice-blue eyes, eventually turning into a gentle firmness. She was the ruler of the extreme Northland, an emperor who ruled over 10,000 years of cold ice. Even with all the reluctance in the world, she would never drown in illusory warmth. She whispered softly, as if speaking to that disappearing little figure, or perhaps to herself, "Goodbye, Xiao Shui. Thank you for accompanying us for so many years." As for Xiao Shui, Snow Empress already had a resolution in her heart. When Yuang achieves divinity in the future and possesses the power to reshape the universe, she would have him reshape a body for her. She was determined to be with him and truly gestate her in the real world, welcoming her arrival once again. Snow Empress's promise would not change, she would forever be her daughter. In the real world, inside the quiet small town apartment on the border of the Star Luo Empire. Dai Yuang, who had been lying on the bed as if asleep for 2 years, had his eyelids tremble slightly. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Between opening and closing his eyes, a brilliant light shot out, as if substantial, and the air in the entire room stagnated for a moment. An extremely massive and surging spirit power poured out from his body uncontrollably, blowing the light objects in the room flying everywhere. In the center of his forehead, a complex and profound dark golden 7-pointed star mark suddenly lit up, flashing with a mysterious and majestic radiance, as if it contained the most primitive law of evil power between heaven and earth. Rank 70. The massive spirit power roared and surged within his body like a breached flood, easily breaking through the rank 70 bottleneck, and even continuing to climb upward. It was only because he had not yet obtained his 7th spirit ring that his rank was temporarily locked and displayed at the threshold of rank 70. A great dream of 2 years, breaking through within the dream. The first trial of God of Sloth, completed with perfection. Dai Yuang slowly sat up, feeling the massive increase in spirit power within his body, as well as the incredibly real memories and emotions left behind by the 4-year dream life in his mind. His eyes became deeper, and his aura became increasingly restrained. Snow Empress's soul appeared beside him, snuggling with him. Yuang, our dream has woken. Yes, the dream has woken, but the good show in reality has only just begun. Dai Yuang said with a smile. Chapter 204. The God of Sloth returns, news of a daughter, and a God-bestowed spirit ring. At this moment, the 7-pointed star god seal on Dai Yuang's forehead, which had just calmed down, suddenly shone brightly again without any warning. An irresistible pulling force, originating from a divine rank law, enveloped him and the Snow Empress beside him. The scene before their eyes suddenly blurred and twisted. The next moment, they were already in that familiar and mysterious strange space. Surrounded by a deep, boundless star-filled illusion, 7 divine thrones with different designs, each exuding distinct yet equally terrifying auras, floated silently. Unlike the last time when the 7 gods gathered with overwhelming pressure, this time, in the vast space, there was someone on only one throne. The God of Sloth. He was almost entirely sunken into that incredibly soft, cloud-like divine throne, his posture lazy and casual, his eyes half closed, as if he had just been reluctantly awakened from a long sleep. He let out a silent yawn and said slowly in a voice so low it was almost a mumble, "Good morning, Yuang, congratulations on completing my first trial. A 2-year dream, a breakthrough in a dream, well done, you slept quite soundly." His tone was slow and leisurely, carrying a very unique quality, as if he were never quite fully awake. Dai Yuang steadied his mind and bowed respectfully. Senior God of Sloth, thank you for your reminder and guidance. Had you not issued this special trial, I would never have imagined that I could achieve a breakthrough in my realm in this way. These words came from his heart. The 2-year dream not only caused his spirit power to skyrocket, but his relationship with the Snow Empress had also taken a qualitative leap forward. This reward far exceeded his expectations. No need for thanks. The God of Sloth's voice dragged on even longer, as if speaking these few words had exhausted much of his energy. I didn't come up with this method. I dreamt of it during my last sleep and felt it suited you, so I used it. Come, here is your reward. He actually spoke of such an important god trial as easily as if he had casually picked up a useful little trinket. He seemed to struggle for a moment before extremely slowly raising one hand, the movement so slow that it made one feel tired just watching it. Following his movement, an entirely pitch-black, strange spirit ring that seemed capable of absorbing all light condensed at his fingertips, flying silently toward Dai Yuang and hovering before him. This spirit ring was not like the sea god's god-bestowed spirit ring, which was golden, brilliant, and solemn. It was entirely dark and dull, without any dazzling light. Instead, it exuded an introverted, silent, and even slightly lazy and weary aura. However, the immense divine force contained within it could not be faked, like a dormant deep sea, with monstrous energy beneath the calm surface. This is a god-bestowed spirit ring. Dai Yuang reached out to take it, feeling the immense power within. He understood, yet felt a trace of surprise. It was not strange to receive a god-bestowed spirit ring when reaching a bottleneck. After all, the sea god's trials had similar rewards. What slightly surprised him was that this spirit ring had actually been personally crafted by the god of sloth. With the god of sloth's deep-seated laziness, would he really go to the trouble of personally crafting a god-bestowed spirit ring? In fact, Dai Yuang had indeed misunderstood the god of sloth. Sloth was not incompetence or procrastination, but efficiently completing necessary tasks to earn the right to rest at will. Just like how he had previously taken the initiative to be the first to issue a god trial to Dai Yuang. The god of sloth was able to ascend to a god position precisely because he possessed extreme efficiency and absolute control, capable of handling all matters perfectly without leaving any hidden troubles, thereby enjoying eternal sloth, with a clear conscience and no burden. He was the dominator of the law of sloth, not a slave controlled by the law. I made it. The god of sloth seemed too lazy to even explain much, simply confirming this point slowly. I was idle anyway, so I just made one. Thank you, senior, for your generous gift. Dai Yuang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. This god-bestowed spirit ring came at the perfect time. His 6th spirit ring was already at the 100,000-year level, and the 7th spirit ring was crucial. He absolutely could not just find any 10,000-year spirit beast to make do. Moreover, 100,000-year spirit beasts were not only hard to find, but hunting them was also extremely dangerous. With this god-bestowed spirit ring, which could increase its age according to one's limit of endurance, all difficulties were easily resolved. The god of sloth nodded slightly, his gaze seemingly shifting to land on the Snow Empress beside Dai Yuang. A trace of extremely subtle fluctuation seemed to flash in his half-closed eyes. Yesterday, I had another prophetic dream. His speaking speed remained slow, yet it carried a strange sense of certainty. It is related to you. The Snow Empress was slightly stunned, a flash of surprise and curiosity passing through her ice-blue eyes. Please speak plainly, senior. In the dream, you and Yuang got married. It was very lively. The god of sloth's voice seemed to carry the ethereal quality of a dream. You also had a daughter, named Little Shui. Really? The Snow Empress lost her voice for a moment, an uncontrollable surge of immense surprise and excitement appearing on her ice-like face. She subconsciously grabbed Dai Yuang's arm tightly. As expected, she knew it. Little Shui was definitely not just an illusory dream. She was real, a kind of premonition of the future, a bond of bloodline and emotion between them, manifested in the dream realm ahead of time. Through the power of sleep, and had come to her side. The god of sloth seemed unmoved by her intense reaction, simply nodding again very, very slowly, confirming the reality of this dream. Assist Yuang in completing my 2nd trial. He said leisurely, by then, you will also have a reward. His voice gradually faded away, as if the accumulated strength had been exhausted. All right, what needed to be said, has all been said. He buried himself deeper into that cloud-like divine throne, his voice so low it was almost inaudible. I am going to sleep now, good night. 1 second he had just said, good morning, and the next second he jumped straight to, good night. This first-rank god with a unique sense of time did not wait for Dai Yuang and the Snow Empress to respond at all. His figure, like ink dissolving into water, quietly dissipated on that divine throne, and together with the throne, vanished into the endless star-filled illusion. The pulling force of the space returned, and in the blink of an eye, Dai Yuang and the Snow Empress were back in the apartment room in the real world, as if everything just now had been a brief hallucination. But the cold-to-the-touch god-bestowed spirit ring in Dai Yuang's hand, which contained immense divine force, and the unmaskable, searing light in the Snow Empress's eyes, as if burning with ice flames, clearly told them that it was not a hallucination. Yuang, hurry up and absorb the spirit ring. The Snow Empress, contrary to her usual coldness, had a voice filled with unprecedented urgency and excitement. She gripped Dai Yuang's hand tightly, her eyes flashing with an almost paranoid gleam. We must become gods sooner. The information obtained from the god of sloth was the most powerful source of motivation for her. Becoming a god was no longer just for resurrection or helping Dai Yuang, but even more so to truly welcome the arrival of her only daughter, Little Shui, in the real world. Dai Yuang completely understood her feelings. He took her cold fingers in his hand, giving her a reassuring look, and then did not hesitate any longer. He sat down cross-legged, and the moment his eyes closed, his entire aura changed abruptly. Without the slightest probing or warm-up, he directly raised his state to the peak. Brilliant ice-blue radiance erupted from behind him, and the external spirit bone, ice-fire lotus wings, suddenly unfurled. The left ice wing was shrouded in cold mist, while the right fire wing had flowing flames dancing. Light shone brightly from his forehead, and the mental force of the 100,000-year evil-eye tyrant skull swept out like an invisible storm, stabilizing his mental sea. The muscles of his right arm bulged, and dark golden tiger stripes and ice crystal-like armor plates appeared on the surface of his skin. The power of the 100,000-year abyssal ice prison tiger right arm bone was ready to be unleashed. He knew well the characteristics of a god-bestowed spirit ring. Its final age depended entirely on the limit of time the absorber could endure. He had to go all out from the very beginning, charging toward that possible peak with the strongest posture, and must not waste this precious spirit ring personally crafted by a first-rank god. Adjusting his state to perfection, Dai Yuang did not hesitate to pull that pitch-black god-bestowed spirit ring to the top of his head. Come. The spirit ring descended, and the immense divine force, like a waterfall from the 9 heavens, instantly rushed into his body. Dai Yuang's body shook violently, and he immediately focused his mind and calmed his breath, circulating all his spirit power and powerful mental force to guide and endure the impact of this majestic power, beginning his journey of absorbing the 7th spirit ring. In the room, the massive energy fluctuations made the air become thick. The Snow Empress stood to the side, clenching her fists tightly, her ice-blue eyes watching Dai Yuang without blinking, filled with anticipation. With Yuang's physique, this spirit ring would definitely not be weak. Chapter 205, Breakthrough to Spirit Saint, 200,000-Year Spirit Ring. At this moment, a slight turning sound came from the apartment door lock. Nana carried a paper bag filled with some of the town's specialty snacks and walked in briskly. It was rare for her to go out for a stroll today. Dai Yuang had never restricted her freedom, and instead often encouraged her to go out more, to see the local customs of this ordinary town. After all, she was essentially still a teenage girl. How was being cooped up in the room all the time any different from being in prison? Moreover, what real danger could there be in such a remote town that didn't even have a decent spirit master? Nana herself also had good judgment. She went out at most once or twice a month, and the rest of the time she dutifully guarded the apartment, her mental force constantly sensing the movements around her. However, the moment she stepped into the living room, the relaxed expression on her face instantly froze. A massive, pure wave of spirit power was surging out from the crack of Dai Yuang's bedroom door like a tide. Young lord. Nana was greatly alarmed, and the paper bag in her hand nearly dropped. She instantly cast the snacks to the back of her mind, her figure flashed like a ghost, and she appeared at the door of Dai Yuang's room as if by teleportation, pushing the door open. There were no enemies or abnormalities in the room as she had expected. She only saw Dai Yuang sitting quietly cross-legged in the center of the room, his eyes tightly closed, and the spirit power around him fluctuating violently like a boiling ocean. An extremely special pitch-black spirit ring was hovering above his head, rotating slowly, and undergoing intense fusion with his own spirit power. As the young lord absorbing a spirit ring, Nana's hanging heart instantly returned to its place, and she let out a long sigh of relief. Although she completely couldn't figure out where this spirit ring with such an extraordinary aura came from, the young lord had clearly been sleeping all this time. But a breakthrough to level 70 was always a tremendous thing. She immediately retracted all her aura, exited the room silently, gently closed the door, and like the most loyal sentinel, stood motionless outside the door, focusing all her attention on sensing the surrounding environment to ensure that nothing could disturb the critical moment inside. Inside the room, Dai Yuang was experiencing an arduous and bitter training. The struggle against the god-bestowed spirit ring was an all-around test of will, physique, and mental force. The vast divine force was like endless giant waves, impacting his meridians and soul wave after wave, each impact bringing tearing pain, as if it wanted to burst his body. But Dai Yuang's foundation was laid incredibly firmly. The the tempering of 200,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones, the day and night polishing of the golden adamant evil warding body, and the 4 years of mental training in the dream, which was illusory yet real, had brought his endurance to an inconceivable realm. He guided this majestic power, tempering that God-bestowed spirit ring with astonishing efficiency, constantly increasing its internal age. Back then, when Tang San absorbed a God-bestowed spirit ring, it took him a whole month to push its potential to the 100,000-year threshold. And Dai Yuang only used 10 days. On that pitch-black spirit ring, an incomparably bright red halo suddenly burst forth, and a brilliant golden pattern quietly emerged. However, 100,000 years was far from his limit. Dai Yuang clearly felt that he still had surplus power, and the potential contained within that God-bestowed spirit ring had not yet been fully tapped. He was single-minded, continued to grit his teeth, urged all his spirit power and will, and launched an assault towards that legendary, higher vicious beast-level spirit ring. Time passed day by day. Nana outside the door could clearly feel that the aura in the room was becoming increasingly terrifying. It was a kind of pressure that surpassed ordinary titled Douluo, making even her, a real titled Douluo, feel palpitations. A full month later, a majestic spirit power erupted from the apartment, instantly sweeping through the entire town. At this moment, regardless of what they were doing, the residents of the town subconsciously felt a tightness in their chests, as if the air had become incredibly heavy, and a sense of awe originating from the instinct of life arose spontaneously. Fortunately, this pressure only flashed and disappeared, quickly retracting like an illusion, and did not cause any panic. It was also fortunate that it was hard to find even a spirit grandmaster in this town, otherwise it would certainly have caused a huge commotion. Inside the room, the surging spirit power around Dai Yuang flowed back into his body like 100 rivers returning to the sea. He slowly opened his eyes, and divine light gleamed in his pupils. Surrounding him were 7 dazzling spirit rings, purple, 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 black, black, red, red. Especially that last spirit ring, on the vivid red spirit ring, were 2 incredibly clear and dazzling golden patterns binding around it. A 200,000-year God-bestowed spirit ring. The immense spirit power flowed endlessly within him, finally stabilizing at the level 74. Nana, who was guarding outside the door, pushed the door open the first moment she could. Seeing that shocking spirit ring configuration, especially the blood-red 7th ring with double golden patterns, her beautiful eyes widened instantly, filled with unbelievable shock and ecstasy. She immediately knelt on one knee, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. "Young lord. You have awakened. Congratulations to the young lord for successfully achieving a breakthrough to the spirit saint realm." Dai Yuang stood up, stretched his limbs, and a crisp sound like popping beans came from his body, full of a sense of power. He smiled and gestured for her to rise. "Get up quickly. Nana, thank you for your hard work in acting as my protector these past 2 years. This is my duty." Nana stood up, still unable to hide her excitement as she looked at Dai Yuang. The young lord's strength was her greatest joy. Dai Yuang carefully felt the transformation brought by the 7th spirit ring. The 7th spirit ability, Martial Soul True Body, was one of the most important spirit abilities for all spirit masters. His demonic tiger true body effect was simple and domineering. After activation, all attributes were directly increased by 200%, that is, 3 times the normal combat power. It could also be stacked with other spirit abilities for further improvement. In terms of the amplification magnitude alone, a 10,000-year 7th spirit ring of the white tiger martial soul could also achieve a similar effect, so it didn't seem particularly unusual. But the demonic tiger true body forged by this 200,000-year spirit ring's strongest point was not the instantaneous explosive power, but the heaven-defying zero consumption and infinite endurance. It was well known that the spirit power consumption of Martial Soul True Body was extremely terrifying. It was a spirit master's trump card life-risking skill, and it could never be sustained for long. Even titled Douluo could not maintain the true body state for a long time. But Dai Yuang's demonic tiger true body, while obtaining that terrifying 200% all attribute increase, consumed absolutely no spirit power. It was more like a passive skill. Once a battle started, as long as he was willing, he could maintain it forever. An ordinary white tiger spirit saint, upon activating the white tiger true body, could fight for about an hour, which was already quite good. And for Dai Yuang, even if he fought for 3 days and 3 nights with his true body open, it would be no problem at all. Imagine, when an opponent activated their martial soul true body and became anxious because they had to decide the outcome within a limited time, Dai Yuang could calmly maintain his strongest form, slowly maneuvering and wearing them down. That sense of despair was enough to make any enemy collapse. From now on, whoever dared to fight a war of attrition with Dai Yuang, even if they couldn't be killed, they could be exhausted to death. Dai Yuang nodded. This spirit ability fit his fighting style of steady progression and pursuing absolute advantage. He was quite satisfied with this 7th spirit ring. Chapter 206, Challenging to a Battle, Dai Yuang vs Nana. Nana, I have just reached rank Spirit Saint, and I want to test my current strength. How about you accompany me in a fight? Do not hold back, Dai Yuang said. He wanted to see if he could completely suppress an ordinary titled Douluo below rank 95 with his current strength. Furthermore, this time he would not use his ultimate evil attribute, he would rely purely on raw stats to test his strength. Looking at Dai Yuang, who had almost turned into a wild man, Nana's beautiful eyes, which always carried a hint of sharpness and loyalty, revealed obvious disgust for the first time, uncontrollably. Her petite nose wrinkled slightly, and she subconsciously took a half-step back, raising her hand to fan the air in front of her nose. Young lord. Her voice suddenly rose, carrying an unquestionable firmness that even overshadowed her usual respect for Dai Yuang. A fight is fine. But before that, you must, right now, immediately, at once, go take a bath. Get a haircut, shave your beard, and change into clean clothes. She extended a finger, almost poking Dai Yuang's robe, which could no longer show its original color and was stained with quite a bit of black filth formed from the impurities expelled from his body after absorbing the spirit ring. Her tone was unprecedentedly stern, as if she were reprimanding a child who didn't practice hygiene. Smell yourself, and then look in the mirror. Your hair and beard are almost long enough to braid. With this smell on you, what girl could stand to spar with you like this? Even if you are my young lord, it won't do. Absolutely not. PFF'd. Inside the mental sea, Snow Empress could not help but let out a mocking laugh. She hadn't expected Dai Yuang to actually get roasted by his own subordinate. Indeed, in front of a girl who loved cleanliness, the distinction between master and servant could be tossed aside. Dai Yuang was also stunned for a moment by Nana's sudden, motherly, tough aura. He subconsciously lowered his head and sniffed himself. A complex, strange odor mixed with sweat, grime, and some indescribable scent from his closed-door cultivation rushed into his nostrils, and even he couldn't help but frown. Then, he raised his hand to touch his long, knotted, and greasy hair that hung almost to his chest, and the thick beard covering half his face. He finally realized, belatedly, just how wild and uninhibited his current image was. Looking at Nana's determined expression of, "Don't come near me until you've cleaned up," this young lord, who had just finished absorbing a 200,000-year spirit ring and whose strength had skyrocketed, felt a rare sense of guilt and embarrassment. Fine, you were right. Dai Yuang rubbed his nose in embarrassment. I will go immediately. He immediately went obediently into the apartment's bathroom. It took nearly an hour before the splashing water in the bathroom finally stopped. After another while, when Dai Yuang walked out again, he was already completely refreshed. The long hair and beard that had grown over 2 years had been completely cleared away, revealing his original handsome face. Perhaps due to the tempering of 2 years of slumber and breakthrough, his facial contours seemed more defined. The slight immaturity of youth had faded from between his brows, replaced by a bit more composure and restraint, and a faint luster flowed beneath his skin. His height had also noticeably increased, his figure was well proportioned and upright, and his muscle lines were smooth and full of explosive power. He changed into a black martial outfit prepared by Nana, which made his posture look even more heroic. 2 years had passed, and he was now 18 years old, at the prime of youth and vitality, a completely different person from the wild man image just a moment ago. Nana looked him up and down, a flash of imperceptible light shining in her eyes, and then she nodded with satisfaction. That's more like it. Young lord, please. The two did not say anything more, their figures quietly leaving the small town like two wisps of light smoke, traveling 100 miles in an instant, and arriving at a desolate and deep valley. The valley was silent, with only the sound of the wind wailing. The two stood facing each other, needing no words. Boundless spirit power surged up simultaneously like two volcanoes about to erupt. The powerful aura collided, making the air in the valley become stagnant and heavy. Nana's expression turned serious, and she gave a sharp shout. 9 spirit rings appeared around her one by one, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. The powerful pressure of a titled Douluo was released without reservation. Although her spirit power rank had not increased over these 2 years due to the restrictions of the yin-yang reversal fate lotus seed pill, remaining at rank 92, her strength had definitely not stagnated. To say nothing else, as she twisted her slender waist, a silver metal belt originally fastened around her waist suddenly sprang open, falling into her hand like a living creature. Under the injection of spirit power, the belt instantly extended and straightened, transforming into a long sword as thin as a cicada's wing, with a blade as clear and supple as a pool of autumn water. The sword body vibrated slightly, emitting a clear hum, and the sharp chi cut through the air, making a hissing sound. This was the rank 7 melee spirit tool, the Crescent Moon Sword. This was the latest work specially tailored by Lingya for Nana, who excelled in melee combat and tricky sword techniques, after his spirit tool craftsmanship had improved over these 2 years. It belonged to the category of soft swords and waist-worn swords, which were extremely difficult to control, but once mastered, the sword path would be as tricky and hard to defend against as a ghost. Although it was slightly inferior in grade to Dai Yuang's rank 8 Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Saber, its light, agile, and unpredictable characteristics were a perfect match for Nana's ghost martial soul and fighting style. Nana flicked her wrist gently, and the tip of the Crescent Moon Sword traced dazzling silver arcs in the air. She looked at Dai Yuang. Young lord, please be careful. This new sword of mine is very sharp. Dai Yuang's battle intent rose, and he laughed. Come. Let me see how much you, this titled Douluo, have improved over the past 2 years. With a thought, his spirit rings appeared around him, purple, 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 black, black, red, red. That 200,000-year 7th spirit ring, wrapped with 2 golden patterns, emitted a terrifying aura that made one's soul tremble. Nana, be careful. Dai Yuang gave a low shout, his battle intent completely ignited. Facing a true titled Douluo, he would not be the slightest bit arrogant. First spirit ability, Demonic Tiger Body. Third spirit ability, Shadow Surge. Fifth spirit ability, Battle Demon Awakening. 3 consecutive spirit rings flashed, and Dai Yuang let out sounds of cracking bones. His muscles suddenly bulged, stretching his black martial outfit tight. Faint shadow patterns appeared on the surface of his skin, and his eyes instantly turned crimson. A wild, violent, yet extremely icy aura radiated from his body. His aura climbed step by step, and his strength, speed, defense, and spirit power increased in all aspects. But this was not over yet. 7th spirit ability, Demonic Tiger Avatar. That red spirit ring, wrapped with 2 golden patterns and emitting a suffocating pressure, suddenly lit up. Roar. A demonic tiger roar that seemed to come from the abyss shook the valley. Dai Yuang's figure expanded another circle, becoming even more stalwart and tall. His body was covered in a layer of solid, jet-black energy armor, which featured dark golden tiger stripes and icy blue ice prison marks. A tyrannical, domineering, and terrifying aura that seemed to want to crush everything swept out like a tsunami. The 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7th, 4 major boosting spirit abilities superimposed. Especially that zero-consumption demonic tiger avatar, which provided a 200% bonus, caused his full-body attributes at this moment to soar to 6 times his normal state. The terrifying pressure made Nana's expression change slightly, and she finally put away her last shred of worry. The young lord before her was no longer an object that needed her careful protection. Young lord, pardon me. Nana gave a sharp shout, and the crescent moon sword in her hand flicked. The sword body, like a spirit snake emerging from its cave, pierced straight at Dai Yuang's shoulder with a shrill sound of breaking air, its speed so fast that only a silver afterimage remained. Although this strike was fast, she still held back 30% of her strength, fearing she might truly injure Dai Yuang. However, clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing exploded. Dai Yuang didn't even use his Tyrant Tiger soul-refining saber, he just casually laid his right arm across, and he precisely blocked that extremely sharp rank 7 spirit tool. An unimaginable, immense force came through the crescent moon sword. Nana felt a sharp pain in the web between her thumb and index finger, her entire arm went numb instantly, and that soft sword almost flew out of her hand. She used the force to retreat rapidly, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. That pure physical strength was already completely superior to her, a titled Douluo. Chapter 207, Statistics Surpassing a Titled Douluo. Nana, use your full strength. Dai Yuang growled, the crimson light in his eyes intensifying. Otherwise, you will lose very badly. Nana took a deep breath, holding nothing back anymore. She knew that when facing this young lord who could not be measured by conventional logic, any holding back would be a sign of disrespect to herself. 7th Spirit Ability, Ghost True Body. The ink-black 7th Spirit ring shone brilliantly, and Nana's figure suddenly became illusory, transforming into a massive, semi-transparent ghost shadow 5 meters tall. Countless wailing soul fragments swirled around the ghost shadow, and an aura that was cold, deathly silent, yet carried a powerful mental force oppression spread out. 8th Spirit Ability, Soul Threads. 5th Spirit Ability, Ghost Shriek. Having entered her true body state, Nana unleashed both spirit abilities simultaneously. Countless intangible soul threads shot out from her illusory fingertips, silently wrapping toward Dai Yuang, attempting to connect to and control his soul. At the same time, she opened her massive mouth and emitted a sharp screech that pierced the soul, the sound waves spreading in a fan shape, rushing straight toward Dai Yuang's mental sea. Skull-bone skill, space-time deflection. A faint light flashed on Dai Yuang's forehead, and an imperceptible space-time force field covered his body. When those intangible soul threads approached him, they were deflected and slid away, making it difficult to connect directly. At the same time, the mental force impact of the ghost shriek was also weakened by the force field. Although it still caused his mind to tremble slightly and his movements to lag, it was far from achieving a state of paralysis or confusion. What strange mental force defense! Nana was shocked again, but she did not stop her offensive. In her true body state, she could freely switch between a physical form and a spirit form. 3rd Spirit Ability, Ghost Possession. She instantly transformed into a pure spirit form, immune to most physical attacks, and holding the Panyu sword, she approached Dai Yuang like a weightless ghost, her sword techniques becoming increasingly strange and tricky, specifically targeting weak defensive points like joints and eyes. However, to avoid actually hurting Dai Yuang, she was prepared to withdraw at any moment. At the same time, she activated her 60,000-year Ghost Shadow Phantom Curtain Spirit Bone skill, and the darkness domain unfolded. Instantly, with the two of them as the center, light within a radius of several hundred meters suddenly vanished, turning pitch black to the point where one could not see their own fingers, and even sound was completely swallowed, forming an absolute, silent, dark death zone. In this home field of Nana's, Dai Yuang's vision and hearing were almost rendered useless. 4th Spirit Ability, Dark Special Zone. Dai Yuang snorted coldly and similarly released his own domain-type spirit ability. A dense dark force field spread out, and although it could not disperse Nana's darkness domain, it greatly interfered with all auxiliary effects within the range. Nana immediately felt that the speed and mental force boosts she should have gained in the darkness domain were significantly weakened. Found you. Although he could not see or hear, Dai Yuang's powerful mental force and combat intuition quickly locked onto Nana's position. 6th Spirit Ability, Ice Prison Shackles. Several chains condensed from extreme shadows and ice shot out from the shadow under Nana's feet, instantly wrapping toward her spirit form. These chains were actually able to bind energy bodies to a certain extent. Nana was greatly alarmed, her spirit form flickering rapidly, barely avoiding the chains, but her movements were already restricted. 9th Spirit Ability, Illusion Domain. She did not hesitate to use the other domain of her 100,000-year spirit ability. A larger mental force domain superimposed over the darkness domain, and distorted mental force fluctuations and strange whispers directly invaded Dai Yuang's mind, crazily eroding his mental force, attempting to lower his judgment and spirit power operation efficiency. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle under the shroud of these dual domains. Relying on the strangeness of the ghost true body, the power of her mental force attacks, and the sharpness of the Pan-Yu sword, Nana's figure was like a ghost, flickering between physical and illusory, with soul impacts and physical sword strikes arriving alternately. Dai Yuang, relying on his terrifying attributes that were 6 times his normal state, the domineering power of the abyssal demon tiger, and the defense and control of various spirit bone skills, continuously suppressed Nana's spirit power and mental force, fighting steadily and surely. Every one of his claw strikes carried a chill that could tear the soul, an immense, surging power, forcing Nana to not dare to take them head-on. For a time, the valley was shrouded in darkness, filled with ghostly shadows, resounding with tiger roars and flying ice shards. The two were fighting to a standstill, difficult to distinguish who had the upper hand, and this was even with Dai Yuang intentionally fighting, relying only on the stats of his abyssal demon tiger spirit, without using his extreme evil attribute. If it weren't for the fact that in a pure mental force confrontation, Nana, as a mental force attribute titled Douluo, held a slight advantage, plus her means of immunity to physical attacks, and her constant attempts to interfere with Dai Yuang, she would have already been defeated. After all, in terms of absolute physical attributes, Dai Yuang, with multiple boosts activated, completely crushed Nana, forcing her to rely on her spirit form to constantly dodge. The battle reached a stalemate. But Dai Yuang's trump cards were far more than this. The warm-up should end now. Dai Yuang's voice, passing through the dual domains, clearly reached Nana's ears. The next moment, a medicinal pill that was half crimson and half ice blue, alternating between cold and heat, abruptly appeared in his hand and was swallowed in one gulp. The second spirit ability of his second spirit, the Fate Reversal Heavenly Demon Pill, the Ice-Fire Body Tempering Pill. Boom. It was like throwing ice cubes into a boiling pot of oil. The energy within Dai Yuang's body exploded instantly. His attributes, already as high as 6 times his normal state, were doubled at this moment, rising to 12 times his normal state. A terrifying power, far exceeding the previous one, truly reaching and even surpassing the level of an ordinary titled Douluo, awakened. The surrounding dual domains began to fluctuate violently, as if they were unable to withstand this power and were about to collapse. Nana's pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme, and a strong sense of crisis made the hair on her entire body stand on end. "It's over, Nana." Dai Yuang's voice seemed to carry an echo. He didn't even use any more spirit abilities, just simply raised his right arm. The phantom of the abyssal ice prison claw flashed and vanished, and he punched out toward the void realm in front of him. Pure power, 12 times his normal state, an absolute power that crushed everything. Crack. The darkness domain and illusion domain that Nana had laid out were, like fragile glass, smashed by a single punch from this power that was pure to the extreme. The darkness and distortion dissipated instantly, and sunlight poured back into the valley. Nana's ghost true body suffered a heavy blow. The massive ghost shadow instantly collapsed, reverting to her original form. She gave a muffled groan, her face turning deathly pale, and she stumbled backward, no longer able to hold the Pan-Yu sword in her hand, which fell to the ground with a clang. She knew that under this punch, she had lost. From the moment Dai Yuang swallowed the ice-fire body tempering pill and his attributes soared to 12 times his normal state, the outcome had already been determined. Dozens of moves of fierce confrontation came to an abrupt end in the face of the absolute difference in power. This was an absolute crushing of statistics. Now, if Dai Yuang only used the abyssal demon tiger spirit to fight against a titled Douluo below level 95, he could basically remain undefeated. If that titled Douluo was a half-baked titled Douluo like the Star Luo Empire's giant strength Douluo, it would not be difficult to defeat them. But if it were those experts from the body sect who could undergo second awakening and were considered strong among titled Douluo, he would likely be at a slight disadvantage. But if combined with the second spirit's ice-fire body tempering pill overlay, most ordinary titled Douluo were no longer his match, and he could barely fight a super Douluo. The terrifying aura around Dai Yuang receded like a tide, his spirit rings and true body dissipated, and he returned to his original appearance. He walked forward, picked up the Pan Yu sword from the ground, came to Nana, and handed the sword back to her. "Are you all right?" His voice returned to its usual gentleness. Nana took the sword, shook her head, and looked at Dai Yuang, the shock in her eyes not yet faded, but replaced by more sincere admiration and joy. "Young lord, you are truly amazing." This subordinate is convinced and impressed. Dai Yuang smiled slightly and patted her shoulder. "You are also very good. You have made some progress in the past 2 years. If you encounter an opponent at the level of clan leader Zhu Shu again, you should be able to finish her within 2 moves. Chapter 208, Dai Yuang's Scheme, Stirring the Waters. After the duel ended, the two of them immediately returned to the small town. Dai Yuang was quite satisfied with his current combat strength. Outside the window, the twilight was like ink, and the lights of the town gradually flickered on. Dai Yuang tapped his fingertips lightly on the table, creating a rhythmic sound as if keeping time for his upcoming plans. Nana had already packed their bags and stood quietly to the side, her gaze constantly following her young lord. "Nana, it is time to have Lingya return," Dai Yuang said. "Yes, young lord." Upon hearing this, Nana immediately took out a small, silver spirit tool and sealed a recall letter inside it. This was a message-transmitting spirit tool, similar to sending a letter via carrier pigeon. With a slight release of spirit power from her fingertips, the spirit tool transformed into a streak of light, silently melting into the night and speeding off in the direction of Star Luo City. Within a day, a figure wrapped in cold air appeared outside the small town, treading on the morning dew. Lingya was travel-worn, yet his eyes shone with a sharp light. He tapped lightly on the wooden door, and after receiving permission, pushed it open and entered, kneeling on one knee before the tall, upright figure by the window. "Young lord, you have finally finished your seclusion." Dai Yuang turned around and raised his hand slightly. "Rise. You have worked hard these past 2 years. It seems you have not wasted your time." Lingya stood up, an irrepressible look of pride on his face. "Thanks to you, young lord. Benefiting from the core materials of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy that Nana brought back, as well as the teachings from Purple Spirit Douluo, your subordinate successfully promoted to a level 7 Soul Engineer half a year ago." "Level 7, not bad." Dai Yuang nodded, his tone carrying a sense of scrutiny. "This means you have truly entered the ranks of high-level Soul Engineers. But Lingya, you must know that the Xuanming sect has a profound foundation and is not a force to be trifled with. A level 7 is not enough to shake their foundation. Only at level 8, or even touching the threshold of level 9, will you truly have the qualifications for revenge, to reclaim that past humiliation with interest." Lingya's expression turned solemn, the pride in his eyes transforming into a firm edge. "Your subordinate understands. Level 7 is merely a new starting point. The blood debt owed by the Xuanming sect will be repaid by my own hand, using the power of a level 8 or even level 9 spirit tool." "Very good, maintain that spirit." Dai Yuang's tone softened slightly. "How have Mother and Luo Li been these past 2 years?" "Rest assured, young lord," Lingya replied respectfully. "The madam is in good health, and her state of mind seems even more tranquil than when she was at the Duke's mansion. Although the young master's aptitude is average, he is diligent in his training. 2 years ago, shortly after you began your seclusion, he successfully achieved a breakthrough to Spirit Grandmaster and obtained his 2nd spirit ring. It was a 700-year-old blood flame tiger, its attributes were highly compatible, and the spirit ability is quite powerful. Your subordinate personally acted as his protector, and the process went without a hitch, everything went smoothly. It is just that both of them miss you very much, young lord." Your subordinate could only tell them that you were in a critical period of seclusion. Dai Yuang gave a soft, "Well done, thank you for your diligent care." At this moment, Nana stepped forward and asked softly, "Young lord, how should we proceed next?" Dai Yuang walked to the table, his fingertips tracing the spread-out map before finally pointing heavily at a certain location. A sharp light flared in his eyes, like a tiger in the dark night ready to devour its prey. "There is still about half a year until the new Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy tournament. And at this very moment, my dear younger brother, Huo Yuhao, is nearing the end of his exchange student life in the Sun-Moon Empire. A cold arc curled at the corners of his mouth, his smile filled with calculation and control. The gears of fate always mesh so exquisitely. His return will just happen to allow me to obtain the 2 gifts I need. Once he obtained those 2 things, he thought, the second trial of the god of sloth should be passable. Nana and Lingya held their breath, waiting for instructions. The air in the room seemed to solidify, leaving only Dai Yuang's low and clear voice echoing. Lingya, your subordinate is here. I am entrusting you with an important task. You are to depart immediately for the Heavenly Soul Empire to visit my 2 dear sisters of the Lan family for me. They should be cultivating in the body sect now. Dai Yuang's gaze was sharp. More importantly, pay a visit to the powerful body Douluo, sect master Dubusi, and deliver a message. He lowered his voice, detailing every aspect of the plan, every potential variable, and the countermeasures for them. Lingya listened intently. Remember, your task is not to participate directly, but to ensure the water is sufficiently muddied. This sleeping giant, the body sect, needs to be awakened to come out and stretch its muscles. Only then can we truly fish in troubled waters. Your subordinate accepts the order and will certainly not fail the young lord's trust. Lingya clasped his fists and bowed, his tone resolute. As for us, Dai Yuang looked at Nana, his smile becoming somewhat inscrutable. Nana, we should also depart. We are going to Maple Leaf City, that hub city on the border of the 2 empires. He walked to the window and gazed in the direction of Maple Leaf City, as if he could already see the series of good plays about to unfold. The biting north wind was like a knife, scouring across the vast and cold territory of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Clad in ink-colored martial attire, Lingya had come on the orders of the young Lord Dai Yuang, his target aimed directly at that mysterious and elusive sect, the body sect. Although Dai Yuang determined that the body sect was hidden within the territory of the Heavenly Soul Empire, the location of their specific mountain gate was like footprints on a snowfield, deliberately erased and rarely known. However, for Dai Yuang, finding the body sect was not difficult. After all, there were quite a few peripheral forces in contact with the body sect, and he quickly locked onto 2 of the most likely leads. The first was the Heavenly Soul Empire's imperial family. As the sect that protects the nation of Heavenly Soul, the body sect had intricate ties with the imperial family, and there must exist unknown channels of communication. Especially that genius with twin spirits, Princess Vina, who herself had direct contact with the body sect. However, this path, while seemingly the shortest, was actually the most difficult. The Heavenly Soul Imperial Palace was heavily guarded with countless experts, and Princess Vina rarely ventured out. Forcibly breaking in or attempting to make contact was not a good approach. Dai Yuang passed on this without hesitation and chose the second possibility. The second was the Snow Demon sect. In the original work, during the second tournament, the body sect had competed under the name of the Snow Demon sect. Dai Yuang had investigated and found that this sect actually existed, and their sect master's spirit was even a snow demon body, which was clearly a type of body martial soul. Most importantly, this sect was not hidden, everyone knew its address, and it was easy to find. If Dai Yuang had not guessed wrong, the Snow Demon sect should be a peripheral force of the body sect. It was used to handle some worldly affairs that were inconvenient for the main sect to directly address. Or perhaps it was itself a branch of the body sect, a window facing the outside world to absorb talent with body martial souls. Regardless of which possibility it was, the Snow Demon sect was highly likely to be a shortcut to the body sect. Chapter 209, Snow Demon Sect, an outer force of the body sect. Following the guidance of the map, Lingya arrived before the mountain gate of the Snow Demon sect. Above the lintel, the 2 ancient characters for Snow Demon seemed to be congealed with a layer of frost that would never dissipate. Lingya stood quietly outside the mountain gate. His ink-colored tight-fitting suit formed a striking contrast with the surrounding pure white. He did not shout, nor did he step forward to knock on the door. He merely closed his eyes slightly, and immediately, a vast and majestic spirit power pressure at the level of a titled Douluo erupted and spread out from him as the center. This was not an attack, yet it was more heart-palpitating than any attack. The air instantly became thick and heavy, and the howling wind in the mountain forest seemed to have its throat gripped by an invisible force, suddenly stalling. That pressure condensed without dispersing, carrying the chilling cold of the ice attribute, and containing the foundation of a titled Douluo spirit power, like a tangible tsunami, steadily pressing toward the snow demon sect's mountain gate. This was etiquette, and also a declaration that a titled Douluo had personally arrived. Inside the mountain gate, the alarm spirit tool emitted bursts of warnings. The next moment, the heavy stone door was pulled open violently from the inside. Who is it? How dare you attack my snow demon sect? Enemy attack. Amidst the chaotic footsteps and shouts, more than 20 brawny men with bare upper bodies and muscles knotted like granite surged out one after another. Every one of them had vigorous blood and qi and robust physiques. They were clearly all power-type spirit masters. Lingya swept his gaze across them and saw that their spirits were not the uniform snow demon physique, but various power-type beast spirits like bears, tigers, and rhinoceroses, with cultivation levels mostly between spirit ancestor and spirit emperor. This was not strange. The young lord had told him that body martial souls were 1 in 10,000, extremely difficult to pass down stably through the bloodline like other spirits. This snow demon sect appeared to be a sect, but it was more like a stronghold for the body sect to screen and absorb outer forces. These brawny men were equivalent to the 4 single attribute families that were attached to the Clear Sky sect 10,000 years ago, belonging to an affiliated force. Who is your excellency? What is your business coming to my snow demon sect? The leading brawny man, who was at the spirit emperor level, endured the suffocating pressure and shouted in a muffled voice, his eyes full of vigilance. Lingya slowly opened his eyes. His ice-blue pupils were like 2 pools of eternal, unmelting cold springs, scanning the crowd. His voice was calm yet carried majesty. I am the guest elder of the Star Luo Empire, Ice Sky titled Douluo Lingya. A titled Douluo is visiting. Is it not worth your sect master coming out to meet me? Titled Douluo. The crowd was in an uproar, and exclamations arose everywhere. That invisible pressure instantly felt terrifying. Just at this moment, a more imposing figure strode out from inside the gate. This person was over 2.5 meters tall, his entire body's muscles like bronze casting and iron forging, as if power was flowing beneath his skin. Every step he took, the ground trembled slightly. His aura was far heavier than the others. He was clearly a powerhouse at the spirit Douluo level. All of you, stand down. He gave a low shout, his voice like muffled thunder. He then looked at Lingya, squeezing a solemn expression onto his rugged face, and cupped his hands. So it is the Ice Sky titled Douluo, who has been renowned recently and fought against Shrek's Dinyan without defeat, who has graced us with his presence. The Snow Demon sect failed to welcome you from afar. Please forgive our disrespect. I am Shui Mo, unworthily serving as the sect master of this sect, an 88th level attack system battle spirit Douluo. I do not know why your excellency has visited suddenly. Lingya nodded slightly, considering it a return of the salute, but he did not make small talk and went straight to the point, his voice cold as a blade. My trip here is not for the Snow Demon sect, but for the person behind you. Please take me to the body sect to meet senior sect master Dubusi. The muscles on Shui Mo's face stiffened violently, his pupils constricted, and he subconsciously clenched his fists, the spirit power around his body fluctuating obscurely. What does your excellency mean by this? What body sect? My Snow Demon sect has been established here for decades. What relationship do we have with that body sect? Has your excellency perhaps heard some rumors? Lingya looked at him, the corners of his mouth hooked into an arc, and he asked with a smile, Sect Master Shui Mo, why bother playing dumb when you know the truth? The Snow Demon physique is a variation of the torso spirit among the body martial souls. You have brazenly set up this sect within the Heavenly Soul Empire, yet that sect master Dubusi, who claims that all body martial souls under heaven belong to the body sect, has ignored you and turned a blind eye for decades. Such an act of trying to cover up is fine for deceiving the ignorant masses, but in the eyes of those who see clearly, it is no different from holding a torch in the dark night. He paused and explained indifferently, actually, there are not a few people in the upper echelons of the continent who know this secret well. It is just that although the body sect acts domineeringly, they are not as evil as the evil soul masters, so no one is willing to provoke you guys who are both united and capable of fighting for no reason. Everyone is happy to play dumb and maintain surface peace. Today, I am not here to poke through this window paper, I am here to look through it and see the true master behind the window. Shui Mo was stunned on the spot by these words. A trace of embarrassment and realization actually appeared on that rugged face, and he subconsciously scratched his short hair, which was like steel needles. So everyone already knew, haha. This simple and honest appearance completely lacked the majesty of a sect master. Instead, it confirmed a certain evaluation that Lingya and Dai Yuang had of most members of the body sect, simple-minded and physically developed. After a moment of awkwardness, Shui Mo's expression straightened, and he cupped his hands again. This time his tone was much more solemn. Since your excellency is straightforward, I, Shui, will no longer hide it. I am Shui Mo, a disciple of the body sect's deputy sect master, Golden Body Douluo Jinpeng. Since your excellency wishes to see our sect master, please come inside to rest for a while. I will immediately relay the message back to the body sect. Whether to see you will be decided by the sect master. A powerful titled Douluo specifically asking to see the sect master was by no means a small matter, especially since Lingya was mistakenly believed to be a titled Douluo with an ultimate attribute on the surface, and even had the halo of the achievement of repelling Yan Shaoj. Shui Mo dared not be negligent. Lingya nodded. That is fine. However, please be quick, sect master Shui Mo. The news I bring is of great importance, and the intelligence is highly time-sensitive. If things are delayed because of procrastination, I am afraid that if Senior Sect Master Dubusi blames us, neither you nor I can afford to bear it. Shui Mo's expression tightened, and he immediately said, Your Excellency, rest assured, by this time tomorrow at the latest, there will definitely be a reply. Please. He turned to the side in a gesture of invitation and personally led Lingya into the Snow Demon sect. Lingya was expressionless as he stepped inside. That terrifying pressure also converged, as if it had never appeared, leaving behind only a group of Snow Demon sect disciples outside the mountain gate looking at each other in dismay, their hearts still lingering in fear, and the cold wind that whistled back into the valley. Immediately, he ordered someone to arrange a guest room prepared for distinguished guests for Lingya, and then he immediately headed to the body sect. The body sect was as always, still in that passionate and high-spirited appearance. The Lan sisters had lived here for 2 years and seemed to have been infected as well. When Shui Mo arrived, they were engaged in intense sparring, and it seemed they had completely adapted to this place. Chapter 210, News of Yuang, the Sisters' Joy. Body Sect Main Hall. Sect Master Dubusi's burly frame sat in the main seat, his thick fingers tapping rhythmically against the armrest of the chair, producing a dull, thumping sound. Lingya, Ice Sky titled Douluo, he asked with a voice like a booming bell, filled with confusion. This fellow's reputation has been quite loud recently. It is said that his ultimate ice is quite troublesome, that even Yan Shaoj is no match for him, and that he has settled down in Star Luo. But he and our body sect have always kept to our own affairs. Why does he suddenly want to meet this old man by name? Beside him, Vice Sect Master Jinpeng, whose physique was equally robust, spoke in a deep voice upon hearing this. Could it be related to the Star Luo Empire? After all, he is currently a guest elder at the Princess Mansion of Shujuju. That is unlikely. A cold, clear voice denied it decisively. It was Second Elder Yunyi who spoke. Her gaze was sharp, revealing a shrewdness different from most of the burly men in the body sect. A guest elder is ultimately just a guest elder, not a subject. If Star Luo truly wanted to negotiate with our sect, they would have official channels. Why would they use an outsider with an unclear relationship? I am more inclined to believe this is the personal action of the Ice Sky titled Douluo. Sect Master, since a titled Douluo is visiting, we should still give him some face. Sect Master Dubusi laughed heartily, his voice shaking the roof tiles. Whether it is Star Luo or him personally, who cares? Since he has come, why not meet him? In this life, apart from those 2 old freaks Dragon Emperor Douluo Long Xiaoyao and Elder Mu, I have never feared anyone. Can a junior who has just stepped into the threshold of a titled Douluo really cause trouble in my body sect? Shui Mo, your subordinate is here. Shui Mo, who was below, immediately bowed. Tomorrow, bring him to see me. Yes, sect. Master. The next day, guided by Shui Mo, Lingya stepped into the core area of the body sect. On the massive martial arts training ground, shouts and the sounds of spirit power colliding were incessant. The disciples' methods of cultivate were wild and direct, filled with a raw, primal sense of power. His gaze quickly locked onto a corner. Two young girls were sparring, and their spirit was their long, azure hair. The strands of hair were like deep-sea tentacles possessing life. At times they were as tough as steel whips sweeping across, and at other times they were as dense as a net covering down, offense and defense in one, exceptionally agile. Seeing this, Shui Mo asked quite proudly, Your Excellency Ice Sky, do you think these children of our body sect are satisfactory? Lingya nodded slightly, his tone flat but firm, solid foundation, vigorous vital energy and blood, and their practical combat experience far exceeds that of spirit master of the same age. Your sect's method of training disciple truly has its unique merits. Hearing this, Shui Mo smiled. He seemed quite pleased by the praise from a titled Douluo of another faction. At this moment, Lingya changed the subject, his finger pointing precisely at the pair of blue-haired sisters, those two young girls. Their spirit must be hair, right? Observing their spirit power fluctuations and their tacit cooperation, they must be the Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo sisters who graduated from Shrek Academy and transferred to your sect, right? Shui Mo was stunned. It is indeed them. Your Excellency knows this pair of sisters. I wouldn't say I know them. Lingya's gaze remained on the two sisters. I have just heard a friend mention them many times. They are friends of my friend, so could you let them come down for a chat? That's no problem at all. Shui Mo said. This was already the territory of the body sect, so he was not afraid of anyone daring to cause trouble here. He stepped forward. Susu, Luoluo, come down. Someone wants to see you. Hearing Shui Mo's shout, the two sisters immediately stopped their practical combat training, jumped off the spirit fighting platform, and asked, Senior Shui Mo, who wants to see us? It is this person. Shui Mo moved aside and pointed at Lingya. This is a titled Douluo, Your Excellency Ice Sky. Greetings, Your Excellency Ice Sky. The two sisters were startled and hurriedly bowed, but their hearts were also filled with confusion. They clearly did not know this Your Excellency Ice Sky at all, so why did he suddenly want to see them? Reaching mid to high rank spirit ancestor is not bad. Yuang has also praised you in front of me. Lingya saw through the two sisters' rank at a glance. The older sister was slightly stronger, but the younger sister was also in a state of being about to break through. In just over a year, they had each improved by 4 or 5 rank. Naturally, they could not compare to a monster like Dai Yuang, but they could still be considered decent genius. As expected, only the body sect's method of cultivate was suitable for body martial soul. Coupled with the fact that the two sisters possessed the power of martial soul fusion skill and could assist each other in cultivate, only then did they have such a fast rate of progress. Big brother Yuang. Lan Luoluo's eyes lit up instantly, and she was so excited she almost jumped up. Her older sister, Lan Susu, also instantly raised her head, her eyes filled with surprise and concern. Your Excellency, you know Big Brother Yuang. Is he okay? Does he often mention us? Lingya's face still had no expression, and he said in a gentle tone, When I was in Star Luo, he and I were friends across generations, often sparring and discussing. He has indeed mentioned you many times, with much praise in his words. He even said that your aptitude is actually quite good, but it is hard to stand out in Shrek, which is why he recommended you come to the body sect, which is most suitable for cultivate body martial soul. Shui Mo, who was to the side, suddenly realized and interjected, so that's how it is. I was wondering how Your Excellency knew so clearly. It seems that young friend Dai Yuang indeed has a very sharp eye. He recalled the battle that made the Ice Sky titled Douluo famous, which was protecting Dai Yuang and repelling Yan Shaoj, which was what truly made him famous throughout the world. Since he was friends with Dai Yuang, it was normal to learn about the two sisters from him. After all, it was also Dai Yuang who recommended these two sisters to Princess Vina, which led to them coming here. Hearing that Dai Yuang often mentioned them and even praised them, the two sisters were immediately overjoyed. The older sister, Lan Susu, said modestly, "Thank you for your praise, Your Excellency." Lan Luoluo smiled and said, "He, so Big Brother Yuang often praises us. Sister, then we must work even harder." The teacher said that as long as we sisters can reach rank 50 before the next tournament and complete our martial soul second awakening, we will be allowed to join the team to participate. Not long ago, all major nations received news that for the next Spirit Master tournament, in addition to major academies, sect were also allowed to participate. Originally, the Lan sisters had already graduated from Shrek and could not represent other academies in the competition, but with this rule, there was no problem. If they couldn't represent an academy, they could represent the sect. Their martial soul fusion skill as sisters was still very good. It was a rare control system martial soul fusion skill. Lingya nodded faintly, "I look forward to your performance. Work hard." Seeing this, Shui Mo stepped forward at the right time. "Your Excellency Ice Sky, now that you have finished chatting with them, let's go. The sect master is already waiting in the main hall. Please follow me." Lingya nodded to the two sisters one last time, then turned and followed Shui Mo toward the grand and oppressive body sect main hall. The two sisters immediately bowed to bid farewell. "Farewell, Your Excellency." After Lingya and Shui Mo had walked far away, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo looked at each other and smiled, their eyes filled with the happiness of being recognized and a more determined radiance. They must work even harder to make Dai Yuang look at them with new eyes during the tournament.